Chapter 51 The original owners extra, the relatives who assist with the gods are particularly kind. No, the clan leader has ordered that no one can enter. The black-clad Uchiha was ruthless. Don't do that. Uchiha-jin was very anxious. Now there was a mess outside, and he was worried about leaving the girl alone in the research institute. Sorry, if you keep making trouble, I can only follow the rules. The black-clad Uchiha said as he slowly drew out the sword from his waist. Let them in. The door of the mansion was suddenly opened, and Uchiha Tajima's wife walked out with a tired face. Hello, Aunt. Uchiha-jin saw the person coming, ran over, smiled and greeted the woman, then turned to the girl and shouted. Come and meet your aunt. The girl who was walking over looked at the strange woman in front of her and said nervously. Hello, Madam Clan Leader. You must be Xiao Guang, who Ayin always talks about. Don't call me so strangely. Just call me Aunt like Ayin. Uchiha Tajima's wife, looking at her nephew with a young girl, could understand the relationship between the two even if she was dumb. Aunt, I won't go in. The boy who placed the girl with Uchiha Tajima's wife refused her invitation to enter the house. I'm going to the front line, and I can definitely help my uncle. After saying that, without waiting for Uchiha Tajima's wife to stay, Uchiha-jin made a reassuring gesture to the girl and disappeared into the night. I hope it's not too late. The young man running on the street prayed in his heart, and the strength of his feet increased further. He ran towards the gate of the clan land like the wind. Suddenly, a murderous aura came over him. Uchiha-yin stopped unconsciously and stared at the corner in front of him. The next moment, several strange men in black came out from the corner. Their faces were covered with blood, but their expressions were not fearful, but full of bloodthirsty breath. Who are you? The young man who met the other party asked first. He judged from the strange appearance of these people that they were definitely not his clansmen. At this point in time, they could only be enemies. Thinking of this, the young man started to run chakra, his nerves were highly tense, and his eyes gradually turned scarlet. Haha, there is another little ghost here. The leading man looked at the thin boy in front of him and couldn't help laughing. After that, several people surrounded him with fists clenched. Since it is an enemy, I won't be polite. The boy, who was surrounded by several people with covetous eyes, was unusually calm. After opening the Sharingan, he could clearly sense that the strength of the people in front of him was not weaker than that of ordinary fighters, and at least they were all at the level of team leaders. The boy raised his head and showed a bright smile. The few people who felt despised swung their fists as big as casseroles and smashed them straight at the boy who had nowhere to escape with a mighty momentum. Kill him! Just before the men were about to beat the boy into a pulp, several fists were frozen a few centimeters in front of the boy. The leading man's face flushed at this time, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move his fists. Illusion, Sharingan. The men felt as if their whole bodies were filled with lead and they couldn't move. The boy was not vague, and used another Sharingan illusion to knock out all the others except the leading man. Then he stared at the only man who was still awake and hypnotized him with his pupil power. The hypnotized man had a dull face and stood there obediently, waiting for Uchiha-jin's decision. We are ninjas from the Kagaya clan. The man who claimed to be from the Kagaya clan answered without any hesitation. What is your purpose? To occupy the Uchiha clan and capture important members of the Uchiha clan. The man of the Kagaya clan answered truthfully. Hearing this, Uchiha-jin immediately became uneasy. The other party actually wanted to steal the house and was ready to use hostages to threaten. How many people are there and who is your leader? Uchiha-jin wanted to know how many people had sneaked in. Now the fighting power of the clan has basically been lured away, and only 1 in 10 people left. If the other party succeeds, it will be a disaster for the Uchiha clan. There are 80 of us who sneaked in, led by Elder Kagaya Sosuke. 80 ninjas of the Kagaya clan can be dispatched to steal the house, so their strength must not be too weak. Where did they go? Uchiha Jin, who wanted to know the specific whereabouts of these 80 people, asked hurriedly. Granary, Weapons Depot, Material Depot, Research Institute, and clan leaders' residence. The controlled Hyuga clan listed several place names like the back of their hand. Shihajin took a breath of cold air. These places are the lifeblood of the Uchiha clan, especially the clan leader's mansion. Not good. Xiao Guang is still there. Thinking of Uchiha Guang, who was placed in the clan leader's mansion by him not long ago, the boy felt his heart tighten. Without the idea of questioning further, he waved his hand and threw a few kunao, sending these invaders to the west. In this situation, it is too late to find Uchiha Tajima. He just hopes that the other party can find out the conspiracy of the Kagaya clan as soon as possible. The only thought in his mind now is to rush back to the clan leader's mansion to protect his aunt, Xiao Guang, and others. Without further delay, Uchiha Jin immediately set off and stepped onto the streets of the Uchiha camp again. The scene is no longer as peaceful as it was during the day. Many ordinary people of the Uchiha clan fell in a pool of blood, and their lives and deaths are unknown. Uchiha Jin, who saw such a tragic scene for the first time, was a little breathless. The pungent smell of blood made him feel nauseous. He endured the discomfort and rushed to the clan leader's mansion, which he had just left. At this time, the sound of bells was heard outside the clan leader's mansion. The leader, Kagaya Sosuke, was confident of victory and commanded his men to fight with the guards led by the black-clothed Uchiha. When Uchiha Jin arrived, most of the guards had been killed or injured. The black-clothed Uchiha was still struggling with red eyes and wounds all over his body. It turned out that it was not the reinforcements but the young man Uchiha Jin who was waiting for him. He was shocked and revealed a flaw. He was hit hard by the strange white weapon wielded by the Kagaya clan and flew away, falling to the ground unconscious. Ha ha ha, is the reinforcement you are talking about this little kid? Kagaya Sosuke, who was watching the show on the side, laughed and looked at the young man who had just arrived, mocking him. Uchiha Jin looked around and found that the group of people had not yet entered the clan leader's mansion. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and then his eyes became serious. Judging from the breath of the Hyuga clan member who was speaking in front of him, he was a tough guy. Uchiha Jin, who didn't dare to be arrogant, worked hard to stimulate his pupil power. The megatama in his eyes began to slowly rotate, and a cold chakra filled the air. Even the Hyuga clan members who were not sensitive could see the clues. Amaterasu. This kid is not simple, take action quickly. Seeing that something was wrong, Hyuga Sosuke immediately gave an order, and the surrounding Hyuga clan members rushed forward. It was too late. Before they touched the corner of the boy's clothes, a black flame suddenly emerged from the bodies of the few people who rushed in front, and they could not be extinguished no matter what. In the end, the Hyuga clan members who were contaminated by the flames were burned to ashes alive. The black flame lost its carrier but did not extinguish, and continued to burn on the ground, which was extremely bright. End of this chapter. Chapter 52 The Original Owners Extra, Mangekyo without Megatama. The Kagaya clan present all looked at the unextinguishable black flames in horror, and dared not take another step forward. This kind of long-range physical damage is the most restraining method for physical ninjas like them. Kagaya Sosuke frowned and left the stage. He first observed the blazing black flames, then turned to look at the boy standing opposite him who was isolated by the flames. Your eyes, Mangekyo Sharingan. At this time, Kagaya Sosuke discovered that the eyes of the kid opposite him were not simply 3 Megatama Sharingan, but a pair of scarlet eyes with strange patterns. As a long-standing family, the Kagaya clan is not uncommon for the records of the legendary eyes of the Uchiha clan. As a high-ranking member of the family, Kagaya Sosuke naturally did enough homework before coming. Actually, I don't really want to use these eyes. They're not cool at all. Uchiha Jin shook his head, feeling the power in his eyes pouring out like a floodgate, making him feel exhausted. Uchiha-jin's Mangekyo is not as gorgeous as the family records. The legendary Mangekyo Sharingan is as gorgeous as the pattern in the kaleidoscope. But his eyes went the other way. The three megatama that were rotating on the periphery disappeared, leaving only a simple in the middle of the scarlet pupil. Uchiha-jin would like to call it Sharingan without megatama. Everyone in the research institute who saw his Mangekyo for the first time subconsciously thought that this kid was not talented, and the awakened Sharingan didn't even have megatama. The kid who pretends to be a ghost, fight him closely, then he won't dare to use this fire escape. Koya Sosuke, who knew the indiscriminate characteristics of fire escape, immediately arranged tactics. The Kagaya people who were never afraid of death would naturally not retreat easily. Trouble. Looking at the Kagaya clan members rushing towards him, Uchiha-jin thought to himself that it was not good. His Mangekyo only had a single skill, Amaterasu, that could cause group damage. The Tsukuyomi carried by his other eye was only a single illusion, and it had no advantage against multiple enemies. Flame release, Kagutsuki. At this critical moment, a familiar voice sounded, and the black flames burning around Uchiha-jin seemed to be alive, and quickly began to extend, and entangled the Kagaya clan members at an extremely fast speed. The Kagaya clan member who accidentally touched a little black flame had no time to react. The next second, the black flames expanded rapidly, wrapping him into a fireman, and after a few breaths, it turned into a puff of smoke and left no body. Xiao Guang! How did you come out? Hearing the girl's voice, Uchiha-jin naturally knew that the black flames in front of him, which seemed to have self-awareness, were the ability of the girl's Mangekyo Sharingan, plus Gutsuki no Mikoto. If I don't come out, you'll be in danger. The girl rushed out to rescue Uchiha-jin, looking nervously at the strange enemy with fierce eyes in front of her. This was her first actual combat, her white hands were clenched tightly, and the sweat in her palms was almost dripping from her fingers. A pair of strangely patterned Sharingan looked at Uchiha-jin nervously, as if waiting for his order. Compared with the boy's simple Sharingan without megatama, the girl's Mangekyo was gorgeous. With three swallow-shaped shuriken connected at the tail, forming a beautiful pattern, which made the boy envious for a long time. Don't be nervous, just like the training in the institute. Seeing the girl's nervousness, Uchiha-jin, who was also a first-time fighter, knew that he could not show any discomfort, and immediately began to command the girl to fight. Use Amaterasu to circle them first. With Uchiha-jin's order, the girl worked hard to drive the black flame to surround Kagaya Sosuke and others. Use that again. Without the boy saying the name, the two people who had been cooperating for a long time tacitly activated their pupil power. The Kagaya people who were surrounded by the black flames of Amaterasu and had no way out suddenly found that the white moonlight at their feet had turned into a faint scarlet without them noticing. Everyone subconsciously raised their heads and was surprised to find that the moon in the sky had turned into a red full moon, and then a pattern exactly the same as the girl's pupil slowly emerged on the full moon. Imprint moon reading. All the Kagaya people felt a sharp pain in their heads, and there were red marks on their bodies that were the same as the pattern on the moon. As the patterns were all imprinted, the originally restless Kagaya people suddenly became extremely quiet, and purple-red light flashed in their eyes. Whew! After seeing the successful planting of the mark, Uchiha-jin breathed a sigh of relief. He had seen the ability of the girl's Mangekyo 8,000 spears. As long as the mark was engraved, he could only let her control him. Now we just need to wait for Uchiha Tajima to come back. After all, there was such a big commotion. The relaxed Uchiha-jin walked up to the girl and asked, "Is it barely enough?" Knowing that it was the first time for the girl to control so many people, Uchiha-jin worried that the girl could not afford it and asked with concern. If the girl felt that it was barely enough to continue, he would take action to eliminate some of the enemies to relieve the girl's pressure. "No, I feel better than ever." The girl shook her head with a satisfied look on her rosy face. Her 8,000 spears could not only control the imprinted reporters, but also absorb chakra from them endlessly. The girl, who was controlling so many people for the first time, took a deep breath and was in high spirits. After hearing the girl's explanation, Uchiha Jin stopped asking about it. He remembered that his aunt was still inside. Seeing the girl in good condition, he asked, "Is my aunt okay?" "I'm fine. Thank you, sister, for your forgiveness." Before the girl could answer, Uchiha Tajima's wife came out with 3 children. Looking at the patterns in the eyes of the 2 children in front of her that were completely different from the ordinary Sharingan, as the daughter of the former clan leader, she naturally knew that this was the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan. "I didn't expect you to have such a strong strength at such a young age. The future of Uchiha will be handed over to you too." Uchiha Tajima's wife smiled and joked. "Oh, aunt, what are you talking about?" Uchiha Jin, whose thoughts were exposed, touched his head in embarrassment, and the girl beside him had a brain freeze. "Young couple." Mumbling this unfamiliar word, Shy Red instantly covered his entire cheeks, smoke began to come out of his head, and he almost fainted. "Don't tease her. Aunt, how long will it take for uncle to come back?" No matter how thick-skinned Uchiha Jin was, he was embarrassed to bring up this topic in front of the girl. "It should be soon." Uchiha Tajima's wife looked at the lights in the distance and guessed. "Hurry up. Yan, you and I will go back first." Uchiha Tajima, who noticed the enemy's unusual appearance, immediately led a team with Uchiha Yan to rush back to the clan as quickly as possible. As soon as he entered the gate, he smelled a strong smell of blood, and he was immediately anxious. A team of people quickly rushed through the streets of the Uchiha clan, and saw many corpses of clan members and strangers along the way. After a few steps, they encountered a Kagaya team. Uchiha Tajima and others crushed them with their strength and quickly dealt with this team. They continued to set off according to the clues and wiped out a team of Kagaya people along the way. Using illusion from the captives, the target of interrogating the strongest elder Kagaya Sosuke is his family. Uchiha Tajima is as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. He can't wait for the team to collect the prisoners. He pulls Uchiha Yan to rush to his home first. Above the chaotic Uchiha clan land, there is a pair of eyes, watching everything indifferently. He saw the main force of the Kagaya clan controlled by Uchiha Jin and Uchiha Tajima, who was rushing towards them. A trace of determination flashed across his cold eyes. He lowered his head and looked at the jar in his hand. A weird smile appeared on his old face. The show has begun. End of this chapter. Chapter 53. The original owner's extra, immature mouth-to-mouth. At the gate of the clan leader's mansion, the Kagaya clan controlled by Uchiha Hikaru had dull eyes and lined up in an orderly manner following the girl's orders, waiting for the end of the battle outside the clan. The girl was still a little unskilled in releasing the 8,000 spears on so many people for the first time. She had no place to vent the absorbed chakra, which made her little head dizzy. My head was swelling. "Give me your extra chakra." Seeing the cute drunken girl, Uchiha Jin couldn't help laughing and suggested. Knowing that the boy wanted to help him share the pressure, Uchiha Hikaru immediately activated the Mangekyo. A blue light flashed, and a powerful chakra slowly came from the mark left by the combination technique just now. The boy's body, which had just become weak after using the Mangekyo, was revived as if it had been injected with chicken blood. "Thank you, Jin." The girl smiled lightly, with a hint of shyness on her slightly red face, which made the boy dazed for a while his aunt looked at the two of them with an aunt's smile. The boy, who didn't know how to answer, was brewing words, and suddenly, the girl who was shy a second ago burst out with a terrifying breath. The clear eyes were quickly covered with a layer of black air, and a strong pressure made the people around her breathe condensed. Uchiha Jin, who felt something was wrong, was about to step forward, but just as he raised his hand, the mark on the back of his hand suddenly felt a strong agitation, and his body stopped involuntarily. He felt that the chakra in his body was disappearing rapidly, his mouth could not open, and he had difficulty moving his eyes. At this time, he realized that in addition to himself, Uchiha Tajima's wife had also been marked with a mark at some point. And her eyes were dull as her chakra was extracted. But this scene was not the most terrifying. As the black air in the girl's eyes spread, the consciousness of the Kagaya clan members who were previously controlled by her began to recover. What's going on? The regained consciousness of Kagaya Sosuke looked at his clan members in doubt. The last memory of them who were trapped by the black flame just now was the red full moon rising in the sky. Elder, I can't move. Kagaya Takiya, who had been following Kagaya Sosuke, also regained consciousness. He found that he was like being cast into a fixed body spell and could not move at all. Me too. Me too. The rest of the awakened Hyuga clan members spoke out one after another. The only girl who could move in the whole place swept the people around her with her lifeless eyes, and finally fixed her eyes on the Hyuga clan members surrounded by the black flames. As soon as she raised her eyelids, the black flames obediently opened a gap, and the enchanting patterns in her eyes began to rotate slowly. With the blessing of the pupil power, the Hyuga clan members controlled by her found that their immobile bodies began to move involuntarily. A Hyuga clan member produced a white bone blade from his palm. In his horrified look, he swung it down fiercely, splitting his colleague in half, and the bright red liquid splashed all over his body. No. The Hyuga clan member he killed was his own brother. Before he could grieve, he looked down at the bone blade piercing his chest, and the blood in his mouth overflowed into his lungs. He fell straight on his brother's body without being able to speak. The controlled Uchiha Jin could only watch the slaughter. The members of the Kagaya clan cried and cursed, brandished their weapons and killed each other. The scene was immediately filled with blood. Elder Sosuke. Stop it! Compared to the strong bodies of ordinary Kagaya clan members, Kagaya Takiya, who had awakened the mutant Byakugan, had a very average physical fitness. Without the corpse vein, he was naturally no match for other clan members with his bare hands. Especially Kagaya Sosuke, who was like a hedgehog in front of him, stabbed him through the heart with just a face-to-face encounter. Corpse vein willow dance. Don't blame me, Takiya. The controlled Kagaya Sosuke could not stop himself from slaughtering his own clan members. He could only watch Kagaya Takiya, who trusted him very much, die under his corpse vein. Evil Uchiha! I will cut you into pieces. Kagaya Sosuke grew bone spurs all over his body, trying to regain control of his body with intense pain. It's a terrifying ability to be able to do this. The old man who had been watching from the sidelines couldn't help but sigh as he watched the girl controlling the Kagaya clan to kill each other. Before in the research institute, he used Wang Liang's ability to possess her to inject many negative emotions into the girl's mind, and at the same time left a pupil technique in the girl's mind. As long as he wanted, he could activate the pupil technique anytime and anywhere, let the girl's negative emotions burst out, and let her completely become a weapon in his hands. Why? Why do you treat me like this? At this time, Uchiha Guang's mind was filled with various scenes of being tortured, imprisoned, and studied by his clan members. In this memory, there was no Uchiha Jin. And he was used as a ruthless weapon by his clan members after opening the Mangekyo. The black air in his eyes became heavier with the ups and downs of his emotions, and the expression on his face became very hideous. A line of blood and tears flowed from the corners of his eyes because of the excessive use of the Sharingan. The controlled Uchiha Jin looked at the girl's painful expression, and his muscles were twitching. With the strong emotion bursting out, Uchiha Jin's eyes were shrouded by a cold breath. Relying on the burst of pupil power in his eyes, the boy actually broke the shackles of the 8,000 spears. The boy who regained his freedom felt dizzy, and everything in front of him suddenly became very blurry. The boy could no longer care about these. He rushed to the girl with high myopia, grabbed her shoulders, and tried to make her sober. Wake up! Xiao Guang! Uchiha Jin, who didn't know why the girl suddenly went berserk, could only try to use his mouth to make the other party regain consciousness. When the girl heard the familiar voice, a trace of struggle flashed in her lifeless eyes, and her body began to tremble slightly, as if resisting something. Xiao Guang, I am Uchiha Jin. We agreed to go to the land of water to eat seafood, go to the land of hot springs to soak in hot springs, and go to the land of snow to enjoy the snow. The boy, seeing that there was a chance, told them all the promises they had made since childhood. Woo! As the boy told them all the promises from childhood, the black air in the girl's eyes was suppressed, and her eyes gradually became clear. Jin, what have I done? The girl who had regained consciousness looked at the embarrassed Uchiha Jin in front of her, her body softened and fell into his arms, her pale mouth exhaled slightly, and she asked weakly. It's okay, I'm here. Uchiha Jin could no longer see the girl in front of him, so he reached out and touched her head, promising with a firm tone. Recovered. The panting Kagaya Sosuke suddenly paused, and the bone spur in his hand stopped in front of a clan member who closed his eyes and waited for death. The surviving Kagaya clan members escaped death, and they were controlled by the Red Moon to kill their colleagues. They were all in despair, and some of them had already exploded and fled madly. End of this chapter. Chapter 54 The Original Owner's Extra, count how many pairs of kaleidoscopes are there. Recovered. Uchiha Jin, who had been watching from the sidelines, saw that the girl controlled by her was actually awakened by Uchiha Jin. This wave of operations really surprised him. It seems that the plan to manipulate the girl to destroy the Uchiha clan has been stranded. But I still have a backup plan. The grey eyes swept across Uchiha Jin's face, and the old man's eyes showed a trace of struggle, but it didn't last for a few seconds, and his eyes became dead silent as if they were filled with ink. The pattern in the old man's eyes changed, and a black object separated from the Uchiha silver shadow and moved towards the direction of the Kagaya clan. Kagaya Sosuke, who had regained his freedom, looked at the two young Uchiha in the distance with fear. Now in this situation, there is no way to save the situation. After so much time, Uchiha Tajima must have seen through their plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain. The only way now is to run away before the two young people notice it. Where do you want to go? Elder Sosuke. Suddenly, a ghostly voice sounded in Kagaya Sosuke's ears. He subconsciously turned back to find the source of the voice and found no trace of any strangers. Just when he was about to leave, he was horrified to see a black head sticking out of his shadow. The head smiled strangely, turned into a pool of ink and merged into his body, and a familiar feeling of being manipulated surged into his heart again. Ha ha ha, Uchiha brats, have you thought of your last words? A roar broke the silence of the scene. Kagaya Sosuke, who exuded a tyrannical aura, had madness in his eyes. The bones generated by his hands turned into two huge bone blades, waving them and rushing towards them. Uchiha Jin frowned and looked at Kagaya Sosuke, who was coming aggressively. At this time, the girl in his arms became extremely weak because of overdrawing the use of the Mangekyo. He was almost blind in order to break the ability of the 8,000 spears. He barely mobilized the little chakra left in his body, carried the girl on his back and flew to avoid the opponent's attack. You can only hide, brat! The crazy Kagaya Sosuke shouted loudly, and Uchiha Jin did not indulge him, and immediately activated the Mangekyo in his right eye. Kagaya Sosuke, who realized that he was locked, suddenly turned sideways, and a black flame that should have burned on his chest covered his right arm. Having seen this fire power, he made a prompt decision and swung his hand with a bone blade to cut off his right arm. The arm that was severed was wrapped in black flames and fell to the ground. After a few breaths, it turned into a pile of ashes. Escape by cutting off the tail? Uchiha Jin thought to himself that it was not good. He no longer had extra chakra and pupil power to display the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. After stepping away and putting down the girl on his back, Uchiha Jin gritted his teeth, took out his long unused saber, stood in front of him, and 3 Megatama appeared in his eyes. It was time to show the Uchiha fighting style. Corpse Vein Tsubaki Dance. Seeing that Uchiha Jin was retreating instead of advancing, Kagaya Sosuke waved the bone blade with his only hand and faced this ignorant Uchiha kid. The consumption of Uchiha Jin with 3 Megatama is obviously much less. The Sharingan has extraordinary insight. Facing Kagaya Sosuke's violent attack, he relied on the insight and prediction of the Sharingan to take on the opponent's moves one by one. Seeing that his moves were resolved by Uchiha Jin, Kagaya Sosuke dropped the bone blade in his hand and started to fight with the opponent in close combat. Bone Vein Dance of Karamatsu. Kagaya Sosuke, who turned into a hedgehog, rushed towards Uchiha Jin. He was scratched by the opponent's bone spurs due to carelessness, and blood flowers bloomed all over his body. The intensive attacks could not be avoided even by the Sharingan. Just as Uchiha Jin and Uchiha Yan were in a stalemate, Uchiha Yu, who was watching the show, sensed Uchiha Tajima and Uchiha Yan who were rushing over from a distance, and a cruel smile appeared on his old face. "Finally, it's time for you to feel my pain." With a violent roll of black air in his eyes, Kagaya Sosuke, who was fighting with Uchiha Jin, paused and retracted the bone spurs all over his body. Uchiha Jin looked at the Kagaya clan who had the upper hand in front of him with doubt, wondering what tricks the other party would have. Just at this time, the opponent's resolute square face showed a weird smile, and he pressed his hands on the ground. Feeling the surging chakra under his feet, Uchiha Yin knew with his butt that the opponent was going to release a large AoE skill, and turned around and ran to the girl's position, ready to take the girl out of the skill range. When he rushed to the girl, the supervision of the Sharingan made him discover something that made him tear his eyes out. His aunt and 3 children were still lying not far behind Kagaya Sosuke, who was about to release a skill. He was now in front of Kagaya Sosuke, and the distance between the two was very far. Carrying the weak girl on his back, Uchiha Yin used all his strength and ran towards his aunt like the wind, but as Kagaya Sosuke completed the ninjutsu, the scene he least wanted to see still appeared. Bone Vein's Dance of Early Ferns? For a moment, a forest of bones rose up from the land within a kilometer, instantly swallowing up Uchiha Tajima's wife and 3 children who were drained of chakra and unconscious. "No!" Uchiha Jin roared in despair. "No!" Uchiha Tajima, who was trying his best to hurry on his way, watched his wife and children being buried in the gloomy bone forest. Uchiha Jin, who dodged the attack under his feet, didn't care about the sharp bone spurs around him, and rushed to the place where his aunt was buried like crazy, and Uchiha Tajima also rushed over. The two ignored the wounds on their bodies and broke the surrounding bone spurs with their bare hands. Even if they were lucky, the scene in front of them still made them collapse. The usually gentle and virtuous woman had lost her breath at this time. Several bone spurs pierced her delicate body from bottom to top. The child beside her was not spared either, and the sharp bone forest took their young lives. Uchiha Tajima collapsed. His beloved wife and newborn child were cruelly taken away. The piercing stimulation made his eyes dizzy. A large amount of cold chakra burst out from his brain, and the 3 Megatama in his 2 eyes began to rotate rapidly. The strong grief sublimated his Sharingan. As the Megatama spun faster and faster, the Megatama finally stuck together and turned into a windmill-shaped pattern. "Ha ha ha ha! Finally, I can get rid of the pain of my loved ones." Seeing Uchiha Tajima kneeling and screaming, Uchiha Yu held the jar in his hand and laughed like crazy. Tears were about to burst out. "Wang Liang, kill Uchiha Tajima!" Uchiha Yu wiped the tears from his eyes and ordered. Kagaya Sosuke, who was controlled by Wang Liang, received the order and did not hesitate to produce a bone spear with one hand again, ready to pierce Uchiha Tajima, who was in a trance. "Patriarch, be careful!" Several kunai with wind flew over, forcing Kagaya Sosuke, who was holding the bone spear, to retreat. Uchiha Yan, who was panting, arrived at this time and took a breath of cold air when he saw the tragic scene. Especially when he saw Uchiha Tajima's wife, who he had seen since childhood, lying on the ground, his old eyes also burst out with a strong cold air. Without waiting for him to take action, Uchiha Yin, who was also in a trance, silently raised his head at this moment. There was only a black dot in his scarlet eyes, and the small dot could be seen spinning rapidly. Amaterasu, the black flame comparable to the size of a fireball, suddenly wrapped around Kagaya Sosuke's body. Wang Liang, who had been prepared for this, controlled Kagaya Sosuke to use the corpse bone vein to cover his entire body with a white bone shell, and then used the trick of escaping from the shell to avoid the fatal blow. Wang Liang, come back! Seeing Uchiha Yan come to his senses and Uchiha Yan arrive to reinforce, Uchiha Yan, who had achieved his goal, immediately ordered Wang Liang to come back. Can anyone tell me what happened? Kagaya Sosuke, who had just woken up from a dream, felt a pain in his arm and found that one of his arms was broken at the root. All he could see around him was his bone forest. For a moment, he was completely confused. Shotsukuyomi! A cold voice sounded in his ears. When he looked up again, he saw a red full moon falling towards him. End of this chapter. Chapter 55. The original owner's extra. Someone has to take the blame when something goes wrong. The red moon hanging high in the sky slowly fell, bringing a huge pressure that made everyone on the ground breathless. Kagaya Sosuke, who was at the center, had a pale face. He could sense that he had been locked by the full moon and had nowhere to escape. Tsukuyomi has turned into a physical attack. Even if he was hiding far away, Uchiha Jin could feel the huge destructive power contained in the full moon. Kagaya Sosuke was unwilling to die in a foreign land, and squeezed the power in his blood desperately. The bones in his body began to grow rapidly, and the whole person instantly rose several meters, turning into a bone giant. His whole body was made up of grey bones, exposing white and hideous bone spurs. How can I die in the hands of such a little devil? Kagaya Sosuke's crazy roar came from the chest of the bone giant. Uchiha Jin still had no fluctuations in Kagaya Sosuke's changes. His two scarlet eyes looked at the falling red moon in the sky indifferently, and bright red blood kept gushing out of his eyes. His strong body was also losing weight at a speed visible to the naked eye. The bone giant raised his hand and turned it into a spiral bone spear. He charged towards the falling red moon with the force of thunder. The moment the bone spear touched the red moon, a strong airflow was generated, blowing everyone present. I couldn't open my eyes. What surprised everyone was that the bone giant transformed by Kagaya Sosuke actually resisted the momentum of the red moon's fall, which made Kagaya Sosuke, who was controlling the giant, raise a glimmer of hope and gradually smile. Kabang! The next second, there was a crisp kabang sound, and Kagaya Sosuke's smile, full of joy, froze. The bone giant spear began to break from the tip of the spear, and a crack spread from the tip of the spear to the whole body of the giant. Kagaya Sosuke, who had been arrogant and unruly all his life, did not leave even a last word, and disappeared into the world with the collapse of the bone giant. Uchiha Jin, stop it! Uchiha Yan, the only sober person in the audience, looked at the red moon that crushed the bone giant in horror, and found that its falling trend did not ease, and he couldn't help shouting loudly. Uchiha Jin turned a deaf ear to his words and still stood there woodenly, with blood all over his face and a dead air all over his body. The red moon slammed heavily on the ground with undiminished momentum, and a huge explosion sounded. The strong airflow generated swept several people away. When the dust cleared, Uchiha Yan raised his head and was stunned by the tragic scene in front of him. A huge deep pit appeared in the center of the Uchiha clan. The entire clan leader's mansion was razed to the ground, countless houses were destroyed, and the wailing of survivors was endless. Standing on the ground, Uchiha Yan was lying on his back, with blood flowing from the pores all over his body. The weak girl staggered to her feet and stumbled towards the fallen boy. The huge explosion woke up Uchiha Tajima, who was immersed in the grief of losing his wife and son. Feeling the surging pupil power in his eyes, he closed his eyes in pain. Oh ten God! But what's the use of that? Uchiha Tajima opened his eyes again and showed a bitter expression. He really couldn't bear the price of this pair of legendary eyes. Master, what happened to the clan? Uchiha Miao, who arrived late, was also shocked to see the ruined home, especially the deep pit in the middle, which was far beyond his understanding. Tell me what happened. Uchiha Tajima and the others came later and were not clear about what happened before. Jin and I had already controlled the invader, but... The girl, who was still sober, looked at Uchiha Jin, who was still unconscious, with concern and told the whole story. You said that your consciousness was out of control and you used the power of the Mangekyo unconsciously. When the girl said that she suddenly lost control, used the power of the 8,000 spears to absorb everyone's chakra, and controlled the people of the Kagaya clan to kill each other, Uchiha Miao couldn't help asking. The girl nodded. At that time, she really couldn't control her consciousness. Has a similar situation happened before? As a researcher, Uchiha Miao felt that this rampage was not an accident. Yesterday, Uchiha asked me to cooperate with the experiment. I fainted during the experiment, and then I had some not-so-good memories in my mind. The girl recalled and answered truthfully, that memory also appeared when I was out of control just now. After hearing the girl's explanation, Uchiha Miao fell into a brief thought. He remembered Uchiha Jin who was brought back from Uchiha's laboratory yesterday. At that time, the boy was also in a coma. After a while, he looked at the broken Uchiha Jin beside the girl and went out to ask, "What's the situation with Uchiha Jin?" "It's him. Everything here was done by him." Uchiha Yan, who had not spoken for a long time, suddenly said angrily, with a faint black air entangled in his scarlet eyes, "He used a technique that I had never seen before, and turned into a red full moon, raising our home to the ground." "No. Jin was trying to save us," the girl hurriedly explained after hearing this. "And if you hadn't absorbed the chakra of the clan leader's wife, she wouldn't have died at the hands of that Kagaya clan member." Uchiha Yan turned the gun around and vented his anger on the girl. "Ahem, who turned off the lights?" Uchiha Yan slowly woke up after hearing the quarrel, and opened his eyes with difficulty, only to find that everything was dark in front of him. "Ahem, are you okay?" The girl was overjoyed to see Uchiha Yan wake up. "Xiao Guang, stop making trouble, turn on the lights." The boy who had barely regained consciousness heard the familiar girl's voice and hurriedly urged. "No." The girl who was about to say something was stopped by Uchiha Miao. Uchiha Miao, who was well versed in the study of Sharingan, naturally saw the boy's problem, but he still had some things he wanted to confirm. "Uchiha Yin, do you remember what you did just now?" "Just now I saw." When Uchiha Yin just recalled what happened before, he suddenly fell silent. He witnessed his aunt, who treated him like her own child, being killed by the enemy, and lost his 3 younger brothers. "I'm sorry, I didn't protect my aunt and my brothers." Uchiha Jin didn't care why he couldn't see, he turned over and knelt on the ground, his forehead hitting the hard ground heavily. In exchange, Uchiha Tajima was silent. "We of you clan leader, please be sure the guy who destroyed the clan land must be severely punished." At some point, the survivors gathered around and cried to the silent Uchiha Tajima. As more and more people came to the scene, someone said the one who destroyed the clan land was Uchiha Jin, and the scene became out of control. Countless doubts were raised, and then turned into vicious curses. "Master clan leader, this matter should be related to Uchiha Yu's weapon plan." Uchiha Miao quietly appeared behind Uchiha Tajima and whispered. He mentioned that he would brainwash 2 people to remove their will. The loss of control of the 2 people in this battle is likely related to Uchiha Yu's experiment. Uchiha Tajima did not speak after hearing Uchiha Miao's analysis, but nodded slightly to show that he knew. Although Uchiha Yin, who was helped up by the girl, could not see, he probably knew everything he did after losing control from the words of the surrounding clansmen. "Uncle, I will use my life to atone for everyone's sins." End of this chapter. Chapter 56 The Original Owner's Extra, Uchiha's Novel Brain Circuit. Uchiha Jin, who was blind, could clearly sense the extreme emotions of the surviving tribesmen around him. The overwhelming malice swept towards him, making this usually optimistic and sunny boy feel extremely heavy. Even if what happened was not dominated by his own consciousness, it was his own power that caused the tribesmen to suffer painful injuries. Jin, what did you say? The girl who cared about Uchiha Jin heard what he said and asked hurriedly. Jin, this matter is not your fault. I fell into the enemy's trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain. If you hadn't stopped them, the tribe might have suffered a catastrophe. Several chapters passed, and Uchiha Tajima finally spoke. No, if I don't stand up and take this crime, the tribe will never forgive me. Uchiha Jin shook his head and stared at Uchiha Tajima with empty eyes. Do you really want to do this? Uchiha Tajima frowned and asked, sensing the boy's determination. He did not blame the boy for the tragedy in the clan land. Uchiha Jin had done everything he could. Anyway, I can't see now, and I will be a useless person in the future. The boy, who had guessed that he had gone blind due to overuse, said self-deprecatingly. No. I don't agree. You promised a lot of things that haven't been completed. You are not allowed to leave me. The girl, who sensed that the boy was getting farther and farther away from her, had tears in her eyes and held the boy's thin arm tightly. Grandpa Miao, when I'm gone, you will transplant my eyes to Xiao Guang, so that she won't be blind. Ignoring the girl's retention, Uchiha Jin turned to Uchiha Miao and said. The boy had read Uchiha's plan book on war weapons. The last few pages had a plan to complete the ultimate weapon. When one of the weapons reaches its limit, its mangekyo can be removed and transplanted to the other. There is a high probability that one person can have all the abilities of 2 pairs of mangekyo and will not be affected by vision loss. Okay. Seeing that the boy was determined to die, Uchiha Miao did not refuse. Xiao Guang, I'm sorry, even without me, you have to live freely, take my eyes and see the outside world. Finally, the boy stroked the head of the girl beside him, and gave earnest instructions, each word hitting the girl's tender heart like a hammer. No. Please, don't. Pull out his arm from the girl who tried to keep him, and regardless of the girl's humble plea, Uchiha Yin slowly walked to Uchiha Tajima. I have lost 4 relatives today. Uchiha Tajima's voice came, I don't want to lose another one. He regarded Uchiha Yin as his own son, and he couldn't do it anyway. Besides, your parents sacrificed themselves to save me. If I treat you like this, my sister and brother-in-law in the Pure Land will not forgive me. Uchiha Tajima recalled the mission that year. Because of the wrong intelligence, they were ambushed and suffered heavy losses. He and Uchiha Jin's parents were chased by the enemy. At the last moment, Uchiha Jin's parents sacrificed themselves to win a glimmer of life for him. But, hearing the rejection in Uchiha Tajima's tone, the boy frowned. I also awakened the Mangekyo. After experiencing the death of an important person, Uchiha Tajima also awakened the legendary eye of the Uchiha clan. My pupil technique is called Koda Amatsukami, which can modify people's will. Uchiha Tajima talked about the ability of his Mangekyo. I decided to use Koda Amatsukami to modify the will of everyone on the scene, so that they would forget the culprit who destroyed the clan land. He looked at the people present and proposed his plan. Master Clan Leader, can you modify the wills of so many people at once? As a researcher who has studied the Sharingan for many years, Uchiha Miao raised his doubts. It is impossible that the ability of Koda Amatsukami is unlimited, otherwise the Uchiha clan will unify the warring states in no time. Indeed, I can only modify the will of one person at a time, and there is a long vacuum period after using it. Uchiha Tajima, who knows his Mangekyo ability, explained. But, there is Jin. Uchiha Tajima pointed his finger at the stunned Uchiha Jin, who was stunned. You mean, use his Tsukuyomi? Hearing the meaning of Uchiha Tajima's words, Uchiha Miao suddenly realized. Uchiha Jin's Tsukuyomi has strong compatibility. Since it can cooperate with Uchiha Hikari's 8,000 spears, then Kota Amatsukami, who has similar abilities to 8,000 spears, may also be compatible. But my eyes are all ready. The boy who understood Uchiha Tajima's meaning helplessly pointed at his dull eyes. If you go blind, try to let Wuming replenish your chakra and pupil power. Uchiha Miao instructed. After hearing this, the girl hurriedly transferred the chakra and pupil power in her body through the mark on the back of Uchiha Jin's hand. Ah! The dry body received the chakra from the girl, and the boy moaned comfortably, which made the girl blush. As the cold pupil power was slowly injected, the boy's eyes that had lost their sight could actually see a blurry figure. Not very clear, but much better than blindness. The boy who regained his sight was very happy, and at the same time tried to activate the chakra of his eyes. A touch of scarlet bloomed from the boy's eyes. Sharingan can also be used. Uchiha Jin only felt that his whole body was full of strength, the whole person was in high spirits, and his mental state was much better than usual. Uncle, come quickly. The boy clenched his fists, feeling the majestic power flowing in his body. Facing the extremely energetic Uchiha Jin, everyone else was happy for him, only Uchiha Miao frowned. Looking at the boy's injuries, he shook his head imperceptibly, walked up and whispered in Uchiha Tajima's ear for a while. After listening, Uchiha Tajima frowned, and a trace of apology flashed in his eyes. "Ah Jin, have you thought about how to modify the will of the clan members?" Uchiha Tajima asked Uchiha Jin, who was excited. Hearing Uchiha Tajima's question, the boy who was still excited a moment ago became silent. The clan land was invaded by the enemy, but in the end, he and the girl had an unshirkable responsibility for this result. Turning his head to look at the girl who was at a loss and grabbing the corner of her clothes, Uchiha Jin already had his own thoughts in his mind. In this incident, the girl's sudden loss of control was an important factor in the sacrifice of her aunt and others. And she herself went berserk and destroyed most of the clan land, and countless clan members were killed and injured. Uchiha Tajima modified the will of other clan members to make everyone forget the culprit. But as a caster, Uchiha Tajima's memory will not change, which means that he will always live with this painful memory. "Uncle, if you want to modify it, I hope everyone will hate me." The boy raised his head with sincere eyes and asked Uchiha Tajima. "Even if the clan members can forget this memory, I can never forgive myself. It cannot be said that there will be no guilt by relying on the eye technique. This is not in line with the nature of the Uchiha clan. Almost all those who can awaken the Sharingan in the Uchiha clan are people with delicate emotions and value feelings, because they have a very deep love for people and things. So there will be deeper hatred after loss, and the change of emotions has shaped the unique bloodline of Sharingan. Let me atone for my sins in this way." The boy's eyes showed determination, and he would bear this sin alone. "Are you sure?" Hearing Uchiha Jin's words, Uchiha Tajima's face was a little moved. "You don't have to bear these at all." Knowing the boy's physical condition, he really couldn't bear Uchiha Jin to make such a choice. Feeling the tug at the corner of his clothes, Uchiha Jin lowered his head to look at the girl's tearful eyes, put his finger on her forehead, and said apologetically, "Xiao Guang, this time, please forgive me." End of this chapter. Chapter 57. The original owner's extra, the reason for being hated is found, end. The three megatama in his eyes flashed, and a simple illusion hypnotized the unsuspecting girl. Looking at the unconscious girl, the boy's tired eyes were full of apology. Uchiha Jin and Uchiha Tajima stood shoulder to shoulder on the ruins, their scarlet eyes looked at each other, and the megatama in their eyes began to spin rapidly. Uchiha Jin's three megatama disappeared in his pupils as they spun, turning into his unique Magatama-free kaleidoscope, while Uchiha Tajima's eyes turned into a kaleidoscope with windmill patterns. Tsukuyomi? As Uchiha Jin's pupil power increased, a red moon rose slowly, and the blood-red light enveloped the entire Uchiha clan. The survivors raised their heads and looked up at the sudden scene. Uchiha Tajima's eyes widened, and the two windmills in his eyes began to rotate faster. Kota Amatsukami? The pupil power of the two intertwined with each other, and a windmill-shaped emblem slowly emerged above the full moon in the air. As the huge windmill slowly turned above the red moon, everyone present felt dizzy, and a strong mental power surged into their brains, and a windmill-shaped emblem emerged in their minds. Success! Uchiha-jin struggled to maintain Tsukuyomi. He had only cooperated with the girl in the combination of Mangekyo before. I didn't expect that he and Uchiha Tajima would be so compatible. It should be that as cousins, the two have close blood, so the cooperation of Mangekyo is so smooth. What should we call this technique? Uchiha Tajima looked at the red moon emitting a seductive light above his head and asked. Let's call it limited Tsukuyomi. Uchiha-jin touched his curly hair. He was bad at naming and couldn't think of any good name. This technique might be his last one, so it was appropriate to call it this name. As long as you are happy. Uchiha Tajima glanced at his nephew and couldn't complain. Master, I have a favor to ask. All the clan members under the red moon were trapped in the illusion, and their wills were being modified, including the girl who also had a Mangekyo. Looking at the girl standing quietly, Uchiha-jin spoke solemnly. You say? The first time he heard Uchiha-jin call him clan leader, Uchiha Tajima knew that the boy's next request was very important. When the technique is over, I hope to transplant my eyes to Xiaoguang, my body. The boy brought up the old things again. He had experienced the exhaustion of his pupil power and felt the fear of blindness. When he ran away earlier, his Mangekyo overdrew a lot of vitality from his body. Now his body has been irreversibly damaged. His eyes may no longer be usable, and even chakra is out of his reach. Uchiha Tajima did not speak, but nodded gently to the boy. Uchiha Miao had just revealed Uchiha-jin's physical condition to him. The boy was already a dying candle in the wind, and it was a question whether he could survive afterwards. All the people in the clan and those who had just returned to the clan were bathed in the red moonlight. In a corner far away, an old man with a hideous face fell into a stagnant stillness, and it can be seen that he was also hit by the limited moon reading. After an unknown amount of time, the full moon in the sky slowly dissipated in the black night sky. In the ruins, Uchiha-jin smiled and made a V to Uchiha Tajima. Before Uchiha Tajima could say anything, the boy's face suddenly changed, and countless blood spurted out of his eyes and nose and mouth. The boy bathed in blood just fell on his back. Jin! Uchiha Tajima was quick-witted and dodged to catch the boy. He stretched out his hand to feel the faint heartbeat of Uchiha-jin, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. The people who were hit by the limited Tsukuyomi of Kota Amatsukami woke up one after another. Seeing the messy clan land, the surviving clan members were all grief-stricken and cursed the enemies who attacked the clan land, but no one mentioned Uchiha-jin again. The will of everyone in the clan land was rewritten. In their current cognition, the culprit who destroyed the clan land was not Uchiha-jin, but a group of mysterious enemies. It was only known that the clan leader's mansion and several important places were attacked. The clan leader's wife and several children were killed by the enemy, most of the clan land was razed to the ground, and the survivors were unknown. Uchiha Miao and Uchiha Yan, who also woke up, saw Uchiha-jin, who was covered in blood, held by Uchiha Tajima, and flew forward to check. Clan leader, Uchiha-jin's condition is not optimistic. Uchiha Miao, who is proficient in the human body, saw at a glance that Uchiha-jin was already exhausted. If he was not treated, he would probably die. I will go after these despicable guys now. Uchiha Yan was more concerned about the whereabouts of the enemy, and his slightly red eyes searched for the attackers' traces. These two people were not spared from the limited moon reading. Their memories were no different from those of ordinary clan members, except that they followed the clan leader on the road and found Uchiha-jin lying in the ruins covered in blood. No need, Uchiha-jin has wiped out all the enemies. Uchiha Tajima, who was holding Uchiha-jin, said something shocking. How is it possible? Uchiha Yan was shocked. In his cognition, Uchiha Jin was a nasty kid who was usually unlearned and had no strength to open his Sharingan. Uchiha Jin opened the legendary eye under the stimulation of the enemy. Uchiha Tajima, who had thought of the wording in advance, said nonsense without blushing, but this kid seems to have overdrawn the power of his eyes. Let's check it out first. He handed Uchiha Jin in his hand to Uchiha Miao, turned around and ordered, Elder Yan. Go and collect the enemy's body and see where the other party came from. Hey? Why is Wu Ming here? Uchiha Miao, who checked Uchiha Jin's body, saw the girl fainted beside him and asked in confusion. I brought her here. Maybe the scene was too exciting and she fainted for a while. In the cognition of others, the girl became a test subject of the research institute because she awakened the special ability of the Sharingan. Then I will take her back too. It's the same whether you take one or two. Uchiha Miao carried 2 people on his shoulders and ran to the research institute. Ah! Where is my research institute that big? How can it just disappear? Dazed, Uchiha Miao looked at the research institute that was also raised to the ground, and wailed in disbelief. With the evaporation of the research institute, all the information about Uchiha Jin also disappeared from this world, and no one could prove how excellent he was and how cheerful his personality was. At this time, everyone's rewritten memories more or less had a trace of disgust towards Uchiha Jin. This was Uchiha Jin's own request. Even if the clan members forgot his sins, he still couldn't forgive himself and wanted to use this method to whip himself. Another paranoid curly-haired man, Shisui, and Yudaki were not able to help him. In a dark corner, the old man with a hideous face also woke up. He looked around in confusion, and felt a chaos in his mind. Before he could insert anything into his memory, the old man felt a sudden soreness in one eye, and the scarlet eye slowly dyed grey. At the same time, a large section of memory began to play backwards. Hoo! I almost fell into Uchiha Tajima's trap. The sweaty old man touched his blind eye with relief and said hatefully. Izanagi. The forbidden technique called Izanagi can turn things that happened within a period of time that are unfavorable to oneself into nothing. Only choose things that are beneficial to oneself to become reality. The activation time varies according to each person's ability, but after using it, the Sharingan that casts the technique will be blind. The cautious Uchiha wrote Izanagi in his eyes when he saw the red moon rise. When attacked by other techniques, Izanagi will be released actively to offset the negative effects of the technique. Now, there is one more person in the world who knows the truth. Wang Liang, let's go. Uchiha Tajima opened the Mangekyo. He is definitely not its opponent in his one-eyed state. He gently stroked the Sharingan in the jar in his arms. The 2 eyes recorded the cruel scene of Uchiha Tajima murdering his son. Every time he read it, he couldn't sleep at night, and his hatred became stronger. The clone named Wang Liang followed the old man, and a trace of gloom flashed in his dull eyes. The several pairs of Mangekyo that appeared this time were not in the only remaining medical point in the clan. Clan leader, Uchiha Jin's body is overdrawn too seriously, and the cells in his body are close to collapse. The backlash of the Sharingan pupil technique has corroded his body. If no measures are taken, he may not survive tonight. Uchiha Miao, who took off his mask, said with a worried look. Transplant his eyes to Wu Ming. Uchiha Tajima said, it's a burden to keep the Mangekyo Sharingan on him now. Replace him with ordinary eyes later to reduce his burden. Yes. Uchiha Miao immediately accepted the order. In his cognition, the institute originally only had Wu Ming's pair of Mangekyo. He didn't expect that the usually annoying Uchiha Jin also awakened, but it was a pity that he was scrapped just after awakening. It's what he deserves. Who told him to do that? Uchiha Miao, who was subconsciously complaining in his mouth, suddenly stopped talking, frowned and began to think, when did Uchiha Jin offend him? Was it yesterday or last month? Yan, go find me a pair of ordinary people's eyes. He couldn't figure out why he hated Uchiha Jin, so he could only work first. The institute was destroyed before, all the experimental materials were also destroyed, and various organs had to be collected again. His workload was heavy again. The chubby Uchiha Yan received the order and prepared to go to the prison to find a lucky person. When he passed the morgue, he stopped. Thinking of the enemy corpse he had just collected, he felt that he didn't need to make another trip. Randomly opened a bed and saw a male corpse with a terrified expression. The eyes were intact. Uchiha Yan didn't pick and choose. He took off the eyes of the man with a big hole in his chest, threw them into the nutrient solution, and went to report to Uchiha Miao. The unconscious boy underwent an eye replacement operation. The removed eyes were soaked in nutrient solution. The boy who replaced the new eyes had a bandage on his face and lay unconscious on the bed. "Master, I will go to transplant eyes for Wu Ming first." Uchiha Miao, holding Uchiha Yin's eyes, left first. "Yin, is it really worth it?" Looking at Uchiha Yin who tortured himself to pieces, Uchiha Tajima said with some heartache. "Ahem. This is the pain I should bear." Uchiha Jin, who had woken up at some point, answered weakly. "Jin, do you have any other requests?" Uchiha Tajima said bitterly, unable to bear to see his nephew in such pain. "If possible, seal my memory as well. I can't face other people now." Uchiha Jin's tone was filled with loneliness. Now the whole world has forgotten his past, and his former relatives and friends are now strangers. "Okay, I promise you." Uchiha Tajima said, putting his hand on Uchiha Jin's head, and a windmill-shaped kaleidoscope appeared in his eyes. He poured his pupil power into Uchiha Jin's brain, sealed all his memories after awakening the kaleidoscope, and rewrote his memory to be the same as others. Who? After doing this, Uchiha Tajima closed his eyes breathlessly. After using the power of the Mangekyo twice in a row, his body began to suffer backlash. Feeling the cessation of the fetal movement in his eyes, Uchiha Tajima knew that his Mangekyo had entered a cooling period, but he didn't know how long this time would be. On the other side, Uchiha Miao took advantage of the girl's coma and performed a transplant operation on her. After the operation, he pushed the girl into the ward and waited for her to wake up. Woo! After shaking her long eyelashes a few times, the girl who had been in a coma for a while finally woke up. Feeling the unprecedented pleasure in her eyes, the girl's heart trembled, and she picked up the small mirror beside the bed and began to look at her eyes. Opening her Mangekyo Sharingan, the girl felt the familiar power from the slightly changing patterns. Looking at the extra black spots in the middle of her patterns, tears flowed unconsciously. "Wu Ming, are your eyes still adapted?" Uchiha Miao, who pushed the door open with a report, asked. But when he saw the patterns in the eyes of the girl who turned her head, he said excitedly, "It seems to be successful." "Where is Yin?" Wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, the girl stood up and stared at Uchiha Miao and asked. "What are you talking about?" Uchiha Miao, whose memory was modified, frowned and asked. In his memory, Uchiha Yin and Wu Ming had no intersection. "Take me to see him." The girl with a terrifying pressure in her eyes spoke again. Feeling an unprecedented pressure, Uchiha Miao surrendered immediately and took the girl to the door of a ward. "The clan leader is inside, you should be careful when you speak." Uchiha Miao reminded the suddenly terrifying girl, fearing that she would conflict with the clan leader. "I can go in by myself." Ignoring Uchiha Miao's words, the girl pushed the door open and walked in. What came into view was the familiar boy lying on the bed. At this time, the boy fell asleep with a smile on his face, as if he had dreamed of something beautiful. Standing by the bed was Uchiha Tajima. At this time, the clan leader looked a little weak and kept rubbing his eyes. "Master, how is Jin?" the girl asked carefully, without any of the arrogance she had just shown when facing Uchiha Miao. "Wu Ming? Why are you here?" Uchiha Tajima, whose eyes were a little confused, saw that the person who came was actually a girl who had a very good relationship with Uchiha Jin, but she should have also been hit by the limited moon reading. I still remember everything, the girl said incoherently. She knew the plan of Uchiha Jin and the clan leader. Before she fell into a coma, she was afraid that she would forget about Jin when she woke up. But from the current situation, she was immune to the influence of the limited moon reading. Uchiha Tajima frowned. He was very confident in his ability. Anyone who was hit by his Kota Amatsukami would be affected, unless Uchiha Tajima looked at the girl's eyes and found that the pattern of her kaleidoscope had changed slightly. He asked with emotion, "Did you successfully transplant Jin's eyes?" "Yes, Jin's eyes have been integrated into my body." The girl touched her eyes and said sadly. Uchiha Tajima immediately remembered Uchiha Jin's plan for war weapons. It was indeed written at the end that when Uchiha Jin and his two Sharingan merged, a pair of unlimited Mangekyo would be born, which would not be limited by pupil power and would not affect vision. It seems that after the girl merged with Jin's Mangekyo, her Mangekyo level was much higher than her own, which could explain why the girl was immune to her own Kota Amatsukami. Thinking of this, Uchiha Tajima shook his head and said, "I'm glad you didn't forget Jin, but..." As he said that, he turned his head and looked at Uchiha Jin, who was in a coma. "Jin's memory has been sealed by me, and now he can't remember you." After explaining, Uchiha Tajima sighed a little. The boy thought the world had forgotten him, but he never thought that the most important person to him hadn't forgotten him, but he had chosen to forget others. What a bloody plot! Is it a Korean drama? Why? Lying on the boy's bed, the girl burst into tears. Maybe he loves this family too much. Uchiha Tajima sighed. Uchiha Jin, who possessed the legendary eye, destroyed most of the clan's territory. He could have chosen to eliminate all opposing voices, cover up the truth and become a hero. But he chose the most difficult path. The power of the Uchiha clan comes from the eyes, and the key to opening the eyes is emotion. The outside world's prejudice against the Uchiha is cold and ruthless. The truth is that a ruthless Uchiha will never be able to open the Sharingan in his lifetime. Those who open the Sharingan are basically clan members with great love and hatred. The reason why Uchiha Jin can open the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan at a young age is because he loves his home and family too deeply. "Please let me become a weapon." The girl wiped away her tears and raised her head and said resolutely, "Let me carry Jin's eyes and continue to protect this family he loves deeply." A few years later, the girl who fought for the family was ambushed and sealed by the enemy, and her whereabouts have been unknown since then. Uchiha Tajima, who was settling scores after the event, captured Uchiha, the culprit who caused Uchiha Jin and the others to lose control, with thunderous means, and imprisoned him in dungeon number 0. The information about the weapon plan was found in his house, and was also secretly sealed by Uchiha Tajima. End of this chapter. Chapter 58. The Most Trustworthy Person. In the dark dungeon, there was a swish of turning pages. Uchiha Jin frowned and read the document in his hand carefully. This was a plan that Uchiha took out to prove what he said. Touching the rough texture of the document, it was indeed a bit old. On the old cover, it was written, "War Weapon Development Plan." Author, Uchiha Tajima. Editor-in-Chief, Uchiha Miao. Unable to complain about this file name full of loopholes, he read it word by word. The document is quite lengthy. The first half focuses on the original owner and Wuming's Mangekyo abilities and the flaws of their abilities. Then it points out that the two people's Sharingan are highly compatible, and releasing their abilities at the same time can simultaneously increase the destructive power of the Mangekyo. Uchiha Miao believes that the Uchiha clan's bloodline is much more emotional than other people. This is especially true for teenagers. Once two young boys and girls whose ages and abilities do not match lose control of their emotions, it will bring great losses to the family. Fearing this situation, Uchiha Miao proposed to duel the two people. Transformation operation. On the premise of retaining their abilities, the instability of the two people's autonomous consciousness is eliminated, making them weapons without emotions to fight for the family. These contents made Uchiha Jin feel a headache. The original owner had a high trust in Uchiha Tajima, and the Uchiha in front of him took out this document with the intention of killing him. Flipping to the last few pages, the document focuses on the solution to the irreversible decline of the power of the Mangekyo pupil. According to the past records of the clan, when a pair of Mangekyo pupils are exhausted, there will be phenomena such as decline in body functions, decline in immunity, and most importantly, decline in vision. The solution that has been tried is to transplant another pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. If there is no rejection of the two pairs of Mangekyo, the pupil power can be restored, and there is a chance that the full capabilities of the two pairs of Sharingan can be used. So, my Sharingan was taken away. Uchiha Jin raised his head and asked Uchiha Yu, who was sitting beside him. The other party nodded after hearing it. Yes, your Sharingan was taken away by Uchiha Tajima afterwards and successfully transplanted to Wuming, who could control it better. Sure enough, the original owner's eyes were not his own. From the surprised reactions of Uchiha Tajima and others when he returned from the mission, Uchiha Jin could guess that his current eyes might not even belong to the Uchiha clan. What happened to Wuming in the end? Uchiha Jin was more curious about the final destination of Wuming. According to the information sent back by Wang Liang, Wuming's strength increased greatly after transplanting Yor Mangekyo. He was sent by Uchiha Tajima to perform cruel war missions. His strange abilities made other families very afraid. With a faint black light in his single eye, Uchiha Jin said slowly. Not long after, she was ambushed by the Senju clan and the Sarutobi clan while performing a mission, and was sealed in an unknown place. She was actually sealed. Frowning, Uchiha Jin didn't know why, but subconsciously wanted to find this girl called Wuming. For a moment, the restlessness in his heart made him a little breathless, and there was a faint air stagnation in his chest, making him feel like he couldn't get it out. You led me here and told me these secrets. Do you want me to do something? Although this man named Uchiha Jin Liadeng is his grandfather by blood, his purpose is definitely not as simple as recognizing himself, otherwise why would he go to so much trouble to instill so many so-called truths into himself? That's right. Uchiha Yan admitted generously. In fact, I could have fought with Meng Ixi a long time ago, but Uchiha Tajima is too powerful, and you and I can't match him. What's more, you have lost your Sharingan and your strength has already fallen to the bottom. Uchiha Yan knew that Uchiha Yan's body functions were close to collapse after overdrawing the Mangekyo Sharingan 6 years ago. Although he stripped off the Sharingan in time, the meridian foundation of his body had already been damaged by the backlash of the Mangekyo pupil technique. If he was lucky, he could still retain a trace of chakra, but if he was unlucky, he would be a useless person. From the current situation, he is lucky. Then what are you looking for me for now? Uchiha Yin, who knew that the original owner's strength was indeed not good, asked again. Uchiha Yan captured a ninja from the Sarutobi clan some time ago. Uchiha Yan's eyes gleamed. That guy knows where Wuming is sealed. So that's it, this Uchiha Yan is targeting Wuming, Uchiha Yan suddenly realized. Although he has not seen Wuming fight head-on, judging from the several abilities she possesses after the transplant, her combat power is no weaker than Uchiha Itaki and Uchiha Suzuki, who use the Mangekyo. As long as Uchiha Yan tortures out the seal of Wuming, then Uchiha Tajima will definitely take action immediately to break the seal and master his most proud war weapon again. Uchiha Yan stared at Uchiha Yan's eyes and said firmly. As long as you follow Uchiha Tajima and the others to unlock the seal, I will have a way for you to control Wuming before him, and then no one in the Uchiha clan will be your opponent. Why? Because the author is handsome? Or the reader is handsome? When Uchiha Jin heard Uchiha Jin's plan, his first reaction was, why can he follow Uchiha Tajima to participate in such a confidential mission? From what Uchiha Jin said, he had stabbed Uchiha Tajima in the back, and the other party didn't kill him because of the blood relationship. Who would reuse a person who had betrayed him? As long as you say you want to go on a mission with him, he will definitely agree. Seeing Uchiha Jin's doubts, Uchiha Jin whispered with an inexplicable look in his eyes. I can only say that Uchiha Tajima is now in this world. The only person he can trust is you. Hearing Uchiha Jin's hoarse whisper, Uchiha Jin's brain crashed directly. The Uchiha clan was immersed in the silent night. In the mansion where Uchiha Tajima lived, Madara and Izuna had already gone to bed early. The candles in the study were still lit. Uchiha Tajima sat cross-legged on the couch with his eyes closed. A cold breath flowed around him. At this moment, he was tempering the chakra in his body. Who? After an unknown amount of time, Uchiha Tajima took a deep breath and opened his eyes. At this moment, his eyes were not the three megatama that could be seen normally. A windmill-shaped pattern slowly rotated in his pupils, feeling under the powerful pupil power. Uchiha Tajima thought to himself. It seems that I have recovered almost completely. Recalling the incident 6 years ago, Uchiha Tajima closed his eyes painfully. If God could give him another chance to start over, he would rather give up the strongest eyes than let that happen. Because that incident not only made him lose his beloved, but also made his beloved nephew the target of public criticism. End of this chapter. Chapter 59. You were stabbed to death by the door. In the number 0 dungeon, Uchiha's face looked very pale and strange under the flickering candlelight on the wall. After listening to his story, Uchiha Jin couldn't help but think about it. The old man in front of him might really be the grandfather of the original owner. Uchiha Jin was shocked when he told the secrets of the past. The uncle Uchiha Tajima, who was very caring for him in the original owner's memory, turned out to be such a cruel man. Not only did he kill his parents and imprison his grandfather, he also controlled him to brainwash and dig out his eyes. He looked up at the old man in front of him again. The other person looked at him with a kind and genuine look. If it was the original owner, he might have believed it, but he was not the real Uchiha Jin, and he subconsciously did not want to be involved in the vortex of the original owner's fate. At this time, he still had an incomplete system on his body, and he might go crazy at any time. First, set a small goal for yourself, to live until the founding of Konoha. Jin, don't worry too much. You just need to find the whereabouts of Wuming with Uchiha Tajima. After finding Wuming, you will put this on her. As he said that, Uchiha took out a simple headband from his body and put it in front of Uchiha Jin. I installed a control device inside. It can take control of Wuming from Uchiha Tajima. When you come back, I can control Wuming, remove her Sharingan and transplant it to the grandsons, so that the two can avenge their hatred and unify the Uchiha clan. You will be the clan leader then. There is a kind of bewitching power in the old man's words. Uchiha Jin, who is not very firm in mind, slowly shows a feeling of longing in his eyes, and is about to fall into the trap of this old thief. Suddenly, a coolness came from his eyes, and Uchiha Jin immediately regained consciousness, and at the same time broke out in a cold sweat. Looking at the old man with a little vigilance, Uchiha Jin thought to himself that this old man really had no good intentions and started to make big promises for him. The rich experience of social animals in his previous life told him that those who make big promises are not very reliable. Okay, Grandpa. We, the grandson and the grandson, are united and can break metal with our strength. I will go and prepare. Uchiha Jin, who felt that the situation was not good, immediately backed out. But the situation was stronger than the person, and it was not appropriate to tear the face with this old man. Putting away the headband, Uchiha Jin took the old man's hand affectionately, tears filled his eyes, and his voice was a little trembling. Grandpa! You have worked hard all these years. Your grandson will definitely save you. This sudden change made Uchiha Jin confused for a while. His eldest grandson didn't seem to be very smart. Could such a guy really complete his plan? Or let Wang Liang possess him directly? I am staying in this dungeon not because I can't get out, but just to avoid unnecessary suspicion from Uchiha Tajima. You don't have to worry about my situation. The important thing is to find Wu Ming first." The old man shook his head with a haughty look. "In that case, grandson will take his leave first." Uchiha Yin was ready to slip away. "You go back first. I'll let Wang Liang notify you if there's anything." Uchiha Yao didn't try to keep him. He nodded to send him away. Uchiha Yin was about to turn around, but heard Uchiha Yao's voice behind him. At this time, Uchiha Luiying has returned. "I'll let Wang Liang take you back." After that, the weird old jailer emerged from the dark corner. Unlike the expressionless look in the past, he had a faint smile in the corner of his eyes at this time, which made Uchiha Yin shudder. "That's really a big help." Uchiha Yin licked his dry lips and knew he couldn't escape. The old jailer turned into a black shadow and wrapped him up. Uchiha Yin, who was wrapped in it, felt that all his 5 senses were lost, and then his body moved quickly. In a few breaths, the light reappeared in front of him. He was already outside the dungeon gate, and the old jailer was nowhere to be seen. He looked up at the sky. "Forget it. I received a lot of information today. I went home to sort out my thoughts and skipped work." On the way home, the Uchiha clan members around him still kept their distance from him. However, in the past few days, Uchiha Jin had long been accustomed to it. The original owner took the blame. He had no psychological burden at all. "Why did you come back so early today? Did you get off work so early?" Senju Itama, who was wearing a home suit, was cleaning with a broom. Seeing Uchiha Jin who came back early, he asked in surprise. "It's better not to go to this B class." Uchiha Jin squinted his dead fish eyes and yawned and complained. "You are quite familiar with people." Looking at Senju Itama's posture, Uchiha Jin said with a teasing expression. "Evil Uchiha, who is so familiar with you?" Hearing Uchiha Jin's ridicule, Chien with a red face, Xiao Banjian threw the broom away, turned around and fled back to the bedroom, slamming the door shut. What a kid who can't stand being teased. Uchiha Jin shook his head, the kid was still too thin-skinned. "Cousin, I'm coming in." As the door was kicked open, Uchiha Izuna rushed in. Uchiha Izuna, if you can't give me a reasonable explanation, you'll be buried with my door." Looking at the crumbling door, the angry Uchiha Jin grabbed Uchiha Izuna's hedgehog head and threatened with hatred. "Woo woo woo!" The captured Izuna screamed in pain. "Stop, stop, stop, you're going to become bald. I have something important to tell you." "Tell me, what is it?" After hearing this, Uchiha Jin let go of his hand, and Izuna, who was covering her head, had tears in her eyes. "Dad asked me to tell you something." "What does uncle want?" Uchiha Tajima actually contacted him again. Did he find out his little trick? "There is a mission in 3 days, and Dad asked me to inform you, and we will go together then." Uchiha Izuna, who turned over, puffed up his little face and said seriously. "What is the mission content? What kind of mission actually let Izuna, a little kid, to inform? Generally speaking, it is conveyed by a special person. It is suspected of confidentiality, and it cannot be disclosed for the time being. You will know when you go." Uchiha Izuna turned sideways, his eyes rolling, and said mysteriously in a low voice. Bang! Uchiha Jin punched Uchiha Izuna on the head, who looked arrogant. "Why don't you fix the door for me?" Uchiha Izuna, who had a big bump on his head, took a hammer and nails and huddled there to fix it. After a while, Uchiha Izuna, who looked proud, supported the newly restored door and said, "I am a professional in repairing doors." "Then you were stabbed to death by the door." Uchiha Jin, who knew the plot, thought of the cause of death of the kid in front of him, and couldn't help rolling his eyes and complaining in his heart. "Do you think you are thinking about something bad?" Seeing Uchiha Jin's weird eyes, Uchiha Izuna, who looked confused, couldn't help asking. Izuna, treat your cousin better, maybe your cousin can save your life from the door in the future. Touching Uchiha Izuna's little head, Uchiha Jin said seriously. Ah! You hit my bag. The sudden tenderness did not move Izuna. The boy, who was jumping up and down in pain, covered his head and hurriedly left. If he stayed here any longer, his life would be in danger. Seeing the miserable Uchiha Izuna, Uchiha Jin felt relieved. The pressure accumulated today was swept away. He touched his empty stomach and asked the room, "What do you want to eat tonight, Banjian kid?" End of this chapter. Chapter 60. A gentleman takes action instead of talking. Senju Banjian, who was peeking at the conversation between Uchiha Jin and Uchiha Izuna, immediately retracted his head back to the bedroom. When he heard the word eating, the kid's eyes lit up and the corners of his mouth just curled up. Then he thought of his character as a member of the Senju clan and shouted stubbornly, "You damn curly-haired gorilla, don't think of corrupting me with Uchiha's sugar-coated bullets." Hearing his new nickname, Uchiha Jin's fists hardened, and he vowed to treat this stinky kid well afterwards. "Really not eating? I want to make sweet and sour fish." Uchiha Jin tempted with ill intentions. "Even if I starve to death or jump off here, I won't eat a bite of your food." Recalling the sweet and sour pork ribs he had eaten, Senju Banjian swallowed hard and continued to be stubborn. Fish is his favorite food. When his elder and second brothers are free, they will take him to the river to fish. The grilled fish is fresh and fragrant. "Oh, this sweet and sour fish is so delicious." Looking at Senju Banjian, who buried his head in the bowl and ate heartily in front of him speechlessly, "Are you sure this kid is not called Senju Jings? After all, this kid is just a 5-year-old child, and he can easily handle delicious food. Eat slowly, be careful of fish bones." Worried that the kid who eats so fast will be choked by fish bones, Uchiha Jin reminded him. The mission has not been completed yet. If this kid is choked to death by fish bones, it would be too unfair for him. Hearing this, Senju Banjian paused his chopsticks and raised his head in confusion. When did he get to the table? What's up with the sour and sweet fish in his mouth? "You despicable curly-haired gorilla, you actually used an illusion on me." After swallowing the food in his mouth, Senju Itama showed an expression of seeing through everything. He was actually caught in the illusion of this Uchiha in front of him, otherwise he would never eat a bite of this guy's food. "Don't leave it there for me to imagine. Go and clean up after you finish eating. I have something to go out for." He slapped Senju Itama, who was trapped in his imagination, arranged him clearly, and got up and walked to the backyard. Looking at the bare area behind his house, Uchiha Jin touched his chin and thought, "I don't know what skills I can get today. Anyway, except for 1-on-7, I can do it." As he prayed, Uchiha Jin felt the breath around him condense. "It's coming! It's coming!" The sky suddenly changed color, and a charming red moon slowly appeared. A grey-white wall with rippling water flashed in the empty backyard, and a familiar old friend walked out from it. I%number. A beautiful Chinese quintessence that could not pass the review came out of Uchiha Jin's mouth. While speaking, his eyes instantly entered a combat state, and the 3 black megatama in his bright red Sharingan slowly rotated. Since he was promoted to 3 megatama, Uchiha Jin's strength has been close to that of a Jonin. It's only because the original owner's body was so weak, otherwise he, who could use Amaterasu in his right eye beyond the specification, should be able to compete with the future Xiaoqiang mentors. Amaterasu. Uchiha Jin chose to take the initiative. Those who tried to test him were all idiots. For the enemy, you should use a sure kill as soon as you meet him. The pitch-black flames ignited from Uchiha attack his body out of thin air. Seeing that he hit it so easily, Uchiha Jin was delighted. Could it be that this time it would work? Unexpectedly, the next second, Uchiha Itaki, who was hit by Amaterasu, turned into a flock of crows and fled. The black flames had no target, and they stayed in the air for a few seconds before dissipating. Crow clone technique? Dozens of crows quickly gathered in front of Uchiha-jin and turned into a human figure. This is one of Uchiha Itake's signature ninjutsu. Tsukuyomi. Before he could react, Uchiha-jin's eyes met the other's cold Mangekyo Sharingan, but at this time, Uchiha Itake, who should have no emotions, actually had a hint of playfulness in his eyes that Uchiha-jin didn't notice. Without any suspense, Uchiha-jin was pulled into Uchiha Itake's illusion space again. Alas, I can't escape it after all. Coming to the familiar space and nailed to the familiar cross, Uchiha-jin even felt like he was home. Without opening the Mangekyo Sharingan, he really couldn't fight against Uchiha Itake. Come on, don't pity me just because I'm a delicate flower. Looking at the huge 1-on-7 situation in front of him, Uchiha-jin directly chose to play badly. It was just Tsukuyomi, he could just endure it. He was not the petty person like Wuvyukai, who would play for a long time after taking a hit. 72 hours passed quickly, and Uchiha-jin, who had been tortured, knelt on one knee. The system's negative removal had not yet begun, but Uchiha-jin felt that there was not much trauma, as if he had a certain immunity to Tsukuyomi. With a burst of coolness in his mind, Uchiha-jin's fatigue after Tsukuyomi was swept away. The system prompt sound that had not been heard for a long time sounded in his mind. The backyard refreshes a random skill illusion Tsukuyomi every day, and obtains Tsukuyomi fragments *10. Tsukuyomi fragments, 20/40ths, collect 40 pieces to synthesize the illusion Tsukuyomi, and the skill Mangekyo Sharingan can be learned. I didn't expect that 10 pieces of Tsukuyomi would be directly exploded this time. Uchiha-jin was surprised to look at the system prompt. Congratulations to the host, the skill Tsukuyomi fragments have exceeded half, and a Tsukuyomi experience card, single, is obtained. Tsukuyomi experience card, after use, you can release Tsukuyomi once for free, and the effect does not change due to the enemy's strength. There are also extra rewards. Uchiha-jin looked at the Tsukuyomi experience card in the system backpack and said that the system finally became a human being. This Tsukuyomi experience card gave him a certain confidence. The next time he met a supermodel enemy, he could directly hit him and make the other party unable to take care of himself. Patting the dirt on his knees happily, Uchiha-jin hummed a little song and returned home, gently pushing open the door that Uchiha Izuna had worked hard to repair. If it weren't for the fact that this kid had some skills, the repaired door didn't creak. When he looked up, he saw a little butt sticking out. At this time, Senju Itama was lying on the ground and wiping the floor with all his strength. There were a lot of food residues scattered on the ground. It seemed that this kid had done something bad. Staring at the swaying little butt, Uchiha-jin felt an itch in his hands. While the other party was not noticing, he quietly walked over and slapped Senju Itama's raised butt. Ah! Senju Itama, who was suddenly attacked, jumped up with his butt covered, and looked at the culprit in front of him with shame and anger. You? Surprised by the sensual elasticity of the kid's butt, Uchiha-jin smiled and clapped his hands and said, "You Hitai Uchiha, I'm going to fight you." Hearing Uchiha-jin's teasing, Senju Itama blushed from head to toe, dropped the rag in his hand, and rushed towards Uchiha-jin with his teeth bared. Detected that the host was in battle, and the heart steel treasure chest began to accumulate. Uchiha-jin actually triggered the battle of heart steel with this kid, and raised his eyebrows. Isn't this a gift? Uchiha-jin, who had a plan in mind, did not dodge or evade Senju Itama's attack. The opponent had already jumped over at this time, and the impact pushed Uchiha-jin to the ground. The Senju Itama riding on him was already overwhelmed, and he hammered and scratched Uchiha-jin without any scruples. Finally, he felt so angry that he opened his mouth and bit Uchiha-jin's face fiercely. Uchiha-jin, who was originally enjoying Senju Itama riding on him and giving him a massage, was stunned by the sudden bite. A gentleman should not talk but fight. I admit defeat, I admit defeat, it stinks, get off quickly. Wipe the crystal saliva on his face, Uchiha-jin raised the white flag with a look of disgust. End of this chapter. Chapter 61. To make a child happy, you have to take out something practical. Host failed, got 10 heart energy, and the heart steel treasure box reward has been unlocked. Current accumulated heart energy, 33. The system's pleasant prompt sound. The sound rang in his mind, and Uchiha-jin's mouth corners couldn't help curling up like AK. Although he didn't finish the losing streak this time, he was much stronger than the last time. Looking at the magic ball with the heart steel icon falling on the system chessboard, Uchiha-jin endured it. He was possessed by a non-African and was ready to wait until the evening to take a bath, change clothes, burn incense, and pray before opening it. Little ghost, don't hang on me anymore, go and clean up quickly. In a good mood, Uchiha-jin didn't bother with the stinky little ghost Senju Banjian, and patted his butt with his hand, telling him to do what he should do quickly. Ah! The little ghost whose butt was attacked again shuddered and screamed. Ah, your head! Hurry up, do you still want to eat vegetables tomorrow? Uchiha-jin gave him a righteous slap on the head, which stopped the little ghost's sonic attack abruptly. Woo woo woo! Senju Itama, who covered his head, bit his cheeks and stared at the man in front of him with a bitter and vengeful look. Ignoring the murderous look of the little ghost, Uchiha-jin hummed a little song and went out for a stroll. When he went out, he always felt that his backyard was too monotonous, so he decided to renovate the backyard so that he could be more comfortable when waiting for skills. Walking on the main road of the Uchiha clan, there were neat wooden houses on both sides. From the newness, it looked like they were built not long ago. Some houses were converted into shops, selling daily necessities and special products from other regions transported by caravans. Boss, how much is this? Uchiha-jin picked up a strange mask on the stall and asked the stall owner. 100 taels. The stall owner greeted Uchiha-jin enthusiastically, and the other party did not hate him, which made Uchiha-jin look at him a few more times. Boss, you are not from the Uchiha clan, right? Uchiha-jin asked when he saw the familiar red hair on the other person's head. Oh, you guessed right, I am a traveling merchant from the land of whirlpools. The stall owner was a cheerful middle-aged man, who looked like he could make money by being friendly. The Uzumaki clan? Uchiha-jin asked again. The land of whirlpools, you know, they are all from the Uzumaki clan, but I am not a ninja, I am just an ordinary person. The boss must have been questioned many times, and he explained with ease. Although chakra exists in this world, the number of people who can refine and use it is not the majority. The proportion of ninjas in the ninja world is actually very low, and it is mainly composed of ordinary people. There are also people in each ninja clan who cannot awaken and use chakra. These people will carry out some production and trade activities under the protection of the family to increase the family's income and provide basic living needs. I see. I want this mask. Knowing the other party's origin, Uchiha-jin didn't bother to argue. He took out the currency he had exchanged for gold in advance and handed it to the boss. Okay, what else do you need? After the Uzumaki clan's boss made a deal, he happily continued to sell his specialty to Uchiha-jin. Are there any toys that can make children happy? Uchiha-jin thought for a while and asked. Do you have a child? How old are they? The boss heard that the other party wanted a toy for children, so he asked in detail. No, it's a relative's child, about 5 years old, not very obedient. It's true that Senju and Uchiha were from the same family 1,000 years ago. It's not an exaggeration to call them relatives. Then I recommend this. The boss fumbled in the backpack behind him for a long time and took out a doll. This. Uchiha-jin was a little surprised when he saw the doll. This thing is called a tailed beast, and it lives near our country of whirlpools. Although this doll is cute, it is said that the real thing is very huge and extremely ferocious. The boss explained everything. I want it. Uchiha Jin immediately made the decision. 3,000 taels. The boss smiled so hard that his mouth was stretched to the sky. He couldn't sell any of the dolls he bought in batches. After so long, he finally met a big nemesis. We are not short of money. He threw the banknotes in his hand to the boss generously, and Uchiha Jin picked up the doll and looked at it carefully. Three-tailed Isabu, one of the tailed beasts that did not appear too many times in the original work, lived in the water for a long time, and was grabbed by Senju Hashirama and sold to the country of water together with the six-tailed beast. The next time he appeared, he was sealed in Rinhara no Rin and caused the birth of a furious child. Later, he was recovered by the land of water and stuffed into the pseudo-shot boy Yagura Gaji. After Yagura died, he returned to nature until he was captured by the Akatsuki organization. The tailed beast doll in his hand is very delicate. The Q version of the three-tailed Isabu is ugly and cute. According to Uchiha Jin's aesthetics, it is definitely suitable for both men and women, young and old. Very good, boss, my name is Uchiha Jin. If there are any tailed beast dolls in the same series, please let me know. Uchiha Jin, who liked it more and more, felt itchy in his heart, and his strange collecting habit broke out again. Okay, my name is Uzumaki Shukshuan, if there are other tailed beasts, I will let you know as soon as possible. The boss saw that the other party did not bargain directly, and he regretted selling it cheaply. He secretly thought that he would bid according to the number of tails next time. Uzumaki Shukshuan? What a strange name! Waving goodbye to the boss, he put the strange mask he bought on his head, holding the ugly three-tailed doll in his hand, and walked towards the grocery store he went to last time. Boss, this and that, I want them all, send them to my home. Uchiha Jin came to the grocery store and was received by the same boss as last time. He walked around the furniture area and chose a stone table and a wooden recliner. He went to the ninja tool area and chose a set of training targets and dummies. After paying, he gave the boss his address and asked him to deliver and install them as soon as possible. We have to find a carpenter. The handmade fence in the backyard is not good enough. The fence that Uchiha Jin handmade in the backyard was too sloppy. It would fall down when the wind blew, and it also affected the appearance. We had to find an expert to customize a set. I have too much work on hand. I just twisted my waist yesterday and can't do anything. No. I went to several companies in a row, but they all refused with various reasons. The last one didn't even bother to find a reason, and directly wrote disgust on his face, which made Uchiha Jin confused. He hated it, but he was a bastard who didn't make money. There was no way, it seemed that he had to build the fence in the backyard himself. Sighing, Uchiha Jin was ready to go home to give a surprise to the kid Senju Itama, but he didn't expect to run into an acquaintance before he took a few steps. Captain Feng Guo. Uchiha Jin saw his former captain from a distance and waved to say hello. Uchiha Feng Guo, who was on vacation, had a rare chance to go out for a walk unexpectedly. Before he had walked for a while, he heard a familiar voice behind him. He turned his head in confusion and saw a curly-haired man smiling and waving at him from a distance. For a moment, he seemed to have traveled through time and space, giving him an illusion of time and space dislocation. He subconsciously murmured, "Brother Jin." When the figure walked in, Uchiha Feng Guo put away his reminiscing expression and asked coldly, "Uchiha Yin, didn't you go to the dungeon to work? How come you still have time to hang out here?" "Hey, I came out to buy some things after work." "Is Captain Feng Guo still on vacation?" Uchiha Yin, who was embarrassed to say that he skipped work, smiled and perfunctorily passed it over. "Yet." Uchiha Feng Guo nodded indifferently, with a respectful expression. Knowing that the original owner had a hidden buff that was hated by others, Uchiha Yin was not angry, but scratched his head and asked with a smile, "Captain Feng Guo, do you know a man named Uchiha Jin?" End of this chapter. Chapter 62. Same beginning, different ending. Uchiha Jin. Hearing Uchiha Yin's question, a gentle and warm figure appeared in Uchiha Fengguo's mind. The same curly hair, narrow and long phoenix eyes, and always a smiling expression, but the feeling given by him is completely different from that of Uchiha Yin in front of him. I know him. Uchiha Fengguo did not hide it, because there was no need. People who were familiar with Uchiha Jin naturally knew the identity of Uchiha Yin. What kind of person is he? Uchiha Jin, who knew basically nothing about his father, couldn't help but ask. This is not a place to talk, come with me to a place where we can talk slowly. With a sigh, Uchiha Fengguo suppressed the inexplicable disgust in his heart and invited Uchiha Jin to find a place to talk. Uchiha Jin naturally had no objection, followed Uchiha Fengguo to a tavern, pushed the door open and took Uchiha Jin into a small compartment with ease, ordered a bottle of wine and closed the door of the compartment. The two sat cross-legged and observed each other. When the wine was served, Uchiha Fengguo poured a glass for both of them, and then drank alone. You and your father are really alike, especially in appearance, they are exactly the same. After drinking a glass of wine, Uchiha Fengguo, whose face turned slightly warmer, stared at Uchiha Jin's face and said slowly. Do you know my father? From Uchiha Fengguo's tone, he must have a close relationship with his father. More than knowing each other, your father was once my captain and half my teacher. After drinking a glass of wine, Uchiha Fengguo sighed and said with nostalgia. Brother Jin was the strongest genius at that time, no one else. He opened his eyes at the age of 8, and was proficient in using 3 Megatama at the age of 12. He was good at 5 escape techniques and sealing techniques and completed various difficult tasks alone. He made great achievements in the war. Uchiha Fengguo listed the various feats of Uchiha Jin in a torrent of words, and he was so excited, but his face suddenly darkened as he spoke. What a pity! What a pity! Uchiha Yin, who had been listening with great interest, asked hurriedly. What a pity, he died young, otherwise it would be hard to say who would win the position of the clan leader. Uchiha Fengguo shook his head in melancholy, and said with a look of regret. His father almost became the clan leader? I heard Uchiha bragging in the dungeon, and thought he was just bragging, but he was really awesome. Can you tell me the details of this matter? Uchiha Yin, who was eager to find the truth, couldn't help but ask curiously. As for the details of Uchiha Jin's sacrifice, Uchiha gave him a statement. If Uchiha Fengguo knew Uchiha Jin, would it be consistent with what Uchiha said? Outside the compartment, the sound of Uchiha clan members toasting each other was endless, a lively scene. Rubbing his fingers on the wine glass, Uchiha Fengguo's calm face showed a rare nostalgia. I was a team with and clan leader Tajima. Teammate, your father is our captain. Uchiha Fengguo shook the empty cup in his hand, signaling Uchiha Yin to pour the wine. After a glass of sake was filled, he drank it without stopping, with the intention of drinking to relieve his sorrow. It was the last mission of our team. There was no problem with the preparations beforehand. In order to take care of me who was weaker, your father arranged me as a secret sentry. The mission was going very smoothly, but at the last moment, an accident occurred. Uchiha Fengguo's voice was low and sad. When he said the word accident, the hand holding the wine glass was so tight that the veins popped out. The whole person seemed to be extremely unstable, and his eyes were about to burst. The usual calmness was swept away. There is a traitor. Someone secretly leaked our mission route, and the enemies who were several times more than us ambushed us on the road we had to pass. There were 3 teams on the mission with us, and they were all destroyed. Your father tried his best to lead the team members to break out. Were you there at the time? Uchiha Jin listened to the same story as Uchiha Yu and couldn't help asking. Of course I was there and witnessed your parents' sacrifice. I'm sorry, I can't do anything. Uchiha Fengguo said with a choked voice at the end, and continued with tears in his red tiger eyes. I'm a coward. The captain ordered me to leave, but I just left. I'm sorry for the captain's care for so long. Tell me more. Uchiha-jin asked after finding some differences in the details. What was the final situation? Your parents took the unconscious Tajima clan leader to break through the bloody siege, but the enemy couldn't get rid of them. I also joined the battle as a secret sentry, but I didn't play any role. I was not strong enough and could only become a burden. Uchiha Fengguo closed his eyes in pain, and the words he said seemed to have drained all his strength. At the last moment, your father ordered me to evacuate with the injured and unconscious chieftain Tajima, and the couple covered our retreat. Has chieftain Tajima been unconscious all the time? Thinking of the plot told by Uchiha Fengguo, this was obviously very different from what the eyewitness Uchiha Fengguo said. Yes, chieftain Tajima was seriously injured at the time, and he came back for treatment for a few days before he woke up. Did my parents have any last words? Wanting to know if his parents said anything important before they died, Uchiha-yin asked. No, the situation was very urgent at the time, and no one had time to say anything. Uchiha Fengguo shook his head and said with regret. Thank you Captain Fengguo for telling me so much about my parents today. Uchiha-jin stood up and saluted Uchiha Fengguo. I feel guilty. I watched your parents sacrifice themselves but was powerless. I should apologize to you. After that, Uchiha Fengguo sat up on his knees, ready to kowtow to Uchiha-jin. Captain Fengguo, there is no need to do this. Since my parents have chosen this path, they are ready to sacrifice their lives at any time. Uchiha-jin quickly reached out to support him, and then said comfortingly. After asking almost all the questions, Uchiha-jin stood up to say goodbye, while Uchiha Fengguo was still drinking one cup after another alone. Before leaving, Uchiha-jin, who was thinking, faintly heard the somewhat drunken Uchiha Fengguo muttering behind him. Why didn't you dodge that sword, brother Jin? Because he learned a lot about the truth of his parents' sacrifice after meeting Uchiha Fengguo by chance, Uchiha-jin, who was a little confused, had no intention of looking for a carpenter to decorate his backyard. Uchiha-jin, wearing a mask across his body and holding an Isabu doll, walked to his hut. The store has already arranged the tables and chairs and training targets that were ordered, and the originally bare backyard has become a little more upscale. Touched Uchiha-jin nodded with satisfaction at the brand new training dummy. Now all that was left was to rebuild the fence. It would be much more convenient if he could use wood release. What a pity! After cleaning up the backyard and preparing to enter the house, Uchiha-jin suddenly paused, raised a strange smile at the corner of his mouth, stretched out his hand to straighten the strange mask slung across his body, and gently pushed open the door. At this time, Senju was sitting on the sofa in a daze, not noticing the figure coming in from outside the door. He quietly walked behind Senju, and Uchiha-jin, who had bad intentions, put one hand on the other's shoulder and put his masked head close to him. Senju, who was sitting alone on the sofa in a daze, suddenly found that there was an extra hand on his shoulder. He turned his head in shock and saw a terrifying face. Ah! Ghost! Oh! The frightened Senju just screamed, then foamed at the mouth and fainted. Tisk tisk tisk, why is this kid so timid? Disappointed, Uchiha-jin found that the other party had fainted before he could even perform, and took off his mask, complaining. Hey, 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 wake up! Kneeling down and patting the unconscious Senju, he found that the other party had no reaction, and Uchiha-jin's heart tightened. Don't, you're scared to death, then I'll be GG too. End of this chapter. Chapter 63 The System That Makes Whatever You Think Come True. Trembling, he put his fingers under the mouth and nose of Senju, who was spitting white foam, and found that there was air coming in but no air coming out. Uchiha-jin's heart immediately sank. Quickly took off the shirt of this stinky kid, put his ear on the pink chest and listened carefully until he could hear the faint heartbeat. Uchiha-jin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was just frightened and fainted. Uchiha-jin, who was relieved by the false alarm, put on Senju Banjian's clothes, cleaned the dirt from his mouth and nose, and dragged him to the bed in the bedroom, leaving him to fend for himself. The vitality of the Senju clan should be very tenacious, right? Uchiha-jin thought a little guilty after closing the door gently. Looking at the three-tailed doll in his hand, Uchiha-jin sighed. Fortunately, he bought a gift. I hope this stinky brat won't seek death when he wakes up tomorrow. After hiding the gift, Uchiha-jin was exhausted, so he took a bath first. After the bath, he burned some incense and worshipped the Uchiha family's Indra ancestor in the void. Everything is ready, only the prize is waiting. Entering the system space, looking at the heart steel ball calculated on the chessboard during the day, Uchiha-jin rubbed his hands, stepped forward cautiously with trepidation, and muttered. Look at me, I am possessed by the European Emperor, open it for me. Feeling that it was coming, Uchiha-jin slapped the ball on the left without hesitation, and saw a dazzling golden light covering the heart steel ball. Seeing that it was golden light, Uchiha-jin's heartbeat accelerated and his breathing became rapid. Is he really going to take off? Gold brick *5, universal currency, can be used for real consumption. WTF. The golden light slowly dissipated, and 5 heavy gold bricks were lined up on the ground. Uchiha-jin almost couldn't breathe. With red eyes, he gritted his teeth and barely calmed down his irritable mood. Turning his head to look at the other heart steel ball, Uchiha-jin thought. Isn't there another one? The previous one can be used as a cushion. This one will definitely produce good goods. Putting his hands together, Uchiha-jin bowed deeply to the only remaining ball, and entrusted the delivery to him. Open. Uchiha-jin, who had prepared himself mentally, was neither sad nor happy. He stretched out his hand and pressed on the ball. A burst of blue light immediately enveloped the entire space. After a few breaths, the blue light turned into 2 balls of light, floating quietly in front of Uchiha-jin. He opened the first one casually. Hyuga Clan Constitution *1. After using it, you will obtain a trace amount of Hyuga Clan blood, and the attributes will be slightly improved. Hyuga Clan? Uchiha-jin was stunned when he saw the first reward. How could he, who had never seen the Hyuga Clan after traveling through time, open the Hyuga Clan Constitution, and wouldn't the Hyuga Clan blood require white eyes? My own pair of Sharingan is a real one. Even if they were cousins, they are still not related at all. Putting this strange reward aside for the time being, Uchiha-jin opened the second light ball. As the faint light faded, a few words slowly emerged. The sharp-eyed Uchiha-jin saw the 2 words would release written in front and almost jumped up in excitement. At this moment, his hands were shaking, and his mind had already begun to imagine the beautiful picture of himself clapping his hands to set the wooden man. As Uchiha-jin's breathing became increasingly rapid, the words behind it slowly emerged. Wood release 4 pillars family can instantly create a complex wooden house, which is quite convenient to use. I don't know my family, what kind of thing does this system give me? Uchiha-jin rubbed his red eyes hard and changed several angles to confirm that the ninjutsu in front of him was not written wrong. It is indeed the wood release ninjutsu used by Yamato, who will be known as the future Hashirama. Its main function is to build a house. Uchiha-jin pinched the Harumi point between his eyes and found reasons to comfort himself. It's okay, it's wood release after all. It just happens that we don't need to ask someone to repair the fence in the backyard, right? Uchiha-jin, who had persuaded himself, waved his hand in the air and integrated the 2 rewards into his body. In an instant, he felt a warm current flowing into his eyes. The vision of his eyes without the Sharingan was greatly improved. It seems that both Uchiha and Hyuga have the characteristics of strengthening vision in their blood. The wood release 4 pillars family ninjutsu is also engraved in Uchiha-jin's mind. There is no restriction. It can be used without the blood of the Senju clan. Cursing and leaving the system space, Uchiha-jin, who had gained a lot, first came to the backyard and tried to launch a ninjutsu according to his memory. Wood release, 4 pillars. With the operation of chakra, several wooden strips broke out of the ground in the open space in the backyard, and were arranged neatly in sequence according to what Uchiha Jin thought in his mind. Several pieces of wood were orderly arranged horizontally and vertically around the backyard, and finally they were firmly combined together, and a row of exquisite fences was born. Looking at the fence that was no different from the design in his mind, Uchiha Jin nodded with satisfaction. Although it was not as delicate as the dog head carved on the wall of the 5-5 earth flow, it was also beautiful and generous. Clapping his hands and humming a little song, Uchiha Jin returned home and first took a look at Senju Itama, and found that the other party had returned to normal and was drooling and sleeping soundly. It's so nice to be a child, you can be carefree. Uchiha Jin sighed that growing up is not easy, turned around and lay on the sofa and fell asleep. The next day, Uchiha Jin got up early and made breakfast. He ate one portion first, left another on the table, packed up and went to work. Walking on the main road of the clan, there were clan members going to work one after another. Thinking of the series of events he encountered yesterday, Uchiha Jin's mind was a little confused. Originally, I just wanted to understand what happened during the tragedy in the clan land 6 years ago, but I didn't expect to find my imprisoned grandfather by accident and spread some big news to him. The original owner was a kaleidoscope but was dug out by his hypocritical uncle, who killed his parents to seize the throne of the clan leader, and his eyes were about to be born, and if he took them back, he would be able to take off and become the head of the clan above thousands of people. As a result, before these melons were warm, he met Uchiha Fengguo, the former younger brother of the original owner's father, who told him about the events he had personally experienced, making the words of his grandfather imprisoned in the dungeon less credible. Can't there be less dark routines? Where is the light and funny article you promised? Uchiha Yin rubbed his curly hair fiercely and couldn't help complaining. Cousin! What are you doing so early? The noisy Uchiha Izuna interrupted Uchiha Yin's thoughts and brought him back to reality. What else can I do? Go to work. I have become a pathetic adult. Izuna, cherish your happy time now. With a sigh, Uchiha Jin touched the small hedgehog head of Uchiha Izuna, who looked silly in front of him. Are Uchiha who look like this silly when they were young? I don't understand. Anyway, I don't have to go to work when I grow up. My family is rich. Uchiha Izuna impatiently slapped the hand of the stinky adult in front of him, and proudly puffed out his chest and said, Bang! Uchiha Jin's classic righteousness. So I hate self-righteous brats. Shaking his painful hand, Uchiha Jin ignored Uchiha Izuna, who was squatting on the ground in pain and fell into autism, and walked towards his post. Master Uchiha Jin, have you seen the old jailer? Just as Uchiha Jin sat on the stool in the office and had no time to take out the teacup to make tea, Uchiha Lucha's head poked in from the crack of the door and asked cautiously. I saw it. Thank you for your help, Brother Lucha. Uchiha Yin did not hesitate to praise Uchiha Lucha for his high efficiency. Brother Lucha is so talented, how can he stay in the position of guard for a long time? It is better to join my team, so that you can show your strength and make great achievements. End of this chapter. Chapter 64 A Man's Love in a Dream. Uchiha Yin, who really didn't want to work by himself, used all his life's learning to fool Uchiha Lucha, wanting him to work for him. But, I can't decide on such things. Uchiha Lucha, who was confused by Uchiha Yin's trick, did not agree immediately. Although he was a little tempted, the change of position still had to be decided by the leaders above. I will report this matter to Elder Yan, you can do it with confidence. Uchiha Yin naturally knew what he was in trouble for, and immediately brought up Uchiha Luiying's immediate boss to guarantee. Then Uchiha Lucha was still hesitating, weighing the feasibility of this matter frantically in his mind. What are you hesitating about? I'll leave this to you. He stuffed the file in his hand into his hand without saying anything. Uchiha Yin gave him a "keep going, I'm rooting for you" expression and ran away. "Let me go to the dungeon to investigate a prisoner." Uchiha Yin threw off the burden and walked to the gate of the number 2 dungeon with a carefree pace. The ones on duty today were still Uchiha Lucha and Uchiha Taidan, who failed to change shifts. Since Uchiha Lucha was pulled by Uchiha Yin to be a free laborer, now only Uchiha Taidan was left alone at the gate of the cell. Uchiha said he was going to the toilet. Why hasn't he come back for so long? Did he fall in? Thinking of Uchiha Uchiha who hadn't come back for a long time, Uchiha Taidan, who was bored and alone for a long time, whispered. "Brother Taidan, right? Let me in to check." A strange voice sounded in his ears, and Uchiha Taidan, who was still in a daze, was startled and looked up at the person who came. Uchiha Jin. What caught his eye was the nightmare of the past few days, the man named Uchiha Jin. "Is there any problem?" Seeing the frightened tribesman in front of him, Uchiha Jin raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. "No problem at all, please come in." Uchiha Taidan, who had just woken up from a dream, opened the door of the dungeon quickly and invited him in respectfully. "I'll find this prisoner. Please lead the way for me." Just before leaving, Uchiha Jin casually picked up the file of the number 2 dungeon prisoner without looking through it. Now he directly handed it to Uchiha Taidan and asked him to lead the way. This prisoner, okay, please follow me." Uchiha Taidan glanced at the prisoner's name and nodded in response. "Brother Uchiha will help in the archives room recently. I will report to Lord Luying to reassign you a teammate." Uchiha Jin, who was following behind Uchiha Taidan, said. Hearing this, Uchiha Taidan's heart tightened and he was immediately sad. Could it be that his good brother had been killed by this and it was all his fault that he had implicated him? Uchiha Taidan, who was imagining things like crazy, brought Uchiha Jin to the door of a cell and pointed inside to indicate that this was it. "Hehe, are you here to torture me again, Uchiha boy? Use whatever tricks you have." "If I, Yamanaka Soichiro, frown, I'm not a hero." In the cell was a middle-aged man with brown hair. His hands were tied behind his back, and his indigo eyes stared at them fiercely, as if he wanted to eat them alive. "There's a fly on your forehead." Uchiha Jin stared at him and suddenly said something without thinking. "Ah!" Hearing this irrelevant word, Yamanaka Soichiro subconsciously shrugged his eyebrows. "Hey, you see he frowned, didn't he?" Uchiha Jin, who had achieved his goal, pointed at him and shouted loudly. The awkward atmosphere instantly filled the entire space. Not only did the person involved, Yamanaka Soichiro, remain silent, but Uchiha Taidan, who was standing next to him, also seemed to be silenced, staring straight at his feet on the ground, as if counting how many fingers he had. "Ahem, Lord Jin, you interrogate yourself first. There's no one guarding the prison door now. I'll go back first." Uchiha Taidan couldn't take up this embarrassing topic, so he left first. "It's really boring. People in the past didn't have any sense of humor." Shaking his head, Uchiha Jin said with regret. "You kid, are you fooling me?" Yamazaka Soichiro, who just reacted, asked with gritted teeth. "Just kidding, don't you have the most basic tolerance at your age?" Uchiha Jin flipped through the information in his hand and said in a relaxed tone. Yamazaka Soichiro, good at spiritual secrets, arrested at the same time as Yamanaka Ichino and others. "I heard that your Yamanaka clan's secrets are quite powerful." Uchiha Jin walked to the bound Yamanaka Soichiro meaningfully, looked at his tied hands, and said thoughtfully. "But it was still countered by our Uchiha clan's Sharingan." "Humph! If it weren't for you bullying the few with your numbers, how could we fall into your hands? If you have the guts, fight me one-on-one." Yamazaka Soichiro was furious and struggled to defend himself. "Okay." Uchiha Jin touched his chin, nodded and said seriously. "Ah." Soichiro Yamanaka, whose hands suddenly regained their freedom, did not react and froze in place. "No way, no way, you are so fierce, but you are a coward." Uchiha Jin, who found that the system was still silent, could not help but add fuel to the fire. It is detected that the host is in a battle, and the Heartsteel treasure box begins to accumulate. The corner of his mouth curled up, and it turned out that the provocation method is still effective. "Damn Uchiha boy, to thank you for letting me go, I will let you go peacefully." Suichiro Yamanaka, who found that the restraints on his body disappeared, stood up, raised his hands with a fierce smile, and made a weird gesture. Seeing this gesture, Uchiha Jin, who is familiar with the plot of Naruto, recognized this signature move of the Yamanaka clan at a glance. The secret techniques of the Yamanaka clan are all Yintun Chakra ninjutsu targeting the spirit, which are good at attacking the spirit level, reading memories, and controlling the enemy's consciousness. Ninjutsu heart-turning technique? Yamanaka Soichiro raised his hand and used the signature ninjutsu of the Yamanaka clan. Heart-turning technique is a ninjutsu of the Yamanaka clan that allows them to release their spirits and occupy the enemy's body for a short period of time to move freely. A man's dream love technique. As Yamanaka Soichiro's mental power attacked from a distance, Uchiha Jin subconsciously started to use his Sharingan. I don't know if it was the ability of the Sharingan, but he could vaguely see a stream of Yintun Chakra wrapped in mental power rushing straight to his forehead. Uchiha Jin, who was still thinking about whether he should pretend to slide and kneel to cheat the number of layers, dodged the opponent's charged attack sideways. "Ha, do you think you can easily dodge it?" He was not surprised by Uchiha Jin's evasive action. Yamanaka Soichiro twisted his hands, and the mental power actually turned. In horror, Uchiha Jin, who had no time to dodge, could only watch Yamanaka Soichiro's mental power break into his consciousness. It stands to reason that the Yamanaka clan's heart-turning technique can only attack in a straight line, but I didn't expect that after years of hard training, this guy Yamanaka Soichiro could actually change the attack route of the heart-turning technique. It was really terrifying. Uchiha Jin found that he could no longer control his body to make any movements. A mental force suddenly broke into his mind, making him feel dizzy and nauseous as if he had been on a roller coaster for 3 days and 3 nights. "Hee, stupid Uchiha boy, I didn't expect my secret technique to have a turn." A strange voice came out of Uchiha Jin's mouth, and the tone of his speech was completely different from before. Yamanaka Soichiro seemed to have lost consciousness, and his body limply fell to the side. "Let me make you feel the end of the pain." Yamanaka Soichiro smiled grimly and controlled Uchiha Jin's body. He took out a kunai from the ninja tool bag and stabbed it towards his neck tremblingly. End of this chapter. Chapter 65. Just eat while lying. At this moment, in Uchiha Jin's sea of consciousness, Yamanaka Soichiro locked his consciousness body into a small dark room. Uchiha Jin's entire consciousness was occupied by his spiritual body. Yamanaka Soichiro, laughing wildly, looked at the sea of consciousness occupied by him. Everything here was the same as the people he had invaded. Uchiha Jin's sea of consciousness was also a void. Yamanaka Soichiro, who didn't care, was about to control Uchiha Jin's body to commit suicide. Suddenly, he found that there was something flickering in Uchiha Jin's sea of consciousness. Driven by his curiosity, Yamanaka Soichiro, who had never seen this situation, cleared the fog there. A strange door slowly appeared in front of him. The door was black and tightly locked with a big lock. Yamazhong Soichiro walked forward and looked at the big lock. The lock was bronze in color, but there was no keyhole to unlock it. There was a windmill pattern on the surface of the lock, which faintly emitted a red glow and had a strange attraction. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. Yamanaka Soichiro, who was quite old and curious, adhered to the spirit of scientific research and temporarily delayed Uchiha Jin's suicide plan and began to study the door lock in front of him. When his palm touched the lock, it was not as cold as he imagined, but a scorching hot feeling came. Touching the pattern on the lock, Yamanaka Soichiro was surprised to find that there were several tiny cracks on the lock surface. As a member of the Yamanaka clan who mainly practiced spiritual secret arts, he could clearly sense that someone had placed a seal on the mind of this Uchiha. What secrets does this seal hide? Yamazong Soichiro couldn't help but use his mental power to spy on the big lock with cracks in his hand. At the moment when his mental power touched the lock, a pair of scarlet eyes appeared out of thin air in front of him, and a strong force came from the big lock pattern in his hand and threw him away. The backlash of mental power instantly fed back to his body. Yamanaka Soichiro, who had occupied the magpie's nest, was shocked by this blow and had to choose to escape from Uchiha Jin's sea of consciousness. In reality, the kunai controlled by Yamanaka Soichiro paused just before it was about to pierce his throat. After a brief struggle, the hand holding the kunai fell down weakly. The body of Yamanaka Soichiro, who was originally unconscious, suddenly shuddered, his eyes widened with shock. What on earth is in your head? Ah! Uchiha Jin, who suddenly regained consciousness, looked at Yamanaka Soichiro, who was holding his chest and panting, with a confused face. Uchiha Jin, who had just been hit by the heart transformation technique, felt his eyes go dark and found that his consciousness could not control his body. His spirit was locked in a dark corner by Yamanaka Soichiro, who had transformed into a god of war in the sea of consciousness. He was considering whether to use the Tsukuyomi experience card to give Yamanaka Soichiro's spirit a big one. If his spirit was to face the illusion of the Mangekyo, the effect would not be doubled, but 10 times 10. Uchiha Jin's consciousness could observe the movements of his body. Just before Yamanaka Soichiro controlled his body and was about to stab his throat with a kunai, Uchiha Jin took out the Tsukuyomi experience card produced by the system. Just as he was about to use it, he saw Yamanaka Soichiro stop his movements and walk into the depths of nothingness in the sea of consciousness alone. After a few breaths, Uchiha Jin, who was holding the Tsukuyomi experience card and watching the changes, saw that Yamanaka Soichiro, who was very inflated just now, was thrown out, hit the ground heavily and bounced out. No way, it's over? Are you old dang weak? How come you wilted halfway through the control? Uchiha Jin, who regained his freedom, still had a stable output, and he was an old yin-yang man as soon as he opened his mouth. Uchiha boy, don't be so arrogant, I haven't tried my best yet, I will definitely crush you to ashes with my next move. Yamanaka Soichiro was injured by the backlash. But he was an old master of secret techniques after all, and he could minimize the harm of the backlash in a short time. You are worthy of being the old senior of the Yamanaka clan, very spirited. I, Uchiha Jin, would like to claim that the dream mind control ninjutsu is the strongest. The junior is willing to admit defeat. Uchiha Jin changed the subject and raised his thumb with admiration. I was thinking that the Uchiha kid in front of me would say something outrageous and vulgar, but I didn't expect that his attitude would change 180 degrees. The strong contrast made Yamanaka Soichiro lose his breath. He was so angry that his eyes turned black and he fainted. Host failed, and gained 10 heart energy. After 3 more battles, you can unlock the Heart Steel Treasure Chest reward. Current accumulated heart energy, 10. A beautiful system prompt sounded, and Uchiha Jin nodded with satisfaction. He went over to tie up the unconscious Yamanaka Soichiro again, humming a happy little song and closing the cell door. Today is a good day to eat steel. He said hello to Uchiha Taidan who was on guard. Uchiha Jin, who had finished his daily heart steel routine today, stayed here without intention. He was ready to skip work like yesterday, but he didn't expect to meet someone who surprised him halfway. Elder Miao, good morning. A familiar withered figure was seen from afar. Uchiha Miao, who looked indifferent, actually came to the dungeon. He didn't know why. Since they met, it would be wrong not to say hello, so Uchiha Yin took the initiative to step forward and said respectfully. Uchiha Yin. Uchiha Miao was also surprised to meet Uchiha Yin here. What are you doing here? He briefly told Uchiha Miao about the ins and outs of being transferred to the dungeon to organize files. After listening, Uchiha Miao thought for a while and said, "This job is indeed suitable for you. You avoid going out to do missions and don't have to contact clan members." He had heard a little about Uchiha Yin's notorious deeds. Even he had a little disgust for the seemingly harmless Uchiha in front of him, but he was too cunning to show it easily. "Your eyes, don't feel any discomfort?" Suddenly thinking of something, Uchiha Miao stared at the other person's eyes and asked. "No, I have awakened the Sharingan, my vision is amazing." Uchiha Jin boasted to him. "Sharingan, if you have time, come to the research institute and I will give you check it out." After saying this, Uchiha Miao walked into the depths of the dungeon without looking back. Uchiha Yin was a little confused. He learned from Uchiha Yu that his current eyes were not original, and the person who operated on them was most likely Uchiha Miao. He should know the situation of his eyes very well. Why did he show curiosity about his eyes? Uchiha Yin, who was thinking wildly, left the dungeon. Not far away, Uchiha Miao, who watched him disappear at the gate of the dungeon, emerged from the darkness. "I clearly asked Yan to take a pair of ordinary people's eyes, why did you open the Sharingan?" Uchiha Miao, who was full of doubts, was ready to find Uchiha Yan, the provider of the eyeballs at that time, to ask clearly. "I don't know if that kid Senjuidama has woken up. I'll go back and give him the gift later, which should make him feel better. The life of Senju Banjian is closely linked to him. As long as he is not sent back to the Senju clan, Uchiha Jin will not be at peace. He cooks for him because he is afraid that this kid will starve to death or commit suicide due to depression, so he prepares gifts for him. I am really a kind-hearted Uchiha." Thinking of this, Uchiha Jin nodded with self-identification. "Cousin, why are you strolling here instead of going to work?" End of this chapter. Chapter 66 New Skin or Old Routine. A familiar voice sounded, and Uchiha Jin, who had just walked out of the dungeon, turned his head to look at the two teenagers not far away. He thought of the wording in a flash. "Izuna, Madara, do you know what kind of conditions are required to be a qualified leader?" Izuna, who originally wanted to tease Uchiha Jin, was confused by the other party's question. He was young and had not considered such questions. The strength to sweep everything. On the contrary, the precocious Uchiha Madara touched his chin and thought about it before answering tentatively. "That's right, but this is only one of the most basic conditions." Uchiha Jin nodded and shook his head, with an expression that said "you are too superficial," which made the two boys angry. "Then you say." Uchiha Izuna, who was angry, waved her fist and said. "Hehe, let me show you how to be a master." Uchiha Jin looked around and found that there was no one else. He waved his hand to signal the two brothers to come closer. The two brothers did not doubt him. Driven by curiosity, they came over and prepared to listen to what Uchiha Jin had to say. In addition to strength, the most important thing is... What else? The two boys' eyes flashed with a light of curiosity. "This." Uchiha Jin mysteriously stretched out a hand, palm facing up, thumb and index finger circled, making a universal gesture. _. The two boys were full of questions. "Tisk, as a leader, you have to have gold coins in your hand, so that everyone will follow you wholeheartedly," Uchiha Jin said with a look of disappointment. "Too superficial." Uchiha Izuna, who was more impatient, complained. "Don't worry, this is just one of the reasons. There is also the most important point, which most people can't achieve." Shaking his fingers, Uchiha Jin signaled the boy not to worry, and then posed a pose that he thought was very handsome, and said confidently. "Handsome? Just like me, I can get my colleagues to help me with my work by relying on my extraordinary appearance. _S, B, B. After explaining why he could leave work early, Uchiha-jin ignored the two dazed boys and turned around to leave them with a cool back. I have never seen such a shameless person. Uchiha Izuna, who realized it later, was stunned for a long time before reacting, and his face flushed with anger. Uchiha Madara next to him looked thoughtful. Uchiha-jin hummed a little tune and strolled to the door of his house. He opened the door and saw Senju Itama sitting on the sofa in a GEU-like posture. His shirt was slightly lifted, one hand was scratching his exposed belly boredly, his eyes were dull and he yawned, looking like a typical salted fish. You little brat, you are so leisurely. Thinking that he worked hard to get up early to go to work, but this little brat was lying at home, Uchiha-jin felt extremely unbalanced. Do you know who is making money to support the family? Ah? Why are you back so early again? At this time, Senju Itama, who only found Uchiha-jin coming back, rolled over and stood up, very vigilantly keeping a distance. Tell me, you only eat and sleep all day long, you can't do anything, and you eat nothing. Uchiha-jin was so angry that his fingers almost poked Senju Itama's round face. Ah! It hurts, let go. The stinky kid in front of him bit his finger unexpectedly, and the pain spread all over his body instantly. Uchiha-jin tried his best, but the kid just bit it and wouldn't let go. Seeing that the hard way didn't work, he could only try other methods. I prepared a gift for you, let go quickly, I'll give it to you. Gift. Hearing the word gift, Senju Itama's eyes lit up when he was thrown in the air, and his bitten mouth relaxed slightly. Really, it's in the cabinet, go and see for yourself. Uchiha-jin, who realized there was a chance, said quickly that if he didn't loosen his fingers, he would be in the belly of this brat. If you lie to me, I will bite you to death. Chien Tenbanjian threatened angrily, then turned to look in the cabinet. Damn brat, my Uchiha clan has always been honest and simple, and we keep our promises. Uchiha-jin looked at the reddish tooth marks on his finger, which were covered with Senju Itama's crystal clear and sticky saliva, which made him feel sick. He raised his bitten hand with disdain, went into the bathroom and scrubbed it hard several times, until his hand turned white and peeled. Wow, what a cute turtle! Senju Itama, who found the three-tailed Isabu doll, exclaimed in accordance with his age. Humph, a brat is a brat. Looking at Senju Itama, who was spinning excitedly with the Isabu doll, Uchiha-jin curled his lips and said with a wandering look. Senju Itama, who received the gift, never bothered him again, and Uchiha-jin also gained a rare quiet. In the evening, Uchiha-jin personally cooked a few dishes. Senju Itama, who never let go of his doll, ate 3 bowls of it and took the initiative to help clean up after the meal. The power of the three-tailed doll is so terrifying. When night fell, Senju Itama, who was tired of playing, fell asleep with the Isofa doll in his arms. After the little ghost fell asleep, Uchiha-jin came to the backyard as usual. The new decoration made him feel very happy. He lay on the wooden recliner he bought, waiting for the refresh of skills. This is life. Stretching his body comfortably, Uchiha-jin thought happily. Lying down is the kingly way. Suddenly, Uchiha-jin felt the surrounding atmosphere condense, and it finally came after waiting for a long time. A light curtain covered with water ripples appeared out of thin air, and a figure slowly walked out of it. Why did you change your skin? Looking at the old friend who changed his skin in front of him, Uchiha-jin asked with some surprise. The man who came was still his old friend, Tsukuyomi, fighting 7 alone, but unlike the previous times, he was wearing a regular Akatsuki organization uniform. This time he appeared a little embarrassed, the classic uniform was gone, he was wearing a close-fitting fishnet clothes, and his face was particularly pale. Looking at the weak appearance of Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha-jin did not take it lightly. His perception that was higher than that of ordinary people clearly told him that the skin-changing Itachi in front of him was much stronger than the ones that were brushed out before. Without waiting for the other party to make a move, Uchiha-jin, who was familiar with the process, took the lead. His eyes instantly opened 3 Megatama, his right eye condensed, and Amaterasu appeared as he wished. In an instant, the sky was full of black flames that enveloped Uchiha Itachi, who was still in a daze. It was so easy to hit. Uchiha Jin, who could control Amaterasu through his eyes, could clearly sense that he had hit the target. Just as the black flames burned more and more fiercely, a pair of orange hands slowly tore open Uchiha Jin's Amaterasu, and a transparent orange skeleton slowly appeared. Susanoo. Uchiha Jin took a few steps back cautiously, looking at the half-giant in front of him, and slowly said its name. The stubborn black flame was gently pinched by Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo and dissipated between heaven and earth. Amaterasu, as his strongest trump card, was easily controlled. Uchiha Jin couldn't help but feel a little powerless. Now he really didn't have the ability to match Gundam unless he also drove Gundam. He stared at Uchiha Itachi and Susanoo, guarding against the opponent controlling Susanoo to suddenly burst out and give him a joke. Uchiha Jin, with his nerves tense, was highly focused. The next moment, his eyes met Uchiha Itachi's charming kaleidoscope. A familiar feeling came over him. Uchiha Jin's eyes went dark and he came to his happy home. %+ at, end asterisk. The cursing Uchiha Jin was invited to enter the Tsukuyomi space. End of this chapter. Chapter 67. I give you a chance, you are really brave. This Uchiha young man has no martial ethics, he is here to cheat. He is here to attack, my 69-year-old old comrade. Is this good? This is not good. In the illusion space of Tsukuyomi, Uchiha Jin, who was nailed to the cross, looked at the endless 1-on-7 people in front of him, and a feeling of helplessness as an old senior arose. Unfortunately, the old senior's earnest teachings did not resonate with Uchiha Itachi, but instead accelerated his movements, and for a while, the lower 3 roads were bombarded like a bombardment. 72 hours passed quickly, and Uchiha Jin could feel that this Tsukuyomi was more violent than the previous ones. After all, it was particularly painful. Falling face to face on the recliner, Uchiha Jin, panting, covered his head. The after effects of this Tsukuyomi were too strong, and his head was still aching. Until the system's debuff removal feature took effect, Uchiha Jin finally came to his senses. The backyard refreshes a random skill illusion Tsukuyomi every day, and obtains 10 Tsukuyomi fragments. Tsukuyomi fragments, 30/40ths, collect 40 pieces to synthesize the illusion Tsukuyomi, and the skill Mangekyo Sharingan can be learned. Finally, I have almost collected enough Tsukuyomi fragments. As long as I collect them, I should no longer have to be taken care of by 7 people alone. Thinking about my beautiful future life, Uchiha Jin couldn't help laughing. Straightening up, Uchiha Jin walked back home with a step that didn't recognize his relatives. Looking at his long-used house, he touched his chin and thought, since he has already learned wood release 4 pillars, should I take the time to renovate this house, or just demolish it and rebuild it? Forget it, I'll talk about it when I wake up tomorrow. Uchiha Jin, who was yawning, was too lazy to think about such a small problem, and fell asleep on the sofa. The next day, as a social animal, Uchiha Jin got up early as usual, packed up simply, made a breakfast, ate a few bites, and went to work. He walked to the door of his archive room with ease, and after pushing the door open, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. "Brother Lucha, you are here really early." Seeing Uchiha Lucha sitting at his desk with his back to him, Uchiha Jin stretched out his hand and greeted him. "Good morning, Lord Jin." With a few traces of fatigue in his tone, Uchiha Lucha turned his head with 2 big panda eyes, and his eyeballs were filled with red blood. From a distance, it looked like he had opened his eyes. "You won't work here all night, will you?" Uchiha Jin, who noticed that Uchiha Lucha was not in a good state, asked carefully. Uchiha Lucha nodded, stuffed a blue file in his hand into the bookshelf and said, "Yes, I worked from yesterday to today without closing my eyes." Brother Lucha is really a role model for our generation. His dedication to his work really opened my eyes. Uchiha Yin praised Uchiha Lucha generously. No, it's my honor to share the worries of Lord Yin. Tisk, this kid is quite capable, and he speaks fluently. He is really a plastic talent. Brother Lucha, the body is the capital of the revolution. You should have a good rest first, and leave the next work to me. Uchiha Yin said with a righteous face. After all, he is not a devil. It is not advisable to exploit employees. Sustainable development is the kingly way. Uchiha Lucha looked at the few remaining files on the desk and rolled his eyes in his heart, but he had to compromise because he was in a powerful situation. Then I'll trouble you, Lord Yin. Uchiha Lucha stood up and left the archive room, handing the simple finishing work to Uchiha Yin. Carefully stuffing the last file into the bookshelf, Uchiha Yin, who felt relieved, breathed a sigh of relief. It's so hard. Void wiped the non-existent sweat on his forehead, and Uchiha Yin sighed. Satisfiedly looking at the archive room that had been sorted out, Uchiha Yin randomly pulled out a file from one of the shelves. It's decided to be you. The dungeon is a good place to brush up. People locked in there will never get out until they die. Even if you pretend to slide down on your knees, the news will not spread. The prisoner drawn today has no special features, so Uchiha Taidan takes him over. After he leaves, Uchiha Yin has a friendly exchange with the prisoner. The host fails, and gets 12 heart energy. After 2 more battles, you can unlock the Heart Steel Treasure Box reward. Current accumulated heart energy, 22. After hearing the system prompt, Uchiha Yin patted the dirt on his body with satisfaction and waved goodbye to the kind-hearted person. There is nothing to do in the dungeon today, so Uchiha Yin chooses to leave early again, humming a little song, and slips out of the dungeon door. Walking on the main road of the Uchiha clan, enjoying the hard-earned free time, Uchiha Yin scratched his curly hair. Suddenly, he remembered Uchiha Miao, whom he met yesterday, who asked him to check his Sharingan when he was free. It's better to do it today than to wait for a day. I'll go find him today to check myself. I always feel that my eyesight has improved rapidly recently. According to the original owner's memory, after turning around in the clan land, he finally came to a building far away from the clan land. Seeing Uchiha Yin approaching, the guard at the door immediately intercepted him. This is a restricted experimental site, no outsiders allowed. Elder Uchiha Miao asked me to find him. I didn't expect the security here to be so strict. Uchiha Yin was not angry because of the other party's attitude, but explained to the other party seriously. Please wait a moment, I'll go in and ask. The guard heard this and did not question whether what Uchiha Yin said was true or false. He turned around and went into the research institute to report. After a while, the guard returned to the gate and said to Uchiha Yin, who was waiting quietly. Elder Uchiha Miao asked the media to go. As he said, he stepped aside to make way. Uchiha Yin nodded in thanks and walked into this place he had never been to before. Uchiha Jin, right? Elder Miao asked me to lead the way for you. A thin young Uchiha was waiting inside the door. Seeing Uchiha Jin approaching, he asked. Then I'll trouble you. As the thin man walked a long way, Uchiha Jin thought in his heart. No wonder someone was asked to pick me up. It turns out that it's so empty inside. The facilities in the institute seem to be relatively new. It's obvious that they were built in recent years. This is it. Go in by yourself. I have something else to do. After the thin man gave Uchiha Jin instructions, he turned around and left without hesitation. Elder Miao, are you there? Uchiha Jin could see a ray of light through the crack in the door of the office in front of him, and then knocked on the door. Come in. A cold voice sounded from inside, and Uchiha Jin pushed the door open without hesitation. Uchiha Miao was wearing a white coat and was working on something at the table. Seeing that he was still busy, Uchiha Yin did not disturb him and observed the laboratory on his own. There was a row of bookshelves on the wall, with many folders with labels on them. There were countless glass jars on the display cabinet next to them. When you walked in, you could see various human tissues and organs soaked in the glass jars, which made you shudder. Uchiha-jin, I didn't expect you to come to me today. Stopped what he was doing. Uchiha Miao turned around and looked at him with deep eyes. Elder Miao, you personally told me, so I came here as soon as possible. Uchiha-jin lied without blushing. In order to come earlier, I stayed up all night yesterday to complete the work assigned by Elder Yan. After listening to him, Uchiha Miao said meaningfully. It seems you are in a hurry. End of this chapter. Chapter 68. People who have died for 3 days are still stubborn. In Uchiha Miao's dusty memory, 6 years ago when the clan was attacked, Uchiha-jin awakened the legendary eye of the Uchiha clan in despair. Due to excessive use at one time, his body was attacked by the pupil power and his genes were close to collapse. As a last resort, Uchiha Tajima ordered him to remove Uchiha-jin's eyes and transplant them to Uchiha Wuming, who was also cultivating the Mangekyo. Uchiha-jin, who lost his eyes, was arranged to have a pair of ordinary people's eyes implanted to calm the conflict in his body. I never thought that 6 years later after that, Uchiha-jin, who had been mediocre during the period, awakened his Sharingan again when he was on a mission. This incident made him feel unbelievable as a scientific researcher. Afterwards, he specifically asked Uchiha Yan, who provided the eyeballs, and the other party repeatedly guaranteed that the eyes transplanted into Uchiha-jin's eyes were taken from the bodies of invaders. This made him very interested in Uchiha-jin's Sharingan, so he invited him to check it out when he met him on the street. Did your eyes feel uncomfortable before your Sharingan awakened? Uchiha Miao, who has been conducting human experiments for many years, knows very well that there is a high probability of rejection after transplanting other people's eyes. Discomfort? After opening his eyes, he felt very happy and never felt uncomfortable. He just felt that these eyes were more compatible than his original ones. No, everything was normal before opening my eyes, and there was no abnormal reaction. Uchiha-jin told Uchiha Miao his situation truthfully. No rejection? Uchiha Miao frowned. According to his research, even if someone with the Uchiha bloodline transplanted eyes from other people, there would be some slight rejection, not to mention the transplanted eyes of non-Uchiha bloodline. What is the level of your Sharingan now? Uchiha Miao changed the question. Uchiha-jin did not speak, his eyes were stained with scarlet as he thought, revealing his eyes filled with coldness. Well, it has reached 3 megatama. A hint of surprise flashed across Uchiha Miao's cold face. He knew Uchiha-jin's physical condition best. The broken body 6 years ago was still vivid in his mind. If it had not been treated in time, Uchiha-jin, who was severely backlashed by the pupil power, would have died long ago. Lucky luck. Uchiha-jin said very modestly. Leave me some of your eyeball samples. Uchiha Miao pondered for a moment, took out a set of collection tools from the drawer, handed it to Uchiha-jin and said. Looking at the tools used to collect eyeball samples in his hand, Uchiha-jin nodded. After a while of operation, rubbing his slightly red eyes, Uchiha-jin handed the collected samples to Uchiha Miao. It's okay, I will send someone to notify you after the results are out. After receiving it, the other party immediately issued an order to expel him. Uchiha-jin was tactful and didn't ask any more questions, and left Uchiha Miao's laboratory directly. Uchiha-jin, who left the institute, touched his shriveled stomach and remembered that he only ate 2 meals a day, morning and evening. If he continued like this, his weak body would not be able to support his excellent soul. No, I have to go and have a good meal. But eating alone seems quite boring. Uchiha-jin looked at the bustling crowd on the streets of the clan land, and an inexplicable sense of loneliness arose spontaneously. As an outsider, he seemed to have not really integrated into this world. Anyway, the original owner was alone, and he didn't have to manage any family relationships too much, which was also an advantage, but he felt lonely occasionally. Uchiha-jin, who seemed out of place with passers-by, looked for food in the clan land according to the memory of the original owner. When passing by the market, he saw a familiar figure from a distance. "Boss, how much is this fish?" Senju Itama, who carried the Isabu doll everywhere, actually came out alone to purchase. The people selling in the market are basically foreign vendors, who are protected by the Uchiha clan to carry out trade activities here, and pay taxes to the Uchiha clan regularly. "Are you here to buy things for your parents, kid?" The boss selling fish is strong and powerful, with no trace of chakra on his body. He is just an ordinary businessman from outside. "Yes." Senju Itama, holding the three-tailed doll in his arms, looked at the fat fish in the vendor's hand with a greedy face, imagining how delicious it would be if it was made into sweet and sour fish. "Ha ha ha, the child is really capable. He can run errands for the family at such a young age." The fishmonger laughed very heartily, looking at Senju Itama, who was staring at the fresh fish in his hand, and said, "I'll give you half price for this fish." "Really? Thank you, boss." Senju Itama, holding the doll, jumped happily. He stood up, his eyes full of little stars. Holding the half-price fresh fish, Senju Itama walked towards home excitedly. Before Senju Itama took a few steps, he bumped into a tall figure head-on, and he staggered because he couldn't hold back. "Whose child are you?" The figure who was bumped lowered his head, looked at the unfamiliar Senju Itama in front of him, and asked indifferently. Since Senju Itama was wearing Uchiha-jin's childhood clothes, and the round fan embellished on the clothes was very eye-catching, it was normal for the Uchiha clan to mistake him for a fellow clan member. I am." Senju Itama, who was interrogated for the first time, was a little at a loss for a while, and his hand holding the Isabu doll began to tremble nervously. Looking at Senju Itama with an erratic look, the Uchiha clan member who was asking was a little alert. And his scrutinizing eyes swept up and down at the nervous kid. Hey, you kid, why did it take you so long to buy a fish?" Uchiha-jin, who had been observing from a distance for a long time, discovered Senju Itama's predicament and appeared in time. "You are?" The Uchiha clan member who questioned Senju Itama saw Uchiha-jin interfering with him, and his eyes flashed with obvious disgust. "Take care of your little ghost, don't run rampant on the road." The man who recognized Uchiha-jin did not continue to pester him, and coldly said and turned away. "Go home with me." Uchiha-jin sighed, looked at Senju Itama, who bowed his head and said softly. The two walked home one after the other. Uchiha-jin glanced at the silent little ghost behind him helplessly. It was his fault. He had told the little ghost to go to the clan to purchase. But he didn't expect that even Senju Itama with black hair would still arouse the suspicion of the interested clan members. When you go out and meet someone questioning you in the future, just say that you are a child of the Uchiha-jin family, and ordinary clan members will not embarrass you. After organizing his words, Uchiha-jin said to the little ghost behind him. Hearing this, Senju Banjian raised his head in surprise. He thought that after encountering this incident, Uchiha-jin would put him under house arrest, but he did not expect that the other party would let him go out as his family. Humph, return your child, it's a beautiful thought, why don't you come to our Senju and be our child? But the pride of the Senju clan did not allow him to give in. The main thing of the Senju clan is hard, from head to toe. Don't want to eat fish. After hearing the little ghost's anti-Tiangong words, Uchiha-jin rolled his eyes in anger and used his trump card. It was not easy to catch a little ghost. Woo, Godfather, don't. Once again, I declare that this article is a happy article. End of this chapter. Chapter 69, First Experience of Real Estate Tycoon. You have been eating fish for several days in a row, don't you get tired of it? Uchiha-jin stared at Senju Itama, who was showing off his fish with rice, and couldn't help asking. This kid was young but ate a lot. The rice at home was eaten up in 2 days. Senju Itama, who was busy eating, paused when he heard the words, raised his bulging head, and looked thoughtful. "Is there any food more delicious than fish?" The fish-eating kid asked a soul-searching question. The kid's unbelievable expression made Uchiha-jin speechless for a while. It seems that this kid has never eaten good food. "Are you Senju clan very poor? What do you mean by this?" Feeling offended, Senju Uitama said with his teeth bared. "There are so many delicacies in the world, why do you only like to eat fish?" Knowing that it was not due to the limitation of conditions, Uchiha-jin couldn't help but ask curiously. "I just like to eat, isn't it okay?" Senju Banjian, who didn't want to explain more, continued to eat. Uchiha-jin felt that it was boring and didn't ask any more questions. Senju Banjian, who buried his head in the rice, had wet eyes at this time, eating fish with big mouthfuls, but what emerged in his mind was the wonderful time when they went to the river to catch fish. The three brothers often took him to the river to catch fish when he was young, especially the second brother who loved to eat fish. Every time they caught fish, they would make grilled fish on the spot. The brothers ate until they were full, but such times are probably gone forever. As Senju Banjian's emotions collapsed, his body trembled with sobs, and Uchiha-jin was a little confused. Until the kid in front of him suddenly started twitching, he jumped up immediately, rushed over and pulled him up, and used his hands to open Senju Uitama's mouth, complaining. "I told you to eat slowly, look, there's a fish bone stuck in your throat," he said as he dug his fingers into Senju Uitama's throat. The kid who couldn't speak was stuffed and his eyes rolled back. There was only one thought in his mind. "I'm afraid this guy has a serious illness." Uchiha-jin, who only had a handful of saliva after digging for a long time, frowned. Did he swallow it? What should I do? He glanced at the vinegar on the table for seasoning, and remembered the folk remedy in his previous life. He immediately picked up the vinegar pot and twisted it open to pour it into the mouth of Senju Uitama, who was retching. "Woo woo woo woo." Senju Uitama waved his hands weakly, but he was not as strong as Uchiha-jin, so he was forced to drink a whole pot of vinegar. "Hey, that should be no problem." Uchiha-jin wiped the sweat from his head and said to the kid who was drunk but still waved and thanked him. "No need to thank me, this is what I should do. I really know how to thank you." Before he fainted, Senju Uitama shouted this sentence almost angrily. "What a polite kid." Uchiha-jin nodded and praised. After that, he threw the unconscious Senju Bankan into the bedroom. Uchiha-jin stared at the small room for a while, clapped his hands and decided to expand it. It's not a good idea to sleep on the sofa like this. It hurts the waist in the long run. He is still a young man and can't overdraw his fighting power like this. Walking out, looking at this old house where the original owner lived for many years, he gestured with his hands how to renovate it, drew a framework in his mind, and Uchiha-jin's hands shoot. Would release 4 pillars family? With the infusion of chakra in the body, countless branches broke out from the bare ground, and began to merge and fold according to the drawings conceived by Uchiha-jin, climbing up layer by layer. After a puff of smoke, a brand new 2-story small Western-style building rose up close to the original owner's old house. Uchiha-jin, who let go of his hand, looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. Pushing open the door, the home decoration inside was also presented by wood release, and all wooden furniture was available. It is worthy of the famous house building technique. After patting the solid furniture, Uchiha-jin was more satisfied. He walked to the side of the wall. He had specially left a secret door here. He only needed to make a hole in the wall of the original owner's house, and the two houses could be connected. After buying some bedding and daily necessities, he could move in with his luggage. Uchiha-jin made a list and walked to the market in the clan land with money. It was still the familiar grocery store. When the boss saw that the visitor was Uchiha-jin, an old customer, he did not show any resistance and greeted him with a smile. "What does Lord Yin need? Do you have everything on it?" Uchiha-jin handed the list in his hand to the boss. Just some daily necessities, all in stock. The boss quickly browsed the items listed on the list and said after confirming that there was no problem. That's good, send it to my house when it's ready. Uchiha nodded, then took out an irregular gold nugget from his arms and handed it to the boss. A lot more. The boss took the gold and weighed it, and said in panic. It's okay, put it on the account if there are more. I will buy more in the future. Uchiha Jin did not make things difficult for the boss. Okay, Lord Jin. Hearing this, the boss accepted the gold with confidence. When he walked out of the grocery store, he met Uchiha Madara. Cousin, are you here to buy something? Uchiha Madara looked a little worried at this time, and he didn't raise his head until Uchiha Jin spoke. Well, I'm here to buy some ninja tools. Uchiha Madara's eyes were erratic, and the excuse he used was also very lame. As the son of the clan leader, he can directly get ninja tools from the clan's ninja tool warehouse, and the quality is much better than those sold outside. There is no need to buy them from such a place. Buy a gift. Uchiha Jin said suddenly. I won't give it to him. Uchiha Madara, who was not thinking about this, subconsciously defended himself, then found that he had said the wrong thing, and shouted with a flushed face. Cousin! You don't go to work and hang around here, I'm going to tell my father. Okay, I didn't see anything. Uchiha Jin said teasingly, and the awkward smile in his eyes made Uchiha Madara's face even redder. Humph! The teased boy snorted proudly and walked into the grocery store without looking back. Hehe, young people are really energetic. Uchiha Jin smiled and nodded, sighing at the boy's youthful years. After walking out of the grocery store for a few steps, Uchiha Jin found a sneaky figure in the corner of the wall, and touched over quietly. Little cousin, what are you doing? Putting his hand on Uchiha Izuna's shoulder, he asked in a low voice. Ah! Woo! The little cousin who was concentrating on peeping at Uchiha Madara through the window of the grocery store was startled by the sudden appearance of Uchiha Jin and almost peed his pants. Shh, it's not good to make such a loud noise and be heard by others. Uchiha Jin quickly covered his little cousin's mouth, so that his decibel level was not high enough to be noticed by others. A secret mission. Uchiha Izuna frowned and said in a tangled manner. Follow your brother. Uchiha Jin asked. How do you know? Did your father tell you? Uchiha Izuna was shocked. Did his father give this mission to someone else? Wasn't it agreed that it was his exclusive mission? Your intention is too obvious, there's no need to guess. Uchiha Jin said speechlessly. It's okay. As long as we kill them, no one will know my mission. The unconscious Uchiha Izuna took out a kunao from behind and muttered with a dull look in his eyes. End of this chapter. Chapter 70. Let's play crossword puzzles. You are so young and don't learn well. You are imitating the blackening of elementary school students. Uchiha Jin raised his hand and hit Uchiha Izuna violently, making him scream. Isn't this quite handsome? This is very popular in the clan recently. Uchiha Izuna covered the bump on his head and said with tears in his eyes. These days, the children in the clan don't know where they learned the blackening game. They put on smoky makeup and covered their faces and said some inexplicable strange words in a deep voice, which made the adults look confused. Tomorrow is the third day. What exactly is the mission the clan leader mentioned? After cleaning up the kid with the second-year syndrome, Uchiha Jin asked while touching his fluffy curly hair. Last time, Izuna informed him that he would go on a mission with Uchiha Tajima in 3 days. It seems that the time is almost up. I was just about to talk to you about this. Uchiha Izuna had an expression of I remembered it. He was going to talk to Uchiha Jin about this. Unexpectedly, he met Uchiha Madara with a look of fascination on the way. Curious, he immediately put the previous things behind him and just followed his eldest brother. Come to our house at noon tomorrow. Father will make arrangements. Uchiha Izuna recalled his father's instructions and delivered them to Uchiha Jin in a methodical manner. Without continuing to disturb Uchiha Izuna, who had turned into a stalker, Uchiha Jin, who passed by the market and bought some ingredients, walked towards his new home in a swagger. After putting the ingredients in his newly built small Western-style building, the grocery store's order arrived. Several deliverymen who had been here once rubbed their eyes in disbelief as they looked at the luxurious small Western-style building that had sprung up from the empty land not long ago. There was nothing there last time? Where did such a big building come from? Uchiha Jin, who had no time to explain such a problem, was only concerned with clearing the goods. Several people were also a little afraid and did not continue to ask, but left quickly after confirming that everything was correct. It was still a bit strenuous to clean up the stall alone. With the mentality of not using it for nothing, Uchiha Jin returned to the old house and slapped the still snoring Senju Uitama to wake him up. "Get up and work, kid. Woo-woo, I can't eat anymore." Senju Uitama, who was still immersed in his sleep, relied on his thick skin and flesh and was not awakened by the slap. Uchiha Jin's eyes condensed, locked onto the other party's round and fleshy little butt, and slapped it mercilessly. Pa! The sound of this powerful blow was very loud. Ah! The power worked wonders. Senju Uitama, who had just slept like a dead pig, was instantly surprised. He jumped up and covered his swollen buttocks. He looked at the smug culprit with shame and anger. The steam on his head was visible to the naked eye. "You hentai, I'll fight you." Senju Uitama, who could no longer bear it, decided to die together with the hateful Uchiha in front of him. "Stop it, there's something important to do." How could Hong Wen be so easily angry? Putting a finger against the angry Senju Uitama, Uchiha Jin said with a smile. "I'm moving." What about me?" Hearing this, Senju Uitama was stunned at first, and then blurted out. "You're still living here, I'm moving out, this sofa is really uncomfortable for people to sleep on." Uchiha Jin explained indifferently. Then I can sleep on the sofa, okay." After holding back for a long time, Senju Uitama blurted out a sentence, then turned his head away and continued in an inexplicable tone. "I'll sleep on the sofa, and you can go to the bedroom, can you not move out?" That expression seemed to have made a decision that went against his ancestors. "Can't bear to part with me." Hearing that the other party actually compromised and gave up the right to use the bedroom, Uchiha Jin asked in surprise. "I'm only doing this for the sake of the sweet and sour fish, don't be ungrateful." The stubborn Senju Uitama found a perfect excuse for what he said just now. "So I'm just a cook in your mind?" Uchiha Jin said, heartbroken. "Otherwise, you don't think I have other intentions towards you, do you?" Senju Uitama raised his head and stared at Uchiha Jin with disdain. He is Senju, how could he have any emotion other than hatred for an Uchiha? Tisk. "So I hate, brat." Uchiha Jin sighed and shook his head with a tired look. Ignoring the high-nosed Senju Uitama in front of him, Uchiha Jin gestured on the wall of the old house for a long time, and in the shocked eyes of the brat, he used strange force to hit the wall. Pa! Bang! With the sound of explosion, the old wall was punched through by Uchiha Jin, and with the strange force, the punched wall collapsed instantly. "If you want to move out, don't demolish the house." "What should I do?" Seeing the forced demolition, Senju Banjian was anxious and kicked Uchiha Jin on the calf. "Calm down, are all you Senju clan members so impatient?" Patting the dust off his body, Uchiha Jin said helplessly. After the bloodline bonus rewarded by the system, his physique has made a great leap. He is no longer the chicken who can be at a disadvantage when fighting with the kid in front of him. Ah! Hearing Uchiha Jin's words, Senju Banjian, who was still jumping, turned his head to look at the punched wall. There was a different world on the other side of the wall. The curious kid left Uchiha Jin and went through the hole like a rabbit. Wow! Stunned by the other side of the wall, Senju Banjian lost his ability to speak. Looking at the house decoration he had never seen before, he could only wow. The interior of this small Western-style building was designed by Uchiha according to the big house in his previous life. The avant-garde decoration inside is far beyond the current era. No wonder Senju Banjian, a native, sighed like this. This staircase is still rotating? What's this hanging thing for? Senju Banjian came back to his senses and looked at the strange and novel decoration, chirping, asking questions all over the place. Why are you asking so many questions? You are not allowed to live here. Uchiha held down the scurrying Senju Itama, and announced with a smile on his head. No, I want to live in the new house too. Hearing that he had no chance to live in this house, Senju Itama lay on the ground and started to make a scene, and kept yelling that Uchiha abused prisoners, and that he would not be killed if they surrendered their weapons, and that there was no benefit. Number. Uchiha was so annoyed that he could not stand it. An angry symbol appeared on his forehead. He stretched out his sandbag-sized fist and gestured a few times in front of the crying, making a fuss, and going up, Senju Itama. You should think clearly about your identity. Uchiha-jin's threat was very effective. The kid who was spinning on the ground got up quickly, ran back to the old house at a very fast speed, and stuck his head out from the wall and said pitifully. What should I do with my food? If I can't live in the new house, I can't have no food. You can come over for dinner, and go back to sleep at night. Adhering to the idea of not overstimulating this kid, Uchiha appropriately released his authority. Great! Don't be happy too early, you still have to clean up here for me during the day, otherwise you can't even think about eating. Of course, this kid can't eat for free, and it's also difficult to clean such a big house. Did you hear that? Uchiha asked loudly. I heard it. Senju Itama, who compromised with the food, had to put away the dignity of his Senju clan, clenched his little fist, and swore in his heart. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, don't bully the poor. End of this chapter. Chapter 71. Goodbye, my friend. It's impossible to work while commanding the Senju kid to move the purchased things into his big house. Uchiha left on the pretext of something, and while Senju Itama was busy, he strolled to the backyard and prepared to fight the refreshed NPC today. Sitting on a recliner with a cup of tea, Uchiha pondered what tomorrow's mission would be. Could it be, as Uchiha expected, a mission to unseal Uchiha Hikaru? He took the warm tea and sipped it gently. What Uchiha said had always been a thorn in his heart, making him uneasy when he was about to lie down. Here you are. Uchiha, who was still thinking about it, felt the air condense, and a light curtain of water ripples suddenly appeared in the distance. After a flash, a figure slowly appeared. I knew it. Looking at the familiar old friend in front of him, Uchiha sighed. If he was lucky, he could collect enough fragments today. Come on. Let's have a hearty battle. With a clap of his hands, Uchiha aura suddenly increased. Chakra has increased geometrically under the blessing of the Uzumaki clan's bloodline. Now he basically doesn't have to consider saving chakra. Take my mercy fire release first. He formed seals with both hands, and the burning chakra condensed in his mouth. After a few seals, the guided chakra turned into a raging fire and rolled towards Uchiha Itachi, who was still in a daze in front of him. Fire release, great fireball technique. Using one of the few offensive ninjutsu in the original owner's memory, Uchiha opened his Sharingan and stared at Uchiha Itachi, waiting for his next move. Just when the huge fireball was about to engulf Uchiha Itachi's thin body, bursts of black appeared on the fireball. A few strands of Amaterasu's black flames quickly devoured Uchiha great fireball. In just a few breaths, the huge fireball was completely devoured by a few strands of black flames and dissipated between heaven and earth. Amaterasu can actually be used like this? Uchiha looked at the black flame that could devour fire in shock. He had no time to hesitate. He caught Uchiha Itachi's skill after he had just performed it. The pupil of his right eye flashed, and black lotuses bloomed on his body. Looking at the blazing Amaterasu, Uchiha Jin thought to himself, after so many times, it's time to hit it, right? Contrary to his wishes, Uchiha Itachi, who was stained with Amaterasu, shattered at the touch, and his body turned into a flock of crows and fled. Uchiha Jin used the classic crow clone technique. His eyes moved up and down and left and right at high speed, searching for Uchiha Itachi's trace. After the crows dispersed, Uchiha Itachi did not appear for a long time. There was silence all around. Uchiha Jin, who was standing in place and on guard, suddenly elbowed back. The secret of Uchiha Taijutsu, a solid elbow. Feeling the touch of the back elbow hitting the entity, Uchiha Jin smiled. Uchiha Itachi, who had appeared behind him at some point, was finally hit for the first time. Perhaps because of the fusion of Hyuga bloodline, Uchiha Jin could actually capture the traces of the opponent's chakra through his eyes, and his field of vision became much wider. Every move of Uchiha Itachi, who had just hidden behind him through the crow clone and was waiting for an opportunity to attack, was seen clearly by these eyes. The strong elbow strike used by Uchiha Jin was integrated with strange power, and it was no problem to split mountains and break rocks with one elbow. Uchiha Itachi, who was hit by the strange power, flew dozens of meters horizontally, and finally fell heavily on the rocks next to the backyard, and there was no movement for a long time. Uchiha Jin, who had not heard the system prompt for a long time, frowned and walked closer to check carefully. Just when he was about to reach out when he touched this old friend, Uchiha Itachi, who was lying there in a mess, turned into a puff of white smoke. Not good. This is a shadow clone. Alarm bells rang in his mind. Uchiha Jin, who sensed the crisis, was about to leave when a pair of orange hands quietly appeared. He was caught in the hands the next moment. Despicable. A small 1 against 7 bullied me. Who was old and powerless, and could bear to drive a Gundam to attack. I didn't expect that NPCs would also play military tactics. Uchiha Jin sighed that the world was cold and AI was in power. Uchiha Itachi, who was wrapped in orange Susanoo, was not having a good time either. The elbow strike from Uchiha Jin just now was a real hit. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Uchiha Itachi knew that he didn't have much time and had to finish it as soon as possible. Resisting the pain in his chest, his eyes turned into windmills, and a cold chakra attacked Uchiha Jin who was caught in his hands. Tsukuyomi? Uchiha Jin, who was struggling in Susanoo's hand, was caught off guard again. His consciousness was sucked into the Tsukuyomi space, and Uchiha Jin, who was nailed to the cross, shook his head helplessly. Sure enough, he could not defeat the NPC. Looking at the 1-on-7 in front of him, Uchiha Jin said resignedly. This is the last time, can you please not stab? Before he finished speaking, Uchiha Itachi had already encouraged the sharp knife and stabbed at the place where he had not spoken yet. You little bastard, wait for me, even if I have to survive, I will survive until you are born, and see how I will deal with you then. Uchiha Jin, who was stabbed to the point of despair, used up his last strength to threaten Uchiha Itachi, who was ruthless. These words did not have any effect, but instead accelerated the efficiency of Uchiha Itachi's stabbing. Among the countless clones of Uchiha Itachi, one clone holding a knife showed a different expression from the other cold clones. The clone with a very subtle expression stepped forward and stabbed the lower 3 roads as a routine. After turning his head, the corners of his expressionless mouth slightly raised. 72 hours finally passed, Uchiha Jin gasped and lay weakly on the ground in the backyard. The backyard refreshes the random skill illusion Tsukuyomi every day, and obtains Tsukuyomi fragments *10. Tsukuyomi fragments, 40/40ths, collect 40 pieces to synthesize the illusion Tsukuyomi, and the skill Mangekyo Sharingan can be learned. Finally, Tsukuyomi fragments were collected. Uchiha Jin's eyes were filled with tears. Finally, he no longer had to suffer the torture of Uchiha's 1-on-7. He stretched out his fingers tremblingly, clicked on the Tsukuyomi fragments, and tried to synthesize them. Illusion Tsukuyomi synthesis successful. The fragments that were collected with great effort floated in the void and blended together. A burst of light flashed, and the serious Tsukuyomi skill card was successfully synthesized. Click to learn. Uchiha-jin couldn't wait to click the learning option, imagining the scene of taking off after mastering Tsukuyomi. Learning failed. A big red cross appeared in front of Uchiha-jin, and he was stunned. Why? I ate so many fragments in exchange for Tsukuyomi, and failed to learn the Alliance Flute. So all my previous sufferings were in vain? Percent, number, at percent, and percent asterisk and. Uchiha-jin couldn't help but spit out fragrance in anger, showing the beautiful national quintessence vividly. The host has not awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, and this skill cannot be learned. The cold prompt of the system came late. At this time, Uchiha-jin remembered that the description of the Tsukuyomi fragments marked the skill Mangekyo Sharingan as learnable. He thought that Tsukuyomi was the same as Amaterasu, and could be used without opening the eyes, but he didn't expect that need to awaken the Mangekyo. With a sigh, Uchiha-jin, whose debuff was cleared by the system, got up and patted the dust on his body. This trip was fruitless. The Tsukuyomi learning card could not be used for the time being. His pair of Sharingan was not original, and he didn't know if he could awaken the Mangekyo. Touching his eyes, Uchiha-jin considered the issue of opening his eyes. Suddenly, a light flashed in his mind. In this situation, there is really someone who can help him solve his doubts. End of this chapter. Chapter 72. There is no such thing as a simple and honest Uchiha. Uchiha-jin, who had already considered it, did not stay in the backyard for long. He returned to the old house to cook. After a while, Senjuidama came over from the new house with the smell of fragrance. Have you finished cleaning? Uchiha-jin, wearing an apron and holding a spatula, frowned and asked. Of course, this little thing can't be difficult for me. Senjuidama, who was dirty all over, raised his little fists and said proudly, but his face was covered with dust and sweat, which made his words unconvincing. You should take a shower first. Uchiha-jin, covering his nose, waved his hand in disdain. Humph! Qin found that he really needed to wash up. Xiaobanjian raised his head and snorted, and before walking into the bathroom, he stuck his head out with a vigilant warning. Don't peek! Who would peek at a stinky brat like you? Hearing this, Uchiha-jin, who was cooking, almost poured a jar of salt into the pot, and retorted with a frown on his face. Maybe he learned from the last lesson. This time Senjubanjian washed very quickly, and when Uchiha-jin brought out the last dish, he was already sitting at the dining table with steaming water waiting for dinner. You are really good at nothing, but eating is the first priority. Seeing that the brat was so fast, Uchiha-jin mocked. Stop talking, hurry up and eat. The greedy Senjubanjian ignored the mockery of his mortal enemy, staring at him with his eyes wide open. Looking at the sweet and sour fish in Uchiha-jin's hand, he looked salivating. I'm starting. Seeing the sweet and sour fish that he had been thinking about, Senjuidama, who was eager to eat, didn't care about anything else and started to eat it all. Sweet and sour fish at noon, sweet and sour fish at night, and the best of both worlds. He was so busy that he was busy eating. Taking a chopstick of his masterpiece and savoring the sweet sauce carefully, Uchiha-jin thought maliciously, without reflecting on how much he loved sugar. Uchiha-jin, who ate faster, put down his empty bowl first, looked at the kid who was still fighting, picked his teeth and stood up and said. I have something to do in class, remember to clean it up for me. With his mouth full of food, Senjuidama couldn't speak, and could only make a hum sound to indicate that he knew. Walking out of the house, Uchiha-jin walked towards the dungeon where he worked. Entering the gate, he walked to the door of dungeon number 3. The two boys who had been seen a few days ago were still guarding the gate. Brother Erlang, are you on duty again today? Uchiha-jin greeted the honest boy with a square face familiarly. You are my brother's friend. When Uchiha Erlang saw the other party calling his name, he was stunned at first. And thought quickly in his mind, and then he remembered that the other party was his brother's friend. That's right, I forgot to introduce myself last time. My name is Uchiha-jin. Uchiha-jin introduced himself with a smile, and he was as warm as a big brother. Brother Yin, are you here to check the prisoners again? Remembering the other party's identity as an archive officer, the boy asked. Yes, there are some doubts in the file, so I came to check it out. Please let me in. Uchiha-jin found an excuse and tricked the boy into letting him in. No problem. The honest and straightforward Uchiha-jiro immediately opened the cell door and let him in. Thank you, brothers. Uchiha-jin saw that his goal had been achieved and smiled and waved goodbye to the two. Jiro, don't you think this guy is suspicious? When Uchiha-jin walked away, Uchiha Wohi, who had not spoken the whole time, frowned and asked. What's suspicious? He is my brother's teammate. I asked my brother a few days ago. It is indeed this person. He is easy to recognize with curly hair. Uchiha Jiro, who had dealt with Uchiha-jin for the first time, went home that day and asked his brother Dallin about Uchiha-jin. The other party just said with a strange look that he was indeed his teammate, and told him not to care about this person. But the name Uchiha-jin, I seem to have heard someone mention it somewhere, and it has a bad feeling when it is mentioned. Uchiha Wohi touched his little head, and he couldn't figure out why he had the idea of resistance. You are not hallucinating from applying glue at night, are you? A faint smile appeared on Uchiha Jiro's honest face. It seems that honesty is just his protective color. This Uchiha cuts yellow and oily. What is applying glue? The ignorant Uchiha Wohi was exposed to a new term for the first time. The doubts in his eyes were about to overflow. He couldn't help asking. Hehe, I will show you something good after get off work. I stole it from my brother. Uchiha Jiro glanced around to see if there was anyone around, and whispered in Uchiha Wohi's ear. According to his memory, Uchiha-jin groped in the dungeon number 3, and finally saw the target of his trip. In the dim corridor, a hunched figure was slowly cleaning with a broom. Uchiha-jin walked up, stared at the familiar back, and said, I want to see Grandpa. Hearing this, the hunched old jailer raised his pale and withered face and said expressionlessly, Okay. The voice gave him goosebumps like nails scraping against glass. As the word okay came out of his mouth, the old jailer turned into a pool of black mud, quickly crawled towards Uchiha-jin, climbed up along his legs, and wrapped him up in an instant. Resisting the discomfort in his body, Uchiha-jin took a deep breath and did not resist the old jailer's swallowing. Then he saw a black screen in front of his eyes, and his body seemed to be moving at high speed. When he saw the light of day again, Uchiha-jin found himself back in the cell where Uchiha Tajima was imprisoned. The old man he had seen a few days ago was still writing at his desk. When he heard the noise behind him, he raised his head silently. Seeing that the person coming was actually Uchiha-jin, he asked with surprise. Ah-jin, why are you here so soon? Have you done the work? Uchiha Tajima was very surprised to think that Uchiha-jin had controlled Wuming, but Uchiha-jin shook his head and replied. No. Uchiha Tajima did not move. Then what are you doing here? The old man just stopped writing, stood up and stared at him with his intact single eye and asked. I want to ask about my Sharingan. Uchiha-jin asked directly. In the entire Uchiha clan, except for Uchiha Miao who he had seen during the day, only Uchiha Tajima in front of him had a deep study of Sharingan. It would be inappropriate for me to ask Uchiha Miao directly, as this might arouse Uchiha Tajima's suspicion, and Uchiha doesn't have these concerns here. He could sense that the old man had ulterior motives, but adhering to the style of doing things as much as possible, Uchiha-jin asked boldly. Is your eyesight declining? Uchiha frowned and asked. He knew the origin of Uchiha Jin's eyes very well. After transplanting the original Mangekyo to Wuming, he replaced them with the eyes that Uchiha Yan took from the corpse of the Kagaya clan. He vaguely remembered that the owner of those eyes was the follower beside Kagaya Sosuke, but unfortunately he was stabbed by his leader. No, I just want to ask, can I still awaken the Mangekyo with these eyes? Uchiha Jin's eyes widened slightly, and a pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan appeared in front of Uchiha. The old man could clearly sense the surging pupil power contained in these eyes. As expected of Jin's child, he can actually nurture eyes that are not his own to this extent. End of this chapter. Chapter 73 Buffs are stacked. Your current eyes were taken from the body of the invader by that guy Uchiha Yan. Uchiha Yan explained the source of Uchiha Yan's current eyes. You are not supposed to be able to open the Sharingan. The old man stared at Uchiha Yan's slightly red eyes, and was a little surprised when he knew that Uchiha Yan had opened his eyes. Eye replacement is not uncommon in the clan. Because of some forbidden techniques, ordinary Sharingans can be used as consumables. What about my eyes? Touching his eye sockets, Uchiha Yan recalled the process of opening his Sharingan, which seemed to be inseparable from the system. Could it be because of the system reward? There are several possibilities. Uchiha Yu thought for a moment and then explained, first, these eyes may have been swapped. The eyes you replaced are indeed from your clan. This possibility is not high. Uchiha Miao and Uchiha Yan knew Uchiha Yan's physical condition very well. If they rashly replaced the Sharingan, it might increase his physical burden and cause secondary damage. Second, the eyes were assimilated by the human body. Assimilation? The first time he encountered this blind spot in knowledge, Uchiha Yan looked at Uchiha Yu with a question mark on his face, hoping that he would explain it to him. There are countless blood vessels and lymphatic vessels in the human eyeball to maintain the normal operation of the eyeball. After the eyeball was replaced, your blood occupied the eyeball, and the blood changed the fundamental nature of the eyeball. Uchiha Yu whispered his guess to Uchiha Yan, this possibility is the greatest. After all, even if I have studied the mysteries of the human body for a lifetime, I have not been able to fully solve them. Uchiha Yan could not deny it. Actually, I have another guess. I thought Uchiha Jin's guess would stop here, but he seemed to remember something after a long time and spoke. What? Uchiha Jin interrupted his own thinking and couldn't help asking. Over the years, I have been committed to the study of blood. Our clan has obtained many experimental materials in the war. After studying many experimental materials, I accidentally found some interesting things. Uchiha Jin's intact eye moved slightly, as if recalling something. Uchiha Jin didn't interrupt, but listened seriously. I found that several unrelated ninja clans have similar gene chains in their blood. I thought it was the result of mutual communication for thousands of years, but some ninja clans have been enemies for many years, and there is no possibility of mutual communication and marriage. Senju, Uzumaki, Hagoromo, Hyuga, Kagaya. Uchiha Jin told the names of several ninja clans. And Uchiha? Aren't all these descendants of the Otsutsuki clan? Uchiha Jin, who knew the plot, naturally knew that the above-mentioned ninja clans were all descendants of the Otsutsuki clan that had descended. And your eyes are from the Kagaya clan, and they are a hybrid of Kagaya and Hyuga. Uchiha Jin only showed his hand to Uchiha Jin at this time. My eyes were taken from a hybrid of the Kagaya clan and the Hyuga clan? Wait, let me sort it out, the relationship is a bit confusing. Uchiha Jin was stunned when he heard the old man's words. The original owner's eyes were so complicated. I am Uchiha, my eyes are Kagaya and Hyuga, and the system also gave me Uzumaki bloodline. Now I only need Senju and Yui to stack enough buffs of the Otsutsuki clan to rush into the universe. Because of the same gene set in the blood, your eyes have adapted to your body and automatically transformed into Sharingan. If you are a member of the Hyuga clan, you will most likely awaken the Byakugan if you replace this eye. Is it hot swappable or adaptive? Since you can open the Sharingan, it means that these eyes are very compatible with you. Take good care of them and you will be able to open the Mangekyo soon. Uchiha-jin looked at Uchiha-jin, who was frowning, mistakenly thinking that the other party was very repulsive to outsiders, and comforted him. It's not difficult for you to open the Mangekyo. The main thing is that you lack a suitable opportunity. Uchiha-jin had awakened the Mangekyo before, which means that he is gifted and it is not difficult to open it again. Okay. Uchiha-jin naturally knew the secret of the opportunity mentioned by the other party. But he didn't have a loved one in this world, nor did he have a deep bond with anyone. How could he open this Mangekyo? I have a plan, but I don't know if it will work. Uchiha noticed Uchiha-jin was anxious, and after thinking for a while, he said, "Grandpa, help me." There is such a good thing. Uchiha-jin immediately bowed his head. What is the grievance for Tsukuyomi? Actually, I don't want you to know about this so early. The old man shook his head and turned around, opened a secret compartment on the wall, and reached out to take out a glass jar from it. This pair is your father's Sharingan. Uchiha, with a gloomy face, put a glass jar with eyeballs in front of Uchiha-jin. A pair of scarlet Sharingan is soaked in the turquoise nutrient solution. Even though it has lost its owner for many years, Uchiha-jin can still feel the majestic pupil power from it. This pair of eyes records the whole process of your father being murdered by Uchiha Tajima. If you see it, you will most likely awaken the Mangekyo. Uchiha stroked the glass jar with deep hatred in his tone. Who is telling the truth? Uchiha-jin's head hurts when he brings up this topic again. Except for his grandfather Uchiha-yu, everyone else tells about their father's sacrifice to protect his teammates. This time, let him witness the event with his own eyes. You use the power of the Sharingan to penetrate it, and the scene sealed in it will naturally appear. Following Uchiha-yu's guidance, the Megatama in Uchiha-jin's eyes turned slightly, and a cold chakra merged into the Sharingan in the glass jar. A hint of unknown meaning flashed in Wang Liang's grey eyes standing aside, and he quietly watched the operation of the grandfather and grandson in front of him. With the contact of the power of the eyes, Uchiha-jin felt his body lighten and entered a third-person perspective. A curly-haired man was hurrying on the road, followed by several tribesmen wearing the same clothes. At this time, several of them were injured, and Kunao and Shuriken were passed by their sides from time to time, reminding them that they were being chased. "Captain, they are following too closely." The young man who spoke, from his appearance, Uchiha-jin could vaguely recognize that he was his cousin Uchiha Tajima. At this time, he was about 20 years old, but his temperament was as calm as an old man. "Don't panic, I will hold them back later, you just retreat." The curly-haired man's voice was as gentle as jade, which made people feel good at first hearing it. His tone of voice was full of confidence, which made people feel at ease. "Jin, don't be a hero, I will go with you." A cold and beautiful woman next to him glared at him and said with gritted teeth, "I will stay too." The young man Uchiha Tajima also spoke. "Stop making trouble, I can go alone, you will only be a burden to me if you stay." Uchiha-jin shook his head. "You go and meet Feng Guo first, I will catch up soon." As he said, Uchiha-jin turned to face the enemy. "Damn it!" The cold and beautiful woman was furious when she saw Uchiha-jin, who was alone and left behind. She turned to the young man Tiandao and said, "Tashima, you retreat first. I'm worried about your brother-in-law." After that, she ran after the man's back. Uchiha Tiandao stopped and his eyes were uncertain. Finally, he seemed to have made up his mind and turned around to follow him. "Why did you come? I told you to leave first." Uchiha-jin, who was trapped in the encirclement, saw the two people rushing over and shouted anxiously, "How can I leave my family behind?" The cold and beautiful woman drew out her weapon with a slightly cold face. The young man Tiandao just nodded and then opened his Sharingan to prepare for battle. After a bloody storm, the three fought and retreated. Seeing that the delay was almost over, they were about to speed up their escape when a dramatic change occurred. "Tajima, what are you doing?" The exhausted Uchiha-jin looked at the samurai sword sticking out of his stomach in disbelief, and turned his head with difficulty to look at the crazy Uchiha Tajima. "Brother-in-law, I'm sorry, if you don't die, I can't inherit the position of clan leader." With a strong twist of his hand, a huge amount of blood gushed out of Uchiha-jin's wound, and the whole person trembled and fell backwards. No. The last scene was the cold and lonely back of Uchiha Tajima and the desperate call of the cold and beautiful woman. End of this chapter. Chapter 74, Breaking Up the Couple. After pulling out consciousness from the memories recorded in the Sharingan, Uchiha-jin did not awaken the Mangekyo under the stimulation of losing his loved ones as Uchiha-jin thought. Failed. Uchiha's face darkened. He had been stimulated by this scene and opened the Mangekyo. He thought that Uchiha-jin could do the same, but unfortunately he failed. Maybe I don't remember my parents very well. After all, they died when I was very young. Uchiha-jin, who felt a headache, rubbed his temples and found a reasonable excuse for himself. "You also saw that it was Uchiha Tajima who murdered your parents?" Uchiha stroked the Sharingan belonging to his deceased son and said in a cold tone. "Don't be fooled by his current appearance. When Wu-ming is controlled in your hand, it will be the time for us, the grandfather and grandson, to avenge our hatred." Yet. Uchiha-jin, who was still thinking about the scene recorded in the Sharingan, nodded perfunctorily. "Then I'll leave first. I'll come to you when there's news about Wu-ming." Since he couldn't make his Sharingan go further, Uchiha Shihajin proposed to leave. "Then let Wang Liang send you off again." Uchiha Yu had no intention of trying to keep him, and waved his hand to order the old jailer standing by to send Uchiha-jin off. Wrapped in black liquid and diving underground again, Uchiha-jin did not have much stress reaction this time, and even reached out to touch Wang Liang in liquid form. "Do you have self-awareness?" Uchiha-jin tried to ask. "I am the incarnation of the Master's will, and what the Master thinks is my consciousness." After a moment of silence, a black face emerged from the black mud, opened his mouth and explained to him with a smile. "What are your hobbies?" Uchiha-jin suddenly changed the subject and asked a question that made no sense. Wang Liang was stunned for a moment and didn't know how to answer. "Since you have self-awareness, you must have your own interests and hobbies. For example, I like sweets. Do you have anything you like to do?" Uchiha-jin casually chatted about family matters, not minding that Wang Liang was not a real human. "Well, I don't have any other hobbies except completing the Master's orders. If I have to say." For the first time, a thoughtful look appeared on the black face. "When I have nothing to do, I will look up at the moon." Good fellow. A strong sense of déjà vu came over him, making Uchiha-jin a little unsure. This guy was too ruthless. After a few simple exchanges, the two of them said nothing more. Soon, Uchiha-jin was sent out of the dungeon by Wang Liang. When he turned around and looked again, the black mud had already sunk into the ground and disappeared. Before he came here, he was not sure who was telling the truth and who was lying, but now after communicating with Wang Liang, the other party's words were equivalent to exposing his identity. Now Uchiha-jin can be 100% sure that the original owner's grandfather, Uchiha, was fooled by his so-called incarnation of will. It seems that this place can't be visited anymore. After being certain that Wang Liang was Zhuezhuazi in disguise, Uchiha-jin decided not to contact this so-called grandfather again, so as not to be targeted by the mastermind and get into trouble. Back to his new home, the big house that Senju Banma had cleaned up was not bad. Lying on the newly bought bedding, Uchiha-jin slept very sweetly. The next day, waking up from his sleep, Uchiha-jin rubbed his curly hair and strolled back to his old house to make breakfast. Stinky brat, get up and help. Kicking the bedroom door open, Uchiha Jin, who was still in a bad mood after getting up, shouted loudly. Every time he got up early to cook, Senju Banma, the stinky brat, slept until noon. Uchiha Jin, who was extremely unbalanced, decided to inform this brat that his good days were over. Woo. I can't eat any more. Uchiha Jin pulled the half-asleep Senju Utama out of bed, wearing only a pair of underwear and talking in his sleep. Eat, 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 are you from the Senju clan or the Akimichi clan? Uchiha Jin, who had wanted to complain about why the kid slept naked without clothes, was furious when he heard the kids talk in his sleep. He slapped the kid's raised round buttocks twice without saying a word. Papa! Uchiha Big Hentai, put me down. Feeling the perfect elastic touch from his palm, Uchiha Jin looked at Senju Utama, who was awakened from his sleep, and left with satisfaction after leaving him behind. Come out and help quickly, or you won't have any food for the whole day. The wronged Senju Utama hugged the quilt, his face full of shame and anger, wishing to eat Uchiha Jin alive. You little brat don't know how to be grateful. If it weren't for me, you would have been chopped into meat paste and sent back to the Senju clan. Uchiha Jin, holding the bowl, rolled his eyes and said to Senju Utama, who was staring at him with extreme hatred, and if you don't eat, the rice will get cold. Senju Utama glared at him fiercely, looked at the delicious breakfast on the table and swallowed his saliva, silently saying in his heart that only food should not be let down, and then quickly turned on the dry rice mode. That's right, you can think about other things after you have a full stomach. Uchiha Jin clapped his hands in satisfaction, got up and went out, leaving a sentence before leaving, remember to clean up, otherwise there will be no food when you come back. Senju Utama could only nod like a bullied wife, the meal was so delicious. After leaving the house, Uchiha Jin did not go to the dungeon to fish as usual, but went straight to Uchiha Tajima's mansion according to his memory. After knocking on the door, Uchiha Izuna stuck his head out from the door, and saw that the person coming was Uchiha Jin, so he opened the door and welcomed him in. Where's Madara? Walking along the long tatami with Izuna, Uchiha Jin found that there was no one else in the mansion, and he couldn't help asking. Big brother went out early in the morning. Uchiha Izuna, who was leading the way, said in a muffled voice, with a lot of resentment in his tone. Going on a date again? Uchiha Jin teased with a smile. That's right. When Izuna, who was leading the way, heard what Uchiha Jin said, she said angrily, her two little feet stomping on the wooden tatami. Father, my cousin is here. He opened a door, and inside was his cousin Uchiha Tajima. Uncle, what's the mission? Looking at the silent Uchiha Tajima, Uchiha Jin asked apprehensively. Is it really the mission to unblock Wuming? Originally, I didn't want too many people to know about this, but you watched Madara and Izuna grow up as a family, I think you should participate in this mission. Uchiha Tajima opened his eyes, and a rare tenderness appeared on his cold face. He looked at his nephew who he had raised and said slowly. Some time ago, the second son Izuna accidentally mentioned to him that the eldest son Madara had been acting strangely recently. He didn't care much about it. So he casually assigned Izuna a task to investigate. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected gain. Izuna found that Madara was having a hot relationship with a foreign boy near the clan. He thought it was just a play between children, but he never thought that the foreign boy actually showed his good ninja qualities. This made Uchiha Tajima doubt the other party's motives. After repeated consideration, he decided to take Izuna and Jin to meet the foreign boy to test where he came from. Madara has been acting strangely recently. After Izuna's investigation, he found that he had close contact with a foreign boy. I'm afraid that the other party is a spy from other ninja clans. Uchiha Tajima explained the mission to Uchiha Jin. So our mission is to capture that foreign boy and see if he has other purposes. You don't need to do this kind of mission yourself, right? Uchiha Jin was a little confused. Capturing a child requires the head of the clan to do it himself. Madara is my child. He may become the head of the clan in the future. I can't let his resume have any stains. Uchiha Tajima thought very far ahead. Only family members can participate in this mission. Uchiha Jin took a deep breath after hearing the content of the mission. So I am also participating in helping to break up the couple? End of this chapter. Chapter 75 Cousin, don't misunderstand that I really want to save only you. The father and son, wearing their equipment, led the confused Uchiha Jin to run in the forest outside the clan's territory. It was the first time that Uchiha Jin saw Uchiha Izuna wearing the equipment for the battlefield, a simple breastplate, and a samurai sword that was almost as tall as his brother usually hangs out with that watermelon-headed guy in the Minamiga River. Izuna led the way in front, and said in a resentful tone. In fact, I suspect that the child is from the Senju clan. Uchiha Tajima, who was beside Uchiha Jin, whispered to him, with a murderous look in his eyes. Yesterday, Madara had already noticed the intentions of me and Izuna, so he went out early in the morning. I hope this kid won't be deceived by outsiders. No wonder Uchiha Madara disappeared so early. It turned out that he went to inform his hot mom. If it is really the offspring of the Senju clan, the other party will definitely set up an ambush. At that time, Jin, you should be careful. Uchiha Tajima relied on the thinking of a strategist to infer that the Senju clan might also be nearby, and warned the weak Uchiha Jin in advance. No problem. Uchiha Jin nodded immediately. Look. My brother is there. Several people hid in the forest and quietly moved behind a big tree near the river. From a distance, they could see Uchiha Madara looking at a boy across the river. By the river, the boy Madara threw the stone he had been holding for a long time to the other side of the river. The melon-skinned boy on the other side of the river also threw a similar stone in his hand. The two stones fell steadily into each other's hands. The boy Madara, who had a slight smile on his face, glared at the words on the stone in his hand, and his face sank. The melon-skinned boy on the other side of the river had the same expression. Hasi Lama, I'm sorry, we can't play together today. After seeing the big words on the stone, the boy Madara immediately said that he was done for today. He turned around and waved, saying, I suddenly remembered that I have something to do. Really? Then I'll go back today. The melon-headed boy who also saw the words on the stone in his hand had a tangled expression, but still raised his hand to wave goodbye. The two boys turned their heads, exerted their strength on their feet, and ran in opposite directions at the same time. So fast. Do you want to escape? Hashirama, this guy, actually leaked the secret. The person hiding behind the melon-headed boy saw that the target turned around and left, and he was a little anxious. He turned to a short white figure beside him and said, Let's go, Tobirama. Yes. The white-haired kid next to him nodded and followed. Not good, the other party is going to escape. Uchiha Tajima saw that the melon-headed boy on the other side of the river actually evacuated quickly after just a face-to-face encounter. He immediately guessed that the other party knew there was an ambush, and waved his hand and ordered. Jin, Izuna, chase. After that, he flew after him first. Yes. Yes. Full of energy, Izuna and Uchiha Jin flew up to follow. The people rushing out from both sides saw the other side coming fiercely, and at the same time stopped their feet, relying on the treading water ability that is essential for ninjas, and just stopped on the river. Both sides were on guard and stared at each other. Plop! The originally tense atmosphere was broken by a sound of falling into the water. Sorry, I'm not very skilled after not using it for a long time. Uchiha Jin, who barely stabilized his wet feet on the water, said to the people present with an apologetic look. The silence of the whole audience was deafening. It seems that we have the same idea. With a slight twitch in the corner of his eyes with the scarlet Sharingan, Uchiha Tajima took a deep breath, held the hilt of the knife at his waist with his backhand, and looked at the old acquaintance opposite with a cold face. Senju Fukushima. And Tobirama. Uchiha Izuna, who looked disgusted, tried to save the face of the Uchiha clan, and challenged the white-haired kid opposite with an old-fashioned look. Yes, Uchiha Tajima. The middle-aged man with the same armor as the first generation and a mature face is the current head of the Senju clan, Senju Fukushima. He held a kunao and replied with a slightly cold face. And Izuna. The white-haired Tobirama, who could not stand the provocation of the evil Uchiha kid, carried a giant samurai sword behind him that was bigger than him, and responded with a fighting face. Hey, little cousin, how do you know the white-haired guy opposite who looks not so good? Uchiha Jin, who turned into a background board, couldn't help but whisper to Izuna, who was full of fighting spirit. I followed my father to fight the Senju clan many times. That conspicuous white-haired man was often active on the battlefield. We fought each other many times. He was the child of Senju Fukushima, named Senju Tobirama. Even though the atmosphere was so tense, Uchiha Izuna still took the time to explain to his beloved cousin. It's time to fight. As a leaf fell from the sky, both sides attacked at the same time with tacit understanding. Big versus big, small versus small. Uchiha Tajima went to Senju Fukushima, the two clan leaders' contest. Izuna went to Tobirama, and the long weapons of both sides collided with each other, causing a splash of water. What about me? Uchiha Jin looked at the other side in confusion. They each found an opponent, leaving him alone to watch the show. Looking around the entire battlefield, he felt that it was not good to slack off, so he locked his eyes on the watermelon-skinned boy who was still in a daze, and an inexplicable light emanated from his eyes. The whole person was eager to try for a while. That was the future god of ninja world. Uchiha Jin really didn't want to miss the chance to give the first-generation Hokage a slap. Seeking the opportunity, he rushed towards the dazed Senju Hashirama, shouting at the same time. Senju kid, dare to fight with me, Uchiha Jin. Ah! Hashirama, who was still thinking quickly about how to avoid the escalation of the conflict with his Madara, looked up in surprise and saw a curly-haired Uchiha running over from the other side of the river with a wretched look on his face. He subconsciously raised his classic starting position and prepared to fight with the other party. Detected that the host was in a battle, and the heart steel treasure box began to accumulate. The system prompt sounded at the same time. Take my punch. Uchiha Jin, who had accumulated strength in the air, was ready to give the future god of ninja world a little strange power shock. With this punch, even the god of ninja world would have to lie down for a few days. Just when Uchiha Jin's fist was about to hit Senju Hashirama, a figure came quickly and kicked Senju Hashirama, who was in a defensive posture, away. Cousin, you don't have to fight, I'll be his opponent. The one who came was the young boy Madara, who had been watching his father and brother fight indifferently. Okay, then leave it to my cousin. Uchiha Jin, who had released his strength in the air, saw that he was intercepted by his eldest cousin. Knowing that he couldn't participate, he shrugged and gave up his position. Now it's good, each fighting his own, and he was vacated again. Uchiha Jin, who was reduced to a background board again, had to step aside and watch everyone's wonderful performance. Izuna, don't compete with the Senju clan in strength, you can kill him with a face full of saliva. The person in charge is confused, but the bystander is clear. Uchiha Jin, who was standing aside, gave advice to Uchiha Izuna, who was still in confrontation. Despicable Uchiha! Hearing such a vicious plot, the white-haired, red-eyed brat was furious. There was actually an Uchiha who was as cunning as him. This kid must not be kept alive. Izuna, who was at a disadvantage in the wrestling match, naturally had no energy to speak, but her mind was thinking quickly about the moves her cousin had said. Just when the two teenagers were evenly matched, the two clan leaders jumped high at the same time and threw their weapons at the two brats who were still confronting, intending to kill them. Not good. The boys Madara and Hashirama, who were still playing a fake match, saw that their father actually attacked their two younger brothers. They tacitly stopped the sparring in their hands and prepared to rescue their brothers, but it was a bit out of reach. Izuna! Tobirama! The two helpless men shouted at the same time, trying to let the two younger brothers dodge. However, the two little ghosts had a strange desire to win at this time, and they were waiting for the other side to retreat first, but both sides were stubborn and the stalemate lasted for a while. Ding! Ding! Plop! Just when the kunao and the short blade were about to fall on the heads of the two brothers, a flying samurai sword blocked the way of the two hidden weapons. With a burst of golden sounds, the three weapons fell into the water together. Everyone present was looking for the owner of the samurai sword, and finally everyone's eyes were locked on Uchiha Jin standing on the shore. Do you believe me when I say I slipped? End of this chapter. Chapter 76. The Senju clan is best at sneak attacks. Hey! The two teenagers who were fighting each other in close combat breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Seeing that the situation was in a stalemate, the two retreated tacitly. Before he flew to his own camp, the boy with a slightly cold face stared at the people opposite him and warned. I will never forgive anyone who tries to hurt my brother. Me too. The melon-headed Hasi Lama standing in the front also followed his lead with a serious face. After saying that, the boy with a complicated look on his face flashed a hint of determination in his eyes. And slowly spoke to the people in front of him, Hashira. What? Hearing the slightly cold tone of the boy Madara, the melon-skinned Hashirama's heart tightened. The silly and beautiful future we talked about, in the end. Why did this sentence sound strange? Uchiha Jin, who was eating melons, almost took out the melon seed stool to watch the ignorant love and hatred between the boys. Maybe it's really impossible to reach it. After the boy Madara finished this sentence, he seemed to have exhausted all his strength, and his eyes turned from entanglement to indifference after lowering his head. Madara, you. Feeling the strange indifference, the melon-skinned Hashirama looked at his former best friend with a shocked expression, but couldn't continue after opening his mouth. The boy Madara, who had already decided to cut off this bond in his heart, raised his head with empty eyes and said coldly. Although the time is short, I am really happy, Hashira. Aren't the Senju clan famous for their good physical strength and strong endurance? Just as the two teenagers were saying goodbye affectionately, the adults on both sides had their own thoughts. Senju Fukushima, there are 4 people on the opposite side, and we are at a disadvantage with 3 against 4. Uchiha Tajima, who was standing behind the few people, asked. How is it, can it work, Madara? He will contain Senju Fukushima, and Izuna will hold the white-haired kid. As long as Madara can defeat the watermelon-headed Senju boy and distract Senju Fukushima, he can win the game steadily. No, the hot mom is better than me. Hearing the hidden meaning in his father's words, Uchiha Madara, who had not really let go in his heart, said. If we fight head-on, we will lose. No, did you miss me? This is 3 against 4, and the advantage is mine? Uchiha Jin heard the retreat in the words of the young Madara. This kid may not be able to beat the melon-skinned Hashirama, but with his words, it should not be a big problem. With Uchiha Jin's current strength, it is still easy to crush the 4 little ghosts present without exposing Amaterasu. A child who is more powerful than his brother. Izuna, who was standing behind the young boy Madara, couldn't help but asked in surprise. In his mind, his brother should be the strongest among his peers. Really? He has such strength. Uchiha Tajima, who also sensed that his eldest son had no intention of fighting, said helplessly. Don't, cousin, maybe we can keep this old guy here if we work together. Uchiha Jin approached Uchiha Tajima and whispered to him. After being silent for so long, he couldn't bear it anymore and came out to show his presence. The result was a big eye roll from Uchiha Tajima. Jin, you don't understand the strength of the clan leader. Senju Fujian and I are on par with each other. It's easy for me to defeat you. Uchiha Tajima didn't deliberately ignore Uchiha Jin's fighting power. He knew Uchiha Jin's physical condition best. It was because he knew it too well that he didn't let him act rashly. I have opened my eyes. Uchiha Jin, who felt underestimated, couldn't help but whisper. It's because you have opened your eyes that I won't let you go. Your body can't bear it. Uchiha Tajima briefly explained. What do you mean by can't bear it? He is as strong as a bull now, okay. Uchiha Jin curled his lips helplessly. The original owner's physical fitness was indeed too bad. His current performance was too bright and aroused suspicion. Forget it, just lie down. Retreat? Uchiha Tajima didn't know if the other side had reinforcements. Knowing that he had no reinforcements, it was better to retreat first. Kana. The young boy Madara glanced at the melon-skinned Hashirama and turned to leave. Madara. Actually, you haven't given up yet, right? Seeing that the person he loved was about to leave him, the melon-skinned Hashirama took a step forward and emotionally retained this relationship. You finally have the same idea as me. You are a Senju man. With his back to the melon-skinned Hashirama, the young boy Madara said, if possible, I really hope that our ideas are different. Our two clans have been enemies for generations. My relatives died at the hands of the Senju clan, and your brothers and sisters also died at the hands of the Uchiha clan. So, there is no need for you and me to be honest with each other. From now on, let's meet on the battlefield. Senju Hasi Lama. The young boy Madara said these words word by word with a cold tone. The power of language is like a sharp blade, cutting the deep feelings established between the two. I am Uchiha Madara. The first time the surnames were added between the two, it was like a bottomless gully between the two, separating the two childhood sweethearts forever. After saying these words, the young boy Madara felt a pain in his heart. Under the stimulation of his brain, a cold energy came from his eyes. When he looked up again, the dark eyes of the young boy Madara turned scarlet. Look at father, look at my brother's eyes. Izuna, who was the first to discover, pointed at the eyes of the young boy Madara excitedly, turned around and shouted to Uchiha Tajima behind him. Hehe, although we didn't get the information about the Senju, we got another good thing. Looking at the young boy Madara who was slowly walking towards him, Uchiha Tajima nodded with satisfaction. Although they retreated without a fight and gained nothing, it was a great joy that his eldest son could successfully open his eyes. Sharingan? It was just opened. Senju Budajian, who was still waiting for an opportunity, witnessed the young boy Madara opening his eyes, and a sense of uneasiness rose in his heart. Such a genius must be strangled in the cradle. Senju Budajian's eyes turned slightly. Although they were not in the advantage in numbers, if he took advantage of the opponent's withdrawal and made a thunderous move, the chance of taking down the Uchiha kid was very high. He looked at the white-haired kid beside him calmly, and the scheming father and son hit it off immediately, reaching out their hands and quietly touching the weapons behind them. Yin, let's go, we can't stay here for long. Uchiha Tajima, with a slight smile, patted the stunned Uchiha Yin beside him, and urged. Something is wrong, why is my heart of steel treasure chest still in the activated state of battle, didn't they all stop? Uchiha Yin looked at the heart of steel treasure chest that was still playing BGM in his mind, and a trace of doubt rose in his heart. Okay. Uchiha Jin came back to his senses and scratched his head, and hurried to catch up with his cousin. Suddenly, a sense of crisis arose. With his back to the Senju, he could clearly see Senju Fujian, who pretended to evacuate. And the white-haired kid once again drawing their weapons and rushing towards the two brothers at the end of the team at a very fast pace. Not good. Without time to think about why he could suddenly see the scene behind him, Uchiha Jin kicked his feet hard with the blessing of strange power, and rushed towards the two cousins. Behind him like a cannonball. Hurry up and lower your head. Uchiha Madara, who had just opened his eyes, was a little weak, and Izuna supported him on the side. They followed Uchiha Tajima and Uchiha Jin and did not notice the murderous intent behind them. The two brothers suddenly heard the serious shouting of their eldest cousin, and subconsciously bent down and lowered their heads. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A few sharp kunai brushed past their scalps, and the two little ghosts were immediately frightened and broke out in cold sweats. End of this chapter. Chapter 77. Careless, didn't dodge. Despicable Thousand Hands, you forest Thousand Hands should just change your name to Stealing Thousand Hands. Uchiha Jin dodged the kunai that was shot at him and said with a mocking look on his face. Seeing that he missed the attack, Thousand Hands Buddha frowned and began to look at the curly-haired Uchiha in front of him. He had made a mistake in treading water just now, but he could actually detect his premeditated sneak attack. All is fair in war. Holding a machete that was bigger than his body, the white-haired little ghost shouted, looking at the Uchiha people present with disgust. Breathing the same air with you evil Uchiha is a torture for me. As expected of a Konoha singer, she has been eloquent since she was young. Senju Fukushima failed to hit with one blow, and thought quickly in his mind that he must succeed before Uchiha Tajima could react. He clapped his hands, and his chakra burst out. His fist filled with strange power quickly fell on the weak boy Madara. This old man Deng didn't give up and wanted to send his little brother away under his nose. Uchiha Jin naturally couldn't let him succeed, and his eyes flashed red instantly. Senju Fukushima's movements were slowed down frame by frame in the eyes of the three Megatama, and the opponent's attack trajectory was also exposed in these eyes. You want to touch my little brother, have you asked me? He dodged and stood in front of the two little ghosts, crossing his arms to try to block the opponent's attack. It was not until the fist of Senju Fukushima really hit him that Uchiha Jin understood what his cousin had just said. The gap between the two was really too big. Uchiha Jin thought that with the system's reward, his strength could already stand firm in the warring states, and he was a little proud. Now, a simple punch from Senju Fukushima made him realize this reality. Crack! A brutal force came, and Uchiha Jin looked at his forearms in disbelief as they broke, and his chest was sunken by the residual force of the fist. Alarms rang in his head, and the breath of death came to his face. Uchiha Jin, with a lot of blood on his body, flew backwards, leaving a gorgeous bloodline in the air. The host failed, and gained 14 heart energy. After another battle, you can unlock the reward of the Heart Steel Treasure Box. Current accumulated mental energy, 36. While flying in the air, he received the system's notification sound. Jin? B. Cousin, X2? Seeing Uchiha Jin, who was out of breath after being punched by him, Senju Fukushima was a little stunned. How could this Uchiha dare to take his punch head-on? You should know that your nickname Iron Fist Unparalleled is not in vain. Despicable and shameless Senju clan. Picking up the seriously injured Uchiha Jin, Uchiha Tajima's eyes were blazing with fire, and his pair of scarlet Sharingans stared at the instigator. As his emotions rose, the three Megatama in his eyes spun rapidly, as if they were about to connect together. Cousin! Don't die! Chuan Na cried loudly, lying beside Uchiha Jin and crying helplessly. A trace of red light flashed in her eyes soaked by tears, and Madara on the side clenched his hands tightly, with a hateful look that wished he could eat the Senju clan alive. Cough cough cough. Uchiha Jin's injury looked quite serious, but with the blessing of the Uzumaki clan's physique, the bleeding had stopped, and he only needed to connect the broken bones to recover. It's worth it that I usually take care of you so much? He spit out the blood clot stuck in his mouth, and after recovering a little, he said to the two little cousins, who showed their true feelings with relief. Jin, don't move yet, wait for me to send you back for treatment. Uchiha Tajima was shocked to find that Uchiha Jin could still speak. He was afraid that this was a last gasp of energy. He did not want to fight anymore. The most urgent thing was to treat his seriously injured nephew. Senju Fujen, next time we meet, it's either you or me. Uchiha Tajima carefully picked up Uchiha Jin and raised his head to say to Senju Fujen, who was ready to move in the distance. Those eyes. Senju Fujen, who originally wanted to kill him while he was sick, suddenly found the strange patterns in Uchiha Tajima's eyes not far away, and stopped the idea of taking action. Tobirama, Hashirama, retreat. If he confronted Uchiha Tajima alone, he would not be afraid of fighting, but his only two remaining sons were present. Once the war started, it would be a landslide. At that time, there would be no grass in the area for miles. In the end, even if the winner could be determined, his children would not be able to escape death. Hearing his father's order, the white-haired Tobirama looked at the people in front of him unwillingly, but he could sense the thick and cold chakra rising from the Uchiha clan leader opposite him, knowing that the outcome of the fight would be unpredictable, and then he left with his father without looking back. Madara, I'm sorry. The melon-skinned Hashirama looked at his former best friend opposite him with an apologetic look on his face, and could only silently apologize to him in his heart. After a lingering look, he also left. Wait until the people of the Senju left. Uchiha Tajima closed the Sharingan, and his feet also stumbled. The price of forcibly opening it is a feeling of emptiness in the body. Just now, in order to intimidate the Senju Buddha, he had to forcefully activate the Mangekyo. Fortunately, the other party was afraid of the consequences, otherwise if a fight really broke out, Uchiha Jin and the two children would hardly be spared. Go back to the clan quickly. The three of them ran towards the clan like the wind. Soon, Uchiha Jin, who returned to the clan, was sent to the medical center as soon as possible. Uchiha Tajima stared at the doctor and said coldly, "We must save him. Otherwise you will go down to accompany him." The doctor, who was frightened and sweating, hurriedly pushed Uchiha Jin into the operating room and found that the injured person's arms and chest bones were all broken as if he was hit head-on by a carriage, but fortunately his internal organs were not pierced by the bones, so he started the operation immediately. A few hours later. How come this guy's vital signs are so stable? He doesn't look like he was seriously injured at all. In the operating room, the doctor who had finished the operation looked at Uchiha Jin, whose breath was stable, and said strangely, "The patient is out of danger. He only needs to rest and he will recover next." Pushing open the door of the operating room, the doctor who took off his mask said to the anxiously waiting people outside the door, "Great." When Izuna heard that Uchiha Jin was fine, he jumped 3 feet high in an instant. "Humph, I said this guy wouldn't die so easily." Uchiha Madara, with joy in his eyes, turned his head and said proudly, "Is it really okay? Will it cause the old injury to relapse?" Uchiha Tajima's eyes lit up after hearing this, and then he thought of something and asked hurriedly, "I didn't find any traces of old injuries." The doctor who performed the operation recalled carefully. He did not find any old injuries on Uchiha Jin. Instead, he was unbelievably strong. After listening to the doctor's words, Uchiha Tajima fell into thought. It seems that Uchiha Miao still needs to check how Jin's body recovered. Madara and Izuna, you will be responsible for taking care of Jin in the next few days. Since Uchiha Jin is fine, Uchiha Tajima, who is busy with affairs, should not stay for long. He handed the care work to his 2 sons and turned around and left in a hurry. "Leave it to me, I will definitely take care of my cousin and make him fat and white." There will be another chapter later. End of this chapter. Chapter 78 Sacrifice. Show me. Yes, yes, right there, give me some strength. I don't believe you can make me admit defeat. Uchiha Jin, with a comfortable look on his face, was lying on the bed, enjoying the massage service of Uchiha Izuna, while turning his head and saying to Uchiha Madara beside him, "Cousin, peel an apple for me, and cut it into a bunny shape for me." Number. The young Madara, who had just thrown away the banana peel left by Uchiha Jin, had several symbols composed of blue veins on his head. Seeing the other party's bandaged hands, Uchiha Madara swallowed his breath, picked up the fruit knife beside him, and stabbed the apple beside him fiercely. "Oh, I won't eat it when I'm emotional, it will hinder my wound recovery." Uchiha-jin had a mean face, which made the boy Madara feel itchy. Then he imagined the apple in his hand as someone and tortured it hard. "Yeah, your knife skills are good, no wonder you can dance." Uchiha-jin nodded in approval, and said with praise in his tone. "Cousin, how is the strength?" Uchiha Izuna, who had been fighting on the bed for a long time, raised his head and asked Uchiha-jin with a flushed face. "Not bad, not bad, my cousin's future physical skills will definitely be the best. Cousin, I am ashamed of myself." The numbness in his legs was very good, and Uchiha-jin, who enjoyed the distinguished service, praised with satisfaction. Host failed, obtained 16 heart energy, and the heart steel treasure chest reward has been unlocked. Current accumulated heart energy, 52. The beautiful voice of the system sounded in Uchiha-jin's mind. Looking at this number of floors happily, Uchiha-jin smiled from ear to ear. He was knocked down by Senju Furuma's punch a few days ago, and after escaping death, he was taken care of by his two cousins. He woke up the day after the operation, and the first thing he did after waking up was to arrange for Izuna, who had met Senju Itama once, to go to his house to take care of his injured body. Tell the other party about this matter in the hospital and tell him not to run around. "Ah! That curly-haired gorilla is injured." Looking at Uchiha Izuna, whom he had met once before, Senju Itama asked in surprise. "Is it serious?" "It's very serious. The whole person was beaten and flew far away. His hand was broken and there was such a big hole in his chest." Uchiha Izuna told Senju Itama about Uchiha-jin's injuries without exaggeration. "Wivu, isn't he going to die?" When he heard that Uchiha-jin was so seriously injured, for some reason, Senju Itama felt his heart tighten, and then he couldn't help crying. Hey, don't cry. My cousin has woken up. The doctor said he will recover in a while. He is in the hospital now. Let me give you this." Uchiha Izuna saw the little ghost in front of him suddenly crying, and explained in a hurry, and took out a scroll and handed it to Senju Itama. "Nothing." The tearful Senju kid asked with his head tilted, "It's really nothing. Take it quickly, I still have to buy fruit for my cousin." Without waiting for a reaction, he stuffed the scroll into Senju Itama's hand and ran away. Back in the old house, the calm Senju Itama hesitated to open the scroll in his hand, and saw a paragraph of words. "Senju kid, I was bravely injured and need to recuperate in the hospital for a few days. During this period, be careful when you go out to buy things. If you encounter someone who makes things difficult for you, just say my name and I promise not to kill you. Note, you should spend this money first, don't starve yourself to death." There is a storage seal at the end of the scroll. Senju Itama curiously clicked it, and with a bang, the scroll turned into a puff of white smoke. As the smoke dissipated, Senju Itama was blinded by a dazzling golden light. "Those gold bricks should be enough, right?" Lying on the bed, Uchiha-jin looked at the unfamiliar ceiling, wondering if he should give a few more. Cousin, whose house is that magnificent house next to yours?" Kwana, who was serving Uchiha-jin, suddenly raised her head and asked. "When I went to Uchiha-jin's house a few days ago, I saw the luxurious big house next door that I had never seen before." Kwana, who was very jealous, finally couldn't help but want to find out. "I just built it. How about it? Isn't it very good?" Uchiha-jin raised one leg and said suggestively. "Little cousin, be nice to me, I will arrange one for you in the future." "Okay, cousin, do you think there is something wrong with this strength?" Kwana, who understood it immediately used the housekeeping skills that he had just practiced in the past few days, and pressed Uchiha-jin to ecstasy. Yes, Izuna, you can open a blind massage parlor in the future, and the business will definitely be hot. When I was lying on the hospital bed with nothing to do, I tried to provoke Izuna to play a duel game. I never thought that I could trigger the steel of heart. Uchiha Jin, who was overjoyed, not only finished the previous wave, but also ate another round in a row. Now Uchiha Jin's daily routine in the hospital is very regular. Provocation duel ashamed of oneself. A set of processes is like a fish in water. Cousin, the time agreed with my father is up, I'm leaving first. Uchiha Madara, who had peeled apples on the side, handed a plate of apples to Uchiha Jin. Looking at the vivid rabbit carved on the plate, Uchiha Jin turned his head and asked curiously. Cousin, your craftsmanship is quite professional. Have you practiced secretly? I, Uchiha Madara, don't want to be an artist. The young Madara raised his head and said with a serious face. Good. If you have an ideal, I support you. Uchiha Jin used his only thumb to support his cousin's dream. Anyone with a dream is great. Go quickly, or your uncle will be waiting anxiously. But now is not the time to talk about ideals. The future of the Uchiha clan still depends on the cousin. He can't let him go down this crooked path. It's hard to say about the future. If Konoha is founded and the cousin wants to pursue his dream, he, as a brother, will definitely support him with all his strength. Waving goodbye to the two, the young Madara left in a hurry. Alas, since my brother opened his eyes, my father has become more strict. He will train my brother until late every day. Izuna, who was rubbing his legs silently, suddenly sighed and said to Uchiha Jin. Your brother became clear-minded after breaking up with that fool head. He asked for training on his own initiative. They are all children of the clan leader, and he doesn't want to lose to that fool head of the Senju family. He probably guessed Uchiha Madara's thoughts and explained to his little cousin, and then quietly enjoyed Izuna's massage. In the system space, Uchiha Jin rubbed his hands and looked at the heart steel treasure chest in front of him. There were 3 heart steel magic balls from the previous round scattered next to the treasure chest. As the settlement was clicked, the beating heart steel treasure chest sang the BGM and spit out magic balls. 3 more. Uchiha Jin looked at the 6 heart steel balls on the chessboard excitedly and stretched out his right hand. Give it to me. Gold bricks *10. It's just a cushion. When you feel like it, give it to me. Gold bricks *10. A plant. After opening 2 gold bricks, Uchiha Jin hesitated when he stretched out his right hand. Is my right hand of God useless? No, when has it ever worked? In desperation, Uchiha Jin had to use the sacrifice method, recalling I am sorry, Izunao, I'll treat you well in the future. Use Izunao's cousin's 10 years of life to give it to me. End of this chapter. Chapter 79 Other People's Children. As if responding to Uchiha Jin's call, this heart of steel orb burst out with a bright light that was different from before. With a flash of golden light, a strange grey-brown armor appeared on the chessboard, and the armor was covered with sharp thorns, which looked particularly hideous. No, this thing can also be produced? Looking at this very familiar equipment in front of him, Uchiha Jin's eyes twitched wildly. Thorn Vest, gain 5% of the maximum health to reduce the damage from the attack by 8%. When hit by an attack, cause 100 damage to all nearby enemies. With a thought, the attributes of the armor appeared in Uchiha Jin's brain. Isn't this the same as the shovel? It's okay, as long as it's not a gold brick, it's acceptable. Forced to look away from the armor, Uchiha Jin turned to the remaining 3 magic balls. He was fearless as he had already received the minimum living allowance, and he waved his hand to open them. Gold bricks *10. Gold bricks *10. The familiar rhythm, the cushion was patted again. Uchiha Jin nodded with satisfaction, and he would definitely produce good goods next time. Then staring at the only trophy, Uchiha Jin decided to go out and find a deserted place to try. In reality, I don't want to lose to that white-haired kid either. Chuan Na, who was pinching her legs, suddenly raised her head and said seriously. I will definitely deal with him well next time we meet. It's useless to have ambition. If nothing unexpected happens, you will be taken away by that white-haired kid with a kidney-breaking blow. I believe you, a mere despicable thousand-handed kid. My little cousin will definitely kill him. Encouragement is the best guardian for children's growth. Feeling the support of Uchiha Jin, Izunao pressed harder. Staring at his little cousin's frail body, Uchiha Jin's heart moved and he said. Izunao, when you come of age, your cousin will guarantee you a kidney. The little cousin had a question mark face. Just as the two brothers were joking, the door of the ward was pushed open, and the person who came surprised Uchiha Jin. Elder Miao, why are you here? Uchiha Miao, who was carrying a basket of fruit, still had that indifferent expression. He looked around the ward, and finally stopped his gaze on Izunao beside the bed, and handed the fruit basket in his hand to his little cousin. Young clan leader, please wash a plate of fruit. It seemed like a plain sentence, but the tone revealed the meaning of not being rejected. Frowning, Izuna turned to look at Uchiha Jin, and only took the fruit after seeing him nod. Izuna, wash it for a while longer, and wash it carefully. Seeing that Uchiha Miao had something to say to him alone, he took the initiative to let his little cousin step aside. Wait until Izuna left, Uchiha Miao slowly spoke. The test report of your eyes is out. Ah! What's wrong with my eyes? I didn't expect that the other party would come to tell him about this, but it was a bit late. He had already known the origin of his eyes from Uchiha Yu, but he couldn't act too calm. In the cells of your eyeballs, I detected multiple different kinds of power. Uchiha Miao looked at Uchiha Jin's dark pupils and said slowly. Your eyeballs are taken from the Kagaya clan. It stands to reason that they are just ordinary substitutes for you, which can only restore your sight. It's the Kagaya clan. Uchiha Jin was shocked, and a hint of resistance appeared on his face at the right time. Not only that, I also detected the genes of the Hyuga clan in the eyeballs. Uchiha Jin was even more shocked now. He picked up the mirror on the table and began to check his eyes. After a long time, he deliberately asked. But my eyes are not white. It's just that the thin blood is not enough to awaken the Byakugan, but now your eyes are a bit complicated. I am also very curious that such eyes can open the Sharingan. Uchiha Miao was a little surprised. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. I infer that the huge amount of Yintun chakra you once contained transformed these eyes and caused them to mutate. Uchiha Miao put forward a completely different view from Uchiha Yu about Uchiha Jin's awakening of the Sharingan with these eyes. Uchiha Yu believed that Uchiha Jin relied on his own blood to assimilate these complex eyes, while Uchiha Miao inferred that he used his own Yintun chakra to transform these eyes. A huge amount of Yintun chakra? Uchiha Jin understood that the original owner had awakened the Mangekyo, so it was understandable that he had a huge amount of Yintun chakra. Will there be no rejection? Uchiha Jin asked curiously. Your data is very stable. As stable as if these eyes belong to you naturally. Uchiha Miao said with a sigh. The test showed that the eyes and Uchiha Jin had a very high degree of fit, and they did not look like transplants at all. Then can I open the Mangekyo? Uchiha Jin squinted his eyes and asked seriously, staring at Uchiha Miao who was a little sighing. You need to ask the clan leader about this. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Hearing Uchiha Jin's sudden question, Uchiha Miao just looked at him deeply, threw the question to Uchiha Tajima, and then got up and left. Oh, Miao-chang, why did the elder leave? The orange he sent is so sour. Holding the washed fruit, Uchiha Izuna returned to the ward and found that only Uchiha Jin was there. Elder Miao left first because of something. Come and taste how sour it is. Uchiha Jin, who had returned to his normal lazy state, opened his mouth wide and waited for Uchiha Izuna to feed him. Damn, this is a lemon, you idiot. A week later, Uchiha-jin was discharged from the hospital smoothly. He bid farewell to his two cousins in tears and set off on the road home. Thinking of the appearance of Senju Banma in his mind, he pushed open the old house but found that there was no one. The whole room was covered with dust, as if no one lived there. Oh no! The kid was caught? Uchiha-jin's first reaction was that Senju Banma was caught. He suddenly felt a pang in his heart. He and the kid were tied with a soul chain. If the kid got hurt, he would be finished with him. Hello, your takeaway. Just when Uchiha-jin was anxious and ready to go out to look for the kid, a voice came from outside the door. When he walked out, he found a sweet-looking purple-haired Uchiha girl. She was carrying a wooden backpack and asked loudly if there was anyone in the house. Hello, the grilled fish you ordered has arrived, please sign for it. The Uchiha girl saw someone coming out, and hurried over to put down the backpack, took out a hot grilled fish from it, and said to Uchiha-yin, I have another order, please check and sign for it. Looking at the grilled fish in front of him, Uchiha-yin squeezed out an angry symbol on his eyebrows, took a deep breath, and asked calmly. Who ordered it? Let me see, it was ordered by a gentleman named Uchiha-yin. The bright girl took out an order from her arms, took a look and said to Uchiha-yin. Is there such a business now? Suppressing the anger in his heart, Uchiha-yin, who was very curious about the girl's work, asked. This is a long-term task, which makes money quickly and can also practice physical skills. The fledgling Uchiha girl said with a smile. It's great, you can earn money to supplement the family income at a young age, unlike a certain waste. Uchiha-jin gritted his teeth and took the grilled fish from the girl's hand, signed the order, and suddenly saw a whole row of crooked Uchiha-jin in front of his name. The hand that signed the signature almost crushed the pen. After calming down, Uchiha-jin smiled and said to the diligent girl. I give you a 5-star praise. End of this chapter. Chapter 80. How can the work of a cultured person be called stealing? Dong dong dong. Knocking hard on the door of his big house, Uchiha-jin told himself to stay calm. I'm coming. As the familiar voice sounded, the door was suddenly opened, and Senju Itama, who was covered in greasy food, said excitedly. It was delivered quite early today. Hurry up and give me the fish. When the person knocking on the door was Uchiha-jin, the kid's eyes changed color instantly. Bang! The door closed instantly, and the pupils of Senju Banjian, who was hiding behind the door, trembled. This guy actually came back? Dong dong dong! As the knocking on the door became more and more urgent, the kid leaning against the banging door changed from shock to fear. Finally, there was a loud bang, and a big hole was smashed in the heavy wooden door by a fist. Then a head came close and said with a sly smile. Here's Johnny. Ah! Gah! Although he didn't understand what this sentence meant, it didn't prevent Senju Banjian from being scared. As expected, the kid fainted again. Uchiha-jin, who opened the door from the hole, looked at the kid lying on the ground and fainted, and raised his eyebrows. I haven't done some Chinese horror yet, why is he lying down? It's too easy for this kid. When Senju Banjian woke up again, he saw Uchiha-jin eating the grilled fish he ordered. Knowing that he was in the wrong, he swallowed his saliva and didn't dare to speak. You have a good life, and you have someone to deliver takeout. After swallowing the last bite of fish, Uchiha-jin used fish bones to pick his teeth and asked leisurely. Not really, I just ate for a few days. Senju Banjian shrank his head and said in a low voice, then he seemed to remember something and hurriedly explained. It just so happened that the store provided delivery service. I was afraid of getting into trouble when I went out, so I ordered a month's worth of meals. Then you are really smart. Uchiha-jin stood up, sighing and picking up the broom beside him. Of course, don't you see who I am? Ah, stop hitting me, stop hitting me. Senju Itama jumped up with a smug look on his face, but before he could finish his words, Uchiha-jin's whip rained down on his butt, making the kid scream. After dealing with this kid, Uchiha-jin, who was refreshed, asked him to clean up both rooms, and he went to the long-missed backyard. During this period of hospitalization, I have no chance to brush NPCs, and I don't know if there will be a big one today. After waiting for a long time, there was no sign of refresh. Uchiha-jin, frowning, was about to check if there was any problem with the system. Just then, a subtle sound was heard from behind, and at the same time, the scene behind him was seen in his vision. A short figure walked out of the familiar ripple light curtain, came out, appeared behind Uchiha-jin and looked at him vigilantly. Izuna. When Uchiha-jin saw the person coming, his first reaction was that his little cousin came to visit. Then he noticed the other person's clothes and the forehead protector on his forehead that did not belong to this era. He was sure that this was an NPC spawned by the system. Uchiha. After beating the big one, the small one comes, right? The young Uchiha who was spawned wore a blue top and grey-white shorts, a classic outfit from the Genin period. But what can this kid spawn for himself? I don't know if he has learned the signature skill Chidori at this stage. If he doesn't have Chidori, he doesn't care about the other skills. After being silent for a while, Uchiha raised his head, without any emotion in his eyes, and crouched down and rushed towards Uchiha-jin. Hey, let me play with you for a while, just as rehabilitation. Uchiha-jin sighed and was too lazy to open his Sharingan. He pulled out one hand and started to beat the young Uchiha. As expected, the young Sasuke was knocked down by him in one encounter. That's it, that's it. Although he knew that the other party was an NPC, Uchiha-jin couldn't help but say in a sarcastic tone. The young Sasuke who was knocked down suddenly raised his head with difficulty, a trace of consciousness flashed in his empty eyes, and he looked at Uchiha-jin with a complicated expression. The whole person disappeared without a trace after being covered by the light screen that appeared again. The backyard refreshes a random skill Indra Chakra every day, and obtains Indra Chakra *1. Indra Chakra fragments, 1/ collect enough pieces to synthesize Indra Chakra? What the hell? This is what dropped after beating the second pillar? The floating fragments in the system gave Uchiha-jin a little shock. Is this also a skill? He swallowed hard, looking at the fragment in disbelief. When he clicked it, there was no explanation except the name, nor was it stated how many fragments he had to collect to get it. Clenching his fists, Uchiha-jin felt motivated. It seemed that he could not stop collecting fragments in the future. As his body felt cool, the sweat he had just shed when sparring with the young Uchiha disappeared without a trace. In a good mood, he returned home and did not continue to bully the Thousand Hands. He returned to his bedroom and began to clean up the recent spoils. In the system space, the empty chessboard in the past is now full of spoils. After more than a week of hard duel between Uchiha-jin and the 2 rounds of heart steel, the most produced after opening is still gold bricks. The mountains of gold bricks have made Uchiha-jin no longer have a desire for money. He turned his head to look at the items that exploded. On the left-hand side is the thorn vest that exploded a few days ago, and 2 more appeared behind it. One is a blue necklace in the shape of a claw, and the other is a yellow card. Dragon Claw, gain 9% of the maximum health value, and gain 5 health points every 2 days. Metabolic Accelerator, gain 2 health points every day. Uniquely bound. What exactly is the attribute of health value? Curious, Uchiha-jin tried to communicate with the system to get the answer. Health value is the blood bar. The higher the health value, the thicker the blood bar. The lifespan of the host is affected by the health value. The system that has not been seen for a long time appeared and gave Uchiha-jin a popular science lesson. Then how much is this 1 point of health value converted into lifespan? Uchiha-jin took the opportunity to ask a question. Health value and lifespan are 1:1, that is, 1 point of health value equals 1 day. A plant. Wouldn't it be that as long as you wear these 2 things, you can live 4.5 days more for 1 day? Uchiha-jin instantly felt that he was fine again. It was just the founding of Konoha. If he wore a set of equipment that increased life recovery, wouldn't he be able to survive until Boruto's grandson became the protagonist? You can only wear one of the life-restoring equipment and hex card at the same time. The system poured cold water on Uchiha-jin at the right time, strangling Uchiha-jin's idea in the cradle. He smacked his lips and shook his head after waking up from a sweet dream. Sure enough, it was reasonable to only wear one of such a powerful attribute. Ah! Back to reality, Uchiha-jin raised his hand and put a blue fang-shaped necklace on his neck. He immediately felt a warm energy spread throughout his body, and he felt numb and unable to use his strength. The comfortable experience made him moan. Hey, 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 pay attention to the volume when you do things. There are minors in the room. The voice of Senju Itama suddenly came from outside the house, which scared Uchiha-jin so much that he shivered and dropped the metabolic accelerator card that had just condensed to the ground. Make way, make way. There's garbage on the ground, right? Senju Itama pushed the door open very naturally, and began to sweep with a broom. He happened to see the card dropped by Uchiha-jin. Curious, he picked up the golden card as soon as he saw it. This is also garbage. It's a pity to throw away such a good thing. I'll take it away. He stuffed the card into his pocket without saying anything, and turned around and left. The set of movements was extremely fast, and it was as smooth as flowing water. Uchiha-jin, who had just felt the numbness, finally got up and shouted, "Give it back to me, Enzim!" End of this chapter. Chapter 81. Time flies. The card has been bound. The metabolic accelerator card was not taken back in the end. Uchiha-jin searched the kid's body and found nothing except his crotch. Then he heard the system's belated notification. I didn't expect that the kid, Senju Itama, accidentally hit the collision, activated the hex card and became its first and only owner. Do you feel anything different? Uchiha-jin asked curiously, pressing against the forehead of the little ghost who was blushing from the body search. Let me go. I'm going to bite you to death, you hentai gorilla. Ignoring Uchiha-jin's question, Senju Banjian opened his mouth to bite Uchiha-jin's evil big hand. It seems that you are very energetic. Skillfully avoiding the little ghost's open mouth, Uchiha-jin touched his chin and said, "It would be great if I could see the chakra in this kid's body." Uchiha-jin, who suddenly had this thought, suddenly felt a chill in his eyes, and his vision became very clear in an instant. Looking at the little ghost with his teeth and claws, he couldn't help but be shocked. Now in his eyes, Senju Banjian's meridians under his body are visible at a glance, and the chakra flowing in each meridian can be seen clearly. What's going on? Uchiha-jin raised his hands and found that his eyes seemed to have X-rays, and he could see through his skin and flesh and see the flow of chakra in his body and the acupuncture points at various locations. What's wrong with your eyes? Why did you get cataracts? Originally, Senju Banjian, who was extremely ashamed, found that Uchiha-jin actually ignored him and started to be in a daze. He was about to step forward to teach him a lesson, but he didn't expect to see the other person's eyes and cried out in surprise. Cataracts? Uchiha-jin hurried to the bathroom after hearing what the little ghost said. In the mirror, his eyes were actually blue-white, but there were no blue veins around his temples that he remembered with the Byakugan. What is this? The Byakugan doesn't look like the Byakugan, but it has the ability of the Byakugan. Uchiha-jin, who couldn't guess, walked out of the bathroom and saw the Senju little ghost not far away. He tried to observe his chakra with his current Byakugan, and then he was surprised to find that the heart of this little ghost was filled with burning chakra energy, which was continuously supplied to various parts of the body. This should be the effect of the metabolic accelerator. As long as this kid doesn't overdraw his vitality, he should be able to live for a long time. Thinking of this, Uchiha-jin couldn't help but feel relieved. Originally, his life was bound to Senju Itama through the task. If he couldn't complete the task, even if the Senju kid died safely, he would still be considered a mission failure and would be wiped out by the system in the end. Now, the kid with the metabolic accelerator should be able to live for a long time, and the cycle of this task can be extended indefinitely. Uchiha-jin has also checked the tasks assigned by the system. Since the last upgrade, the task system has entered a long dormant state. There is only one task save Senjuidama hanging in the huge task bar. The suffix of the task is also marked with the word predecessor. After clicking it, the system prompts that if the predecessor task is not completed, the next task cannot be carried out. Little ghost, I wish you a long life and a long life. If a life-saving outfit is released in the future, put it on this little ghost first. Uchiha-jin, who was clear-minded, walked over and touched the little head of Senjuibanjian who was still sulking, and said seriously, Senjuibanjian? In the following days, Uchiha-jin had a rare and pleasant vacation. Every day, except for the two little cousins who came to visit, no one else visited him, which made him happy and idle. Yes, Izuna, your hidden weapon level is indeed better than mine, and cousin is ashamed of himself. Yawning, Uchiha-jin perfunctorily arched his hands, looking at Uchiha Izuna who was holding a shuriken beside him, and his breath was stagnant. Cousin, are you happy to tease me like this every day? Izuna, who was deceived by Uchiha-jin to brush up every day, had long seen through the opponent's tricks. He was just teasing him. He couldn't beat him here, and he was ashamed of himself there. He always said, I am willing to call you the strongest, blah blah. At first he was complacent, but then he slowly realized that something was wrong. This guy was just making fun of him. Oh, how is that possible? My cousin is a natural talent. Isn't it normal that he narrowly beat me? Uchiha-jin didn't want his best sparring partner to run away like this, so he hurried to explain. Humph! I will never fight with you again next time. Chuan-na pouted and rejected Uchiha-jin's future challenge, and told him his father's instructions by the way. By the way, my father asked you to go to him today. Walking in Uchiha Tajima's mansion, Uchiha-jin wondered what his cousin wanted him to do. Could it be about the seal? Dong dong dong! Knocked on the door of the clan leader's study. Come in. A familiar voice sounded, and Uchiha-jin pushed the door open. Uchiha Tajima sat on the desk, writing furiously and correcting documents. He looked up at his nephew, then stopped writing and said slowly, Yin, are you almost recovered? Already recovered. Uchiha-yin nodded, then it's time to go to work. It turned out that he was urged to go to work. Although the work in the dungeon had been fooled by Uchiha Uchizuo, new prisoners came in every day and old prisoners died in the dungeon. The update of the file cannot be delayed. Okay. I will return to work tomorrow. Knowing that he could no longer slack off, Uchiha-yin immediately obeyed the order. Anyway, he couldn't deceive his little cousin's strength now, and going back to the dungeon to brush up on strength just suited his mind. Okay, you go down. Staring at Uchiha-yin's eyes, he looked after a long while. Uchiha Tajima, who was hesitant to speak, lowered his head and waved his hand to signal him to go down, and he continued to work. The cousin seemed to want to say something to him, but he didn't say it in the end. Uchiha-jin, who obviously saw that Uchiha Tajima had something to say, scratched his curly hair and gave up thinking directly. Anyway, the bow and bridge are naturally straight, and he will say it when he wants to. Time flies, and the years pass by. In the next few years, Uchiha-jin worked in the dungeon step by step. During this period, he applied to Uchiha-yan to transfer Uchiha Lucha to be his secretary, and gave all the file work to him. He mingled in the number 1 and number 2 dungeons every day, diligently brushing gang. He brushed gang first when he went to work, and the first thing he did after get off work was to go to the backyard to wait for NPC. In a few years, he brushed hundreds of young 2-pillars, harvested hundreds of Indra fragments, several sea-level fire escapes, and the ninjutsu chidori that he had been thinking about day and night. However, Not every time he spawned the second pillar, occasionally there would be a few ninjas who had appeared in the original work, such as the mentors of the 12 little strong men, who had spawned many times, and he gained a lot of escape techniques and secret techniques. The biggest gain for him was a certain masked white-haired man, who actually dropped Shinwei fragment, but he didn't appear many times, and he always dropped the earth flow wall with a dog head. In the backyard, Uchiha Jin raised his hand, and lightning flashed in his hand with a sharp explosion. Looking at a plump and beautiful woman who spawned in the distance, Uchiha Jin rushed over mercilessly, and the chidori in his hand pierced the woman's chest, but before it touched the plump softness, it was blocked by the other party's white lotus arm. Looking up at the woman's beautiful face and light yellow long hair, Uchiha Jin frowned. The script was wrong. Several times before, he directly took away the chidori with one shot, and then exploded some medical ninjutsu such as palm immortal technique fragment and chakra scalpel fragment. Why did it become so powerful today? The diamond-shaped mark on the woman's forehead flashed, and a black curse seal stretched out from the mark. Seeing that the curse seal spread faster, Uchiha Jin's eyes changed color and scanned the woman who was reading the bar with his blue eyes. Found it. Your fatal point. End of this chapter. Chapter 82 finally made it to 30. The chidori in his hand was compressed into a tiny steel needle with the control of chakra. This was a new skill developed by Uchiha Jin after learning the chidori style developed by the second pillar in the original work. Chidori style breaking the hole. Controlling the tiny but huge energy chidori in his hand, he inserted it directly between the collarbones of the woman in front of him. In the other party's horrified expression, the chidori instantly sank in, and the woman fell to the ground and twitched non-stop. The secret technique that was halfway through the reading bar also failed to start, and could only be humiliated by the ripple light curtain that fell from the sky. Closing his eyes, feeling his body's consumption being replenished instantly, Uchiha Jin nodded to show that he was getting more and more satisfied with his efficiency. The backyard refreshes the random skill Yin Seal every day, and obtains Yin Seal. Yin Seal, S-level medical sealing technique. A diamond mark appears on the forehead, fine-tuning the chakra to achieve instant healing and enhanced attack, and increase the speed. Skilled users can rely on the low output and fine-tuning of the chakra in the 100 healing seal to achieve youthfulness, improve body functions, and keep body functions in full condition. P.S. Except for the host, only women can learn it. This skill was revealed. Uchiha Jin, who was overjoyed, immediately clicked to learn. As a large amount of information about the Yin Seal poured into his brain, he opened his eyes again and tried to operate the chakra in his body. A diamond mark also appeared on his smooth forehead, but the color was darker, purple and black to red. Uchiha Jin, who had gained a lot, returned to his big house as usual. 6 years had passed, and this house made of wood escape was still as new as before. He pushed open the door and saw a busy figure walking around in the room. Uchiha Jin raised his eyebrows and said, "Itama, what are you doing today?" "Fish, what else to eat?" The busy figure heard Uchiha Jin's voice and did not stop his work, saying in an impatient tone, "How dare you talk?" Uchiha Jin was furious and rubbed his hands. "If you want to eat, eat. If you don't want to eat, get out." The other party seemed to be accustomed to this and replied without any concern. "I'll go wash my hands now." Rubbing his hands was just to prepare for washing hands, don't take it seriously. Sitting quietly at the dining table, watching Senju Itama busy in the kitchen, Uchiha Jin was quite relieved. 6 years had passed, and this kid had finally grown into his appearance and could be independent in the kitchen. "Eat it, curly baboon, sweet and sour fish." 11-year-old Senju Itama, wearing a custom-made apron, brought a plate of sweet and sour fish. Looking at the glossy sauce, Uchiha Jin, who was eager to eat, immediately picked up a piece and put it into his mouth, then showed an intoxicated look. Not bad, 70% of my skill." Uchiha Jin, who was eating heartily, lied with his eyes open. Senju Itama, who took off his apron, rolled his eyes when he heard this. Turning his head to look at the Senju kid who used to be like a bean sprout, this kid has grown up very fast in 6 years, as if he had taken hormones. But the whole person looks too thin, with black and white hair dyed pure black and draped over his shoulders, and his skin looks very white because he has not been out much. The baby fat on his face has faded, and the small round face has become a melon seed face, just like a weak and beautiful boy. Eat more, there is not much meat on your body. I told you that boys with some muscles are popular. Uchiha-jin picked up the chopsticks covered with saliva with an expression of thinking for you, picked up a piece of fish meat and put it in front of Senju Banjian, and warned as a person who had experienced it. Number. A guy who hasn't touched a woman's hand at the age of 10 is qualified to teach me. Senju Banjian turned his head away with an angry face, gritted his teeth and revealed Uchiha-jin's black material. I am not just taking care of you, a little kid. Otherwise, I would have been with XXX a long time ago. Uchiha-jin, who was hit in the vitals, jumped up immediately, dodging his eyes and refutation. Hee. Banjian sneered. Dong dong dong. A quick knock on the door saved the embarrassed Uchiha-jin. He stepped over and opened the door. Seeing 2 handsome young men standing outside, Uchiha-jin warmly welcomed them in. Ban, Izuna, long time no see. How come you have time to come here today? The visitors were the 20-year-old Uchiha Madara and the 16-year-old Uchiha Izuna. The 2 handsome faces, which had lost their childishness, had the unique coldness and arrogance of the Uchiha clan. However, after seeing Uchiha-jin, the 2 smiled warmly on their cold faces like melting icebergs. Cousin! Don't you remember what day it is today? The little cousin Izuna has grown to 1.7 meters tall, and his face is more and more like the second pillar in Shippuden. At this time, he was grinning happily, and the indifference just now was swept away, just like a little brother next door. What day? When asked, Uchiha-jin was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at the calendar on the wall, and then said in an uncertain tone. Singles Day. It's your big day. Uchiha Izuna reminded him speechlessly. Although I'm single, this isn't a big deal, right? Uchiha-jin has been busy with the daily grind system these years, brushing up during the day and sweeping the backyard at night. How can he have time to fall in love? As the saying goes, without a woman in your heart, you can draw your sword naturally, women will only affect his progress in grinding fragments. It's your birthday. Uchiha Madara standing aside said helplessly. 20-year-old Uchiha Madara already has the demeanor of a later ninja world Shura. After awakening the Sharingan a few years ago, he was trained by his cousin and began to roam in various battlefields, living a life of blood on the edge of a knife. This boy who was originally a little funny quickly grew into a taciturn, cold, and arrogant handsome man. This change really made him a little sad. The older cousin who used to be funny is gone forever. Birthday? I forgot about it. Uchiha-jin slapped his forehead. He was so busy every day that he forgot his birthday completely. Fortunately, he had 2 cousins who cared about him, otherwise his important 30th birthday would have passed in a daze. Haha, this is the gift I prepared for you. Smiling happily, Izuna mysteriously took out a small package from behind and handed it to Uchiha-jin. I got the spoils from the Akimichi clan. I heard from them that this is a medicine that can make people grow bigger. I think you, cousin, definitely need it. Putting her head next to Uchiha-jin's ear, Izuna explained the origin of the gift with a strange smile on her face, and then patted his shoulder to show that he didn't need to thank her. I trademark. Uchiha-jin, who couldn't help but swear, forced himself to hold back. Izuna was still young, and it was normal for him to be deceived. It seemed that I needed to strengthen his quality education. No. After refusing for a while, Uchiha-jin could only helplessly put the package of secret medicine into his arms, vowing to wait until no one was around and then destroy it in public to prove his innocence. This is mine. After growing up, Uchiha Madara usually kept his words very tight. Except for the occasional madness during battle, he usually had an icy expression. At this moment, he showed a rare gentleness, untied a weapon from his back and handed it to Uchiha Jin. This is the weapon I seized from the warriors of the Iron Country. It is made of chakram metal and has strong conductivity. After taking it and looking at it, Uchiha Jin's eyes lit up. The shape of this weapon was similar to the sword of China in his previous life, which made him feel quite familiar. He accepted it happily and couldn't let it go. Come on, let's eat together first. After accepting the gifts from his two cousins, Uchiha Jin hurriedly invited them to the restaurant to sit down, and shouted to Senjuitama who was eating in the back room. Quick! Izuna and the others are here, add 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks. After secretly glancing at his frowning elder brother, Izuna asked Uchiha Jin in a low voice. Cousin, how long are you going to keep this kid? The Warring States chapter is really coming to an end this time, and it may be put on the shelves in the near future. Please continue to support me, thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 83. This time, I say no. Children should not ask about adult matters. After patting Izunao's head, Uchiha Jin said with a stern face. He didn't know how long he had to keep this kid. The worst case scenario was that he had to let this kid take care of him until the end of his life. When Senjuitama heard what Uchiha Jin said at the dining table, he didn't choose to argue with him anymore. He obediently got up and went to the kitchen to bring out 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks and put them on the table. Okay, stop making a stinky face, let's eat first. Uchiha Jin pushed helplessly. The older cousin who was standing there urged him to take a seat quickly. Uchiha Madara, frowning, couldn't resist his cousin, so he pulled out a chair in the corner and sat on it. Older cousin, eat more. Pick up a piece of tofu and put it in Uchiha Madara's bowl. Uchiha Jin raised his head and asked curiously. Are you still fighting recently? Yes, the Senju clan got the help of the Uzumaki clan, and the situation on the battlefield is very tense. After blowing a few mouthfuls of the hot tofu, Uchiha Madara swallowed it carefully and said. Uzumaki clan. The memory of Uchiha Jin's death was awakened again, and a sturdy and handsome figure appeared in his mind. The Uzumaki clan actually joined the war so early? I don't know how Mito is doing. That's right. The leader of the reinforcements is Uzumaki Hanamichi, the young patriarch of the Uzumaki clan. That guy is very strong in physical skills and sealing skills. Big brother fought with him for a few moves, but didn't get any advantage. Izuna, who was staring at Senjuitama, turned around and complained to Uchiha Jin. That guy is also weird. He always asks a weird question before fighting with us Uchiha. What question? Uchiha Jin asked curiously. He didn't have this quirk when he met that guy before. Whenever he meets an Uchiha clan member, he will ask, do you know a curly-haired Uchiha? Ha ha ha, don't you think it's weird? Izuna knocked on the table and laughed. Ha ha ha, what a weird guy. Uchiha Jin echoed with a dry laugh, then silently lowered his head, hiding his merits and fame. Stare Senjuitama beside him. Cousin, you look pretty handsome. Kwane, who was in the 2nd year of middle school, found the diamond mark on Uchiha Jin's forehead and said enviously. Just like the sky eye, open one for me. But he didn't want to be said that, he was not a spirited boy. Hehe, I'll teach you when I have time, and I'll help you tattoo a shrimp line. By the way, why did you come back so early this time? I remember that you went out for a full 6 months before coming back last time. This time you went out for less than a month, how come you're back? Uchiha Jin, who changed the subject, looked at the 2 brothers and asked. Senjuitama is dead. Uchiha Madara, who put down his chopsticks, stared at Senjuitama, who was eating with his head down, and slowly told the explosive news. Crack! The chopsticks in Senjuitama's hand broke with a sound, but he still lowered his head, as if nothing had happened. The quality of these chopsticks is not good. Go get a new pair. The sharp-eyed Uchiha-jin saw the liquid dripping from the cheek of the kid beside him, and made an excuse to let him go out and be alone. Senju Utama stood up and walked towards the kitchen, his thin back trembling slightly. Why bother? Knowing that this news was specifically aimed at Senju Utama, Uchiha-jin sighed, shook his head and said to the instigator Uchiha Madara. It's because of you, my cousin, that I've saved his life. If you let him live so peacefully, how can the clan members who died on the battlefield rest in peace? Uchiha Madara, who had experienced too many deaths, frowned again. He had always been dissatisfied with Uchiha-jin's attitude towards this remnant of the Thousand Hands. War is never caused by one person's idea, nor will it end because of one person's death. Uchiha-jin raised his head, squinted his dead fish eyes, and said to Uchiha Madara, the life and death of a child cannot affect the progress of the war. Worlds that cannot understand each other will always have disputes. After saying this, Uchiha Madara no longer cared about the matter of Senju Utama, and began to think about what Uchiha-jin said just now. Hey, this cousin is getting harder and harder to fool, and I'm almost finished with my poisonous chicken soup for this kid. After having a good meal and a good drink, Uchiha Madara, who was still thinking, dragged Izuna home reluctantly, leaving Uchiha-jin to clean up the mess alone. These two guys have learned bad habits. They used to help me clean up, but now they run faster than rabbits. After cleaning up, Uchiha-jin walked to the door of Senju Banjian and knocked on the door gently. There was no movement for a long time. He sighed and said outside the door, "Little ghost, don't think too much." Crack! The door was pushed open, and Senju Banjian, with red and swollen eyes, raised his head, looking pitiful, with a sob in his voice. "When can I go home?" "Wait until the war is over." Uchiha-jin looked at the little ghost and softened his heart. No, no. How could he be bewitched by a little boy? Uchiha-jin quickly shook his head, cleared the strange thoughts in his mind, and made a promise to Senju Banjian. "My father is dead. You have no reason to keep me. Just kill me." Hearing Uchiha-jin's promise of time, Senju Utama smiled bitterly. The war between the two clans has been going on for thousands of years and has never ended. This promise is just empty talk. Bang! The righteous slap fell on the head of this little devil who looked like he wanted to die. Uchiha-jin calmed down his restlessness and spoke slowly. "You kid, you have been with me for so many years, but you haven't learned a positive attitude towards life. You have only learned some emo." Stretching out his hand to calculate the time, Uchiha-jin lowered his head and assured the indignant Senju Utama. "Soon, the war will end in about 10 years, and I will send you home then." Looking at Uchiha-jin's confident words, Uchiha-jin, Senju Utama, who was covering his head, pursed his lips and didn't continue. He had heard this kind of words countless times. It was obviously a lie to children. "Didn't you make an appointment with Hilly to play together? Take this money and buy whatever you want when you go out." Seeing the little ghost calm down, Uchiha-jin just breathed a sigh of relief, and then took out a handful of money and stuffed it into the hands of Senju Utama, letting the little ghost spend money to relieve his worries. After comforting the emo little ghost, Uchiha-jin felt exhausted all over, and sighed that it was really too difficult for him. Now he had to raise this little ghost as a son, and he had to shoulder the responsibility of a father before getting married. He went back to the room and lay on the bed. Now only a good sleep could relieve his inexplicable fatigue. Just when he was about to fall asleep, the long silent system flashed a glimmer, and then a familiar voice sounded in his mind. "Ding, the host is detected to be 30 years old. The system is about to start. Do you confirm to start it?" Uchiha-jin was awakened by the sudden voice. Hearing the prompt sound in his mind, he was surprised but did not choose to start it rashly. Thinking back to when he just crossed over, he rashly chose yes and was hurt by the tasks assigned by this semi-finished system. The medieval system, which is as ancient as the Warring States period, is always erasing and erasing, making him nervous all day long. Now he has another chance to choose. He who has suffered so much will naturally not be fooled again. No, 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 no. This time, he will never be fooled by this shitty system again. The host's strong disgust is detected. The system enters cooling. It can be unlocked after completing the tasks cumulatively. During the cooling period, the host is punished to remain 30 years old. There is such a good thing? It is reasonable to awaken the medieval system during the Warring States period, right? End of this chapter. Chapter 84, A Simple and Long Life. After hearing the feedback from the system, Uchiha Jin hurried to the system space in his mind. As soon as he came in, he found that the slot machine on the system chessboard was gone. That was the prop he used the task points to draw, and now it was eaten by the system. He was so scared that he quickly turned his head to look at the other side. The Heartsteel treasure box was still playing the BGM noisily. After trying to click it, the result was normal. He breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the Heartsteel treasure box was not affected after the system was idle. In a brief summary, the system seemed to be offline because of him. Now it is no longer possible to obtain points through system tasks, but the Heartsteel treasure box as a novice gift package has been retained, so the daily refresh random skills in the backyard that was also opened in the gift package should still exist. He looked up at the grey taskbar of the system, and there was still only the task Save Senjuidama hanging alone on it. Recalling the system prompt. The system has entered the cooling state. You can unlock it by completing the tasks cumulatively. Uchiha Jin thought about it, and suddenly his eyes lit up. If the task mentioned here is the first task he accepted, as long as he never completes it, the system will never assign other tasks. A bold speculation emerged from his mind. As long as he never completes the task of Save Senjuidama, the system will always crash, and the system tasks that are easily wiped out will no longer appear in the future. Moreover, during the idle period of the system, he will remain in the state of 30 years old until this task is completed. But the current situation is that as long as he wants, he can never complete it. I, Uchiha Jin, have achieved the achievement of growth by being immortal. Excited, Uchiha Jin immediately jumped up from the bed and paced left and right in the bedroom. In the future, as long as the little ghost of Senjuidama does not have any accidents, he will not die, and time will not cause any harm to him. It was a blessing in disguise to accidentally give the metabolic accelerator to this Senjuidama. The 2 points of life value added per day can completely allow this kid to live forever. Just as Uchiha Jin was immersed in the joy of longevity, in a dark dungeon, an old man slowly opened his eyes. Former dungeon number 0. Wang Liang, I don't have much time left. Hasn't that guy Uchiha Tajima taken any action yet? The grey eyes revealed bursts of death. Uchiha Tajima, who was already in his twilight years, could feel that his time was approaching, but 6 years had passed and Uchiha Tajima had no intention of taking any action. Uchiha Tajima has been focusing on his son in recent years and has no intention of removing the seal. The old jailer with a black light in his eyes stood in a dark corner and replied in a hoarse voice. Where is Uchiha Jin? Thinking of the eldest grandson who had not visited him for several years, Uchiha Tajima said indifferently. That kid hangs out in the dungeon with the prisoners every day, and I don't know what he's thinking. Wang Liang, who had monitored Uchiha Jin for a while, answered. He was very puzzled by Uchiha Jin's behavior. We can't delay any longer. Bring him to see me. Uchiha Jin, whose body was about to reach its limit, frowned. If he delayed any longer, there would be no hope of revenge. He had to drag Uchiha Tajima to be buried with him before he died. Yes. With inexplicable emotions in his eyes, Wang Liang lowered his head and turned into a pool of black mud and merged into the shadows on the ground. Uncle, what happened? Uchiha Jin, who was excited and didn't sleep well all night, had big panda eyes the next day. He was summoned by Uchiha Tajima as soon as he got up, and came to the clan leader's office yawning. "There is a task, I want to ask, do you want to participate?" Holding a document, Uchiha Tajima, who is now 42 years old, raised his head and asked him in an inquiring tone, "What mission?" Looking at his old cousin, Uchiha Jin raised his eyebrows. In the past few years, Uchiha Tajima's mind has been focused on the two brothers Uchiha Madara. Even without perception, it can be seen that his energy is not as good as before. "This is the content of the mission, take a look." Taking the document from Uchiha Tajima, Uchiha Jin read it carefully for a while, raised his head and asked in surprise, "Who is this Wuming?" Although he knew the identity of this person in his heart, he still showed appropriate doubts. Seeing that his expression did not seem to be false, Uchiha Tajima's eyes flashed a complex and regretful look, and he explained, "Wuming was once a war weapon cultivated by our clan. Many years ago, he was ambushed and sealed by Senju and Sarutobi when he was on a mission, and his whereabouts have been unknown since then." Seeing Uchiha Jin's unfamiliar face, Uchiha Tajima sighed secretly and continued, "But a few years ago, we captured a high-ranking figure of the Sarutobi clan and tortured him to find out the sealed place of Wuming. However, we were fighting with the Senju clan at that time, so we didn't spend the effort to find him, but..." Take a sip of the tea on the table, moistened his throat, and Uchiha Tajima's eyes were filled with joy. "The guy Senju Fujan died of illness. The Senju clan's front line has shrunk, and the clan is now electing a new clan leader. We can take this opportunity to find Wuming and make him a great help to our clan. Who else will participate in this mission?" Uchiha Jin, who handed back the mission document, asked curiously. Such an important mission would not be left to him alone, right? "Just you and me can go." Does Uchiha Tajima trust him so much that he only takes him to carry out this mission? "We will leave tomorrow." After making the arrangements, Uchiha Tajima waved his hand, indicating that he could leave if he was fine. Coming out of the clan leader's office, Uchiha Jin saw that it was still early, so he strolled around and came to the dungeon where he worked. "Brother Lucha, I'll trouble you today. I'll go to the dungeon to inspect." After punching in at the office and saying something to Uchiha Lucha, who was writing furiously in the documents, Uchiha Jin went directly to the cell to check on the guards. "This guy?" Uchiha Lucha, with a bitter face, raised his head, looked at Uchiha Jin's leisurely back, and sighed. He really got on a pirate ship. In the number 1 dungeon. Your fist is strong and powerful, and the fist wind is as swift as a tiger's roar and a dragon's roar. I am ashamed of myself. Uchiha Jin showed a fearful look on his face, put his hands on his chest, panted a little embarrassedly and praised the person in front of him. Hey! A prisoner who had just been caught in the dungeon looked at his hands in disbelief. When did he awaken his innate divine power to be able to punch the Uchiha clan member who looked difficult to deal with several meters away? Hee, it worked. With his confidence soaring, he felt that he was possessed by the protagonist, and was ready to take advantage of the victory to give this Uchiha clan member a fatal blow. Unexpectedly, the other party suddenly laughed happily, then stood up and turned around to leave. Don't run, take my punch. Hearing the noise behind him, Uchiha Jin seemed to remember something. He didn't even bother to open his Sharingan. He turned his head and glanced at the prisoner with a bloodthirsty look on his face. Naraku knowing technique. The prisoner who was swinging his fist seemed to be strangled by the throat. He lay on the ground with a terrified look and struggled. Tisk tisk tisk, that curly-haired bastard is pretending to bully the newcomers again. What a bad taste. An old prisoner who had been imprisoned here for a long time looked at Uchiha Jin's behavior with cold eyes and said disdainfully. That's right, he comes to bully people every day, and he doesn't find it boring. The prisoners in another cell also echoed. These people have been used by Uchiha Jin to fight, and they are all used to his weird behavior. Now the old prisoners don't buy his tricks anymore. It's getting harder and harder to fight, and he can only cheat the newcomers to barely make a living. In the corridor of the dungeon, Uchiha Jin, who successfully fought, hummed a little song and was about to sneak away. Suddenly, he felt his anus tighten, and a familiar voice came from behind. Uchiha Jin, Grandpa is looking for you. End of this chapter. Chapter 85 The Little Ghost Who Turned Against Tian Gang. Turning his head helplessly, the old jailer Wang Liang, who hadn't been seen for a long time, stood on the black shadow behind him. His grey body looked very strange and scary in the dark. And the black light in his eyes made people shudder. Now, Uchiha Jin sighed in his heart. He almost forgot about this old deng. Why did he come to his door at this time? Wang Liang nodded expressionlessly, and turned into a ball of black mud without saying anything, and rolled Uchiha Jin into it, and then disappeared into the darkness of the corridor. Wrapped in the black mud, Uchiha Jin touched his chin with a headache. He really didn't want to have anything to do with the desperate Wang Liang and the crazy Uchiha. I thought that after 6 years of no contact, this old deng would have died, but he never thought that he was still alive. Uchiha Jin, who was thinking about whether to give Wang Liang an Amaterasu, found that the surrounding scene had changed before he took action. He once again came to the imprisonment of Uchiha. The abandoned dungeon. The old man who used to be quite strong was now hunched over, with deep wrinkles on his face, and the only remaining eye was also stained with a faint grey. The whole person was filled with death, as if he would die in the next second. Yin, I'm dying. The old man saw Uchiha Yin being brought, raised his head with some difficulty, and his hoarse voice was without a trace of emotion. Ahem, I have a premonition of my own death, but I am unwilling to accept it. I haven't seen the demise of Uchiha Tajima with my own eyes. But I can't help it. I can't beat Uchiha Tajima. Uchiha Yin heard the old man start to sell misery, and spread his hands to show that he was powerless. Has the mission started? The old man ignored Uchiha Yin's rogue behavior, changed the subject, and mentioned the mission. What mission? Uchiha Yin's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't show it on his face. Instead, he looked like he didn't understand. Haha, you don't have to play dumb. Wang Liang has already told me that Uchiha Tajima shared the task with you today, right? The old man didn't care too much about Uchiha Jin's performance, but was more concerned about the progress of the task. Wang Liang? Glancing at the silent old jailer standing in the corner, Uchiha Jin became a little alert. This guy could actually hide under his nose and eavesdrop on his conversation with Uchiha Tajima, and he didn't even notice it. Yes, Uchiha Tajima told me about the mission today. Seeing that he couldn't get away with it, Uchiha Jin had to confess the matter, and then mentioned it casually. Your clone has been lurking around Uchiha Tajima to pass on information to him. Don't try to trick me. Wang Liang is my clone of wool. He knows everything to me. I know everything that happens outside. Uchiha said proudly, as if everything was under his control. Is he really telling everything? Uchiha Jin glanced at the sculpture-like old jailer and complained in his heart that this thing definitely didn't hold back his farts well. Until now, he has played this old deng around. This is our last chance. I will arrange for Wang Liang to go with you. You will never find out his hiding method. You only need to control the released Wuming. The three of you will attack from both sides and Uchiha Tajima will die without a burial place. Uchiha Jinja was moved to refuse the request of the filial son in Wang Liang's vest to team up with him. He did not have the means to suppress the other party. As a yin-yang escape creature, the filial son could not be completely eliminated by ordinary means. He only hated that he was not an ordinary person who could hold Black Zetsu with a knife. Okay, I'll try my best. Uchiha Jin, who had no motivation at all, said perfunctorily. He had to think of a way to wake up this old deng. Otherwise, he would be fooled by Wang Liang and lose his mind. At such an old age, he would still drag his old bones and think about revenge every day. After giving instructions, Uchiha sat back in his chair, closed his eyes and signaled to send him away. Wang Liang on the side rolled up Uchiha Jin again and sent him out of the dungeon. What a hassle! Uchiha Jin, who finally got stuck with the longevity bug, has been having trouble these days. Sometimes he really wants to hide in a deserted place with Senju Banma, but he finally traveled through time and space, and he wants to meet all the interesting characters in the original work. Pinching off the thought of escaping, Uchiha Jin scratched his curly hair and strolled on the streets of the Uchiha clan, and suddenly saw two familiar figures from afar. Senju Banma and a purple-haired girl got together, and the two squatted at a stall to choose something. Out of curiosity, Uchiha Jin quietly walked over to find out. "Sisters Hilly, don't you think this doll is cute?" Senju Banma was holding a green doll with excitement on his face, and tried his best to recommend it to the purple-haired girl beside him, but looking at the shape of the doll, it might not be liked by the girl. After all, no girl likes caterpillars. "It's very cute. This bug will definitely turn into a beautiful butterfly." The purple-haired girl didn't show a rejection look as he imagined. Instead, she took the doll with a gentle face and said after carefully examining it. Unexpectedly, the purple-haired girl also liked the caterpillar doll, which made Uchiha Jin, who was hiding beside her, sigh that birds of a feather flock together. "Boss, give me two." Seeing that the girl had the same aesthetic as him, Senju Itama waved his hand and directly bought two, focusing on the fact that he was rich and willful. "Okay, Shengui 14,000 taels." The boss was so happy to see the big business coming to him that he couldn't close his mouth. He quickly wrapped up the two caterpillar dolls and handed them over, and Senju Itama paid the money readily. "Welcome to visit next time." The boss smiled and counted the banknotes in his hand, and his red hair was particularly eye-catching in the crowd. "Sisters Hilly, this is for you." Senju Itama smiled and stuffed a caterpillar doll into the purple-haired girl's arms. Without waiting for the other party to refuse, he continued to speak. "It's not my money anyway, so just take it. It's a waste if you don't spend that guy's money. You kid, you spend my money to pick up girls and you still make up stories about me? Take a slap from me for justice." Hearing Senju Itama's speech against Tian Gang, Uchiha Jin on the side finally couldn't help it and came out to punish this kid who was not Hyaga but was better than Hyaga. "Ah!" Senju Itama, who was attacked by surprise, saw Uchiha Jin and instant lithe Senju clan was withered, but the main character of the Senju clan was tough. Even if the body gave in, the mouth could not be soft. "You, a curly-haired baboon, don't go to work in broad daylight, and come to follow underage girls. It's really hentai." "Hey! When did I follow an underage girl?" Uchiha Jin was confused by Senju Itama's words. "I mean, you actually followed Sisters Hilly. No wonder you haven't had a girlfriend at the age of 30. It turns out that you have this fetish." Realizing that he had said the wrong thing, Senju Itama stuttered, his eyes rolled, and he pushed the purple-haired girl who was in a daze beside him out, and righteously condemned Uchiha Jin's behavior. So Mr. Yin is this kind of person. End of this chapter. Chapter 86. AI technology is really good. My name is Uchiha Jizi, I am 12 years old this year. My father died the year I was born, and my mother is just an ordinary housewife. 6 years ago, when I was doing errands to supplement the family income, I met a very interesting child and became good friends with her. When Uchiha Jizi heard his friend's explosive words, his little face showed a surprised expression, and he looked up at Uchiha Yin in front of him, with a difficult expression and a little hesitation in his tone. "Mr. Yin, if you really have an idea, please be patient for a few years, I am now." "Ah! It's all your fault, you kid, for talking nonsense." Holding the culprit who caused the misunderstanding, Uchiha Yin's veins on his head jumped, his hands clenched into fists, and he looked like he was going to teach this kid a lesson. "No, Zhili, save me." Senju Itama, who had experienced the iron fist punishment, naturally knew the taste of it. In a panic, he asked for help from his best friend. Unexpectedly, the other party had an ambiguous smile on his gentle face, and his eyes narrowed with a faint black air coming out. Itama and Mr. Yin have a really harmonious relationship. Holding his chin, Uchiha's Hilly tilted his head and said with envy, letting a friend take the bullet has to pay a price. No. I shouldn't be open with the evil Uchiha. All Uchiha are black. Senju Itama looked at his most trusted best friend in despair and shed tears of regret. That kid is really unlucky. I finally got the fresh stuff. The honest boy who was secretly flipping through the mosaic books in the dungeon wiped his nose. Little's Hilly, I'll take Banma home first. Come to my house when you have time. I've prepared a lot of candies. The refreshed Uchiha Jin picked up the foaming Senju Banma, turned around and said to Uchiha's Hilly who had been watching the show with a smile, hard-working, capable, and sensible Xiao's Hilly is simply Uchiha Jin's dream boy. The difference is obvious. Glancing at Senju Banma on his shoulder, this kid is a pure bastard. Okay, Mr. Stalker Jin. Seeing Uchiha Jin's confused face, the purple-cut black girl covered her mouth in surprise and said in a low voice with an apologetic look. Oh no, I accidentally said what was in my heart. It's not advisable to stay here for a long time. Uchiha Jin took Senju Banma back home, threw the unconscious kid on the bed, and left without looking back. Senju Itama, who was still in a coma, moved his ears. After hearing the door closing, he quietly opened his eyes, revealing a complex look. Uchiha Jin, who returned to the bedroom, began to prepare for tomorrow's mission. He reached out and took out a bunch of equipment from the bag sent by the system. He counted them one by one, and finally chose 3 pieces, and then put the other equipment back. These 3 sets should not be sold out in seconds, right? Uchiha Jin touched his chin and looked at the equipment he chose with satisfaction. On the left-hand side was the thorn vest he opened for the first time, in the middle was the necklace dragon claw, and on the far right was a wooden armor that was opened later. It's a pity that I can only wear 3 pieces, otherwise I would take off directly on the spot. The equipment produced by the system has a wear limit, and wearing more than 3 pieces will be ineffective. Let's try the defensive effect first. Uchiha Jin wore a thorn vest as an inner armor, a wooden madman armor outside, and a dragon claw around his neck. After the equipment was completed, he felt the strong breath of life coming from the equipment, which doubled his sense of security. He came to the backyard and moved his body. He found that these equipment would not bring any burden to his body. It was light to wear. Just as he was warming up, the air in the backyard stagnated, and a familiar light screen appeared out of thin air, bringing a strange figure. A new character was spawned. Uchiha Yin raised his eyebrows and looked at the NPC spawned in front of him, waiting for the other party to make a move. This NPC has long straight black hair, a cold and handsome face that is particularly pale, and the pupils of his eyes are not like those of ordinary people. Instead, they are long like snake pupils. His face looks seductive and weird under the embellishment of purple eyeshadow. This is the first time that a snake ant has been spawned, and I don't know what skills I can learn. Uchiha Yin, who recognized the identity of this NPC at a glance, thought happily that his current strength is crushing against ordinary NPCs. It has been a long time since he has fought against an equal opponent. 50-50? Emperor Kai, okay, next time I will just go Night Kai. The eyes of the spawned Orochimaru were dull and lifeless, just like the previous NPCs. For some reason, it stayed there for a long time without moving. Hey, it's not a training dummy. After waiting for an attack for a long time, Uchiha Jin walked forward curiously, ready to check if there was anything wrong with this NPC. Just when his outstretched finger was about to touch the standing Orochimaru, the opponent's body suddenly stopped, and the snake pupils in his eyes became bright. Uchiha Jin's heart was shocked and he took a few steps back. Looking at Orochimaru, who was starting to make a seal with a frown on his brow, Uchiha Jin had some doubts in his heart. He clearly saw a flash of shy smile in the eyes of the NPC just now. Without time to think about it, Uchiha-jin found that a large shadow suddenly appeared in front of him and attacked him. Looking closely, it turned out to be countless poisonous snakes rushing like a tide. 10,000 snakes? One of Orochimaru's signature ninjutsu in the early days, but the aggressive venomous snakes are not good enough for Uchiha-jin now, but the horror level is far better than others. Not very harmful, but extremely scary. With the mentality of testing equipment, Uchiha-jin endured the discomfort in his heart, held his breath, raised his hands to protect his face, and faced the snake tide with his body. Feeling the smelly and cold venomous snakes passing through his body, Uchiha-jin couldn't help but get goosebumps. However, he didn't feel that his body was being eaten by the venomous snakes. He took a glance and was surprised to find that the venomous snake's fangs couldn't even break his defense. A layer of light blue halo rose from the madman's armor, covering his whole body, and all the venomous fangs were blocked outside the halo. Now Uchiha-jin put down his hands with confidence, waiting for the snake tide to end with a calm face. Orochimaru's 10,000 snakes formation lasted for 10 minutes before it ended. Looking at Orochimaru, who put down his hand at the end of the snake tide, Uchiha-jin scratched his ears and said with a smile, "That's it. That's it." I don't know if the other party understood the mockery. Orochimaru, who had just stopped, raised his hand again to seal and prepare to score twice. "Goodbye." Uchiha-jin, who had been disgusted enough, didn't want to have the same experience again. He condensed a long spear with bursts of lightning in his hand, pointed at Orochimaru in the distance and spoke softly. "Chidori-style divine spear." The lightning spear in his hand suddenly swelled, and the next second it penetrated the chest of Orochimaru, who had just opened his mouth to spit out snakes in the distance. Before being recovered by the light curtain, Uchiha-jin vaguely saw the fallen Orochimaru showing a look of understanding. Is AI technology advancing so fast? This is not the first time that the NPCs that spawned have strange behaviors. Uchiha-jin is confused. Could it be that this NPC has also started to use AI technology? End of this chapter. Chapter 87, Remarks on the Release. First, I'd like to give you a kowtow. This book was originally written on a whim one night. I didn't expect that so many people would read it after persisting. As a newbie, I feel flattered. Speaking of the plot, the Warring States chapter was not so long in the outline. I wanted to write a dual timeline plot like Kiva, but the Warring States chapter couldn't be contained once I wrote it. Later, I let myself go and made a montage-style flashback. However, the lack of writing skills made the viewing experience miserable, leaving many people confused. It's really a badass and a playful person. As for the system of the erasure mechanism, it is just to cater to the old era version of the Warring States. It will be optimized in subsequent updates, so don't worry. I emphasize again that the original owner and the protagonist are not the same person, and their personalities are different. The original owner's personality is similar to the combination of Uchiha Shisui and young Obito. The protagonist Uchiha-jin is just an ordinary person who traveled through time and space. Therefore, this article is a fun article, and the dark and deep plot is all due to the original owner. Finally, thank you again for your long-term support. As the first book of a newbie, I will insist on finishing it. Thank you so much. M. End of this chapter. Chapter 88. Please don't bring back memories. Kid, I'm going out for a few days on a mission, don't run around. After finishing breakfast, Uchiha-jin carried his bag and told Senju Itama, who was still eating. If you really encounter any trouble, go find Izuna, I'll tell him. I know, I'm not a child anymore, stop talking nonsense, and go. Seeing Uchiha-jin's hesitation, Senju Itama, who was eating, raised his head, rolled his eyes at him, and urged him. When you are in doubt, saving your life is the most important thing. Take this, just in case. Still a little worried, Uchiha Jin took out a golden hourglass-shaped pendant from his bag and handed it to Senjuitama to wear with him. Okay, you're so long-winded. Taking this peculiar pendant, he could see the golden sand slowly flowing in the hourglass in his hand. Senjuitama felt that this thing was very precious and should be worth a lot of money. Gold. This thing is for life-saving. Don't think of exchanging it for money. For the safety of the little ghost, Uchiha Jin took great pains. He even gave this guy the only Zhonggaya hourglass in stock to save his life. Zhonggaya hourglass invincible for 3 minutes when the health value is less than 40%, can be triggered once a day. After settling down, Uchiha Jin rushed to the meeting place agreed with Uchiha Tajima. He saw his cousin waiting there from a distance. He hurried forward to greet him. "Cousin, I'm sorry, something delayed me." "It's okay. I just arrived too." Hearing Uchiha Jin's voice, Uchiha Tajima, who had closed his eyes and rested, opened his eyes and just said half a sentence. He was shocked by Uchiha Jin's style and was speechless. "Your style is a bit exaggerated," Uchiha Tajima commented with a strange look in his eyes. "Hey, not bad, I'll make you a set later." Patting the madman armor on his body, Uchiha Jin proudly recommended it to Uchiha Tajima. "Haha, it's not necessary." Uchiha Tajima was very moved but refused. Going out in such a dress would be a disgrace to the Uchiha clan. "Since we are ready, let's go." Uchiha Tajima led the way, and Uchiha Jin followed closely behind him. The two of them kept going from day to night. When passing through a forest, Uchiha Tajima slowed down and signaled to stop. After choosing a hidden corner in the forest, the two began to rest. "The sealed place is still some distance from here, so we'll camp here tonight." Uchiha Tajima, who had already known the route by heart, arranged for Uchiha Jin. "At this speed, we'll reach our destination tomorrow." After that, he took out 2 pieces of dry food from his backpack to relieve his hunger. "Let's eat first. I've prepared a lot of good things." Uchiha Jin, who had finally gone out on a mission, was well prepared. He took out all kinds of fresh ingredients from his backpack one after another, and even took out a big pot in the end. "You kid, do you think you're here for a picnic? Go back and copy the 3 ninja prohibitions for me 10,000 times." Looking at the enthusiastic Uchiha Jin with a dark face, Uchiha Tajima held his forehead and gritted his teeth and said, "Hey! Isn't it?" Uchiha Jin got stuck in his throat and didn't say it, otherwise he would be scolded by his cousin again. "Then I'll put it away. It's a pity that these things are all purchased at a high price by me." He put away the ingredients on the ground with some disappointment, and looked up to see Uchiha Tajima looking at the iron pot he took out with curiosity. "What is this pot used for?" After studying it for a long time, he couldn't figure out what this strange-shaped pot was used for. "This one, I made it specifically for hot pot." Uchiha Jin picked up the shabu-shabu pot he customized on the ground and explained it to Uchiha Tajima. "So this is the hot pot that Izuna mentioned." After listening to the explanation, Uchiha Tajima nodded thoughtfully. He had heard Izuna and Madara mention this thing many times, and every time Izuna mentioned it, the kid would wipe the saliva from the corner of his mouth. "How about trying it?" Seeing that his cousin was somewhat interested, Uchiha Jin asked tentatively, and then he mysteriously fumbled out a dark red thing with a strange smell from his backpack. "The secret spicy butter base I brought this time is definitely strong enough." "Humph." Hearing Uchiha Jin's words, Uchiha Tajima stared at him seriously with his sharp eyes, and his righteous eyes made him feel a little ashamed. "Yes, how can you be so extravagant when you come out to do a mission? It is a taboo for ninjas to seek pleasure. It is still the cousin's consciousness that is high, otherwise he can be the head of the clan. It's a bit cold at night, and you need to eat something spicy to drive away the cold." Just when Uchiha Jin was about to take back the hot pot, Uchiha Tajima, with a serious expression, nodded seriously and said, "What are you doing? Go and prepare." No wonder he can be the head of the clan, his style of doing things is different. Uchiha Jin took the hot pot and began to prepare a wild hot pot feast. Hey, no wonder Izuna, who is always picky, also praised this thing, it turns out to have such a rich taste. Uchiha Tajima, who was eating hot pot for the first time and was slurping it up, showed off his food and commented. What's in this pot? Feeling the heat in his mouth, Uchiha Tajima was surprised to find that his chakra was also a little agitated. Hee, good stuff. This time, Uchiha Jin mixed the birthday gift given to him by Izuna's little cousin into the base material. The package was said to be a secret medicine from the Akimichi clan. It was a tonic, and one person didn't say a word after eating it, except Uchiha Tajima. He would never take it out for ordinary people. The two of them were eating enthusiastically, but Wang Liang underground was a little miserable. Why are these two guys still eating? This smell. Wang Liang, who was lurking underground, swallowed his saliva. The stimulating and overbearing aroma of the hot pot made his taste buds, which had not been used for thousands of years, begin to secrete liquid. People have to sigh that the power of hot pot is so terrifying. After eating and drinking, it's time to talk. At this time, Uchiha Jin was holding an empty hot pot with a tangled look in his eyes. This scene had other meanings in Uchiha Tajima's eyes. He turned his eyes slightly, looked at Uchiha Jin who was holding the pot and wanted to say something, and slowly said. Jin, do you have something to tell me? No, don't get me wrong, I'm just worried whether you can get up and travel tomorrow. Uchiha Tajima is indeed an old generation ninja. He adheres to the principle of not wasting anything. In the end, he ate all the hot pot soup in one go. Knowing the power of hot pot, Uchiha Jin was a little worried about whether his eyes could bear it. He wanted to remind him but didn't know how to say it. Alas, since your body has recovered, there are some things that should be given to you. Confessed. Looking at Uchiha Jin's tangled expression, Uchiha Tajima, who guessed that his memory seal had loosened, sighed. Why did the atmosphere suddenly become so heavy? Uchiha Jin looked at his cousin suspiciously. Could it be that the original owner had some shocking secrets? It all started on that night 12 years ago. Stop, I really don't want to listen to it. Can you tell me the result directly? Otherwise, with someone's writing ability, he can write 10 chapters for this part. Uchiha Jin looked at Uchiha Tajima who was trapped in the whirlpool of memories with some sourness. Please don't kill me with memories anymore. End of this chapter. Chapter 89 Childhood Sweetheart vs Sky Drop. I used to be so awesome. After listening to Uchiha Tajima's story, Uchiha Jin, who had just finished his third bag of melon seeds, had the same expression as a hamster that scared off its seeds. He knew from Uchiha Yu that the original owner had opened a mangekyo, but he didn't expect that there was such a long-forgotten secret. Now that my eyes have recovered, it's time to remove the seal in your brain. Uchiha Tajima turned his head, revealing his scarlet eyes. Uchiha Jin, who was sitting opposite him, could clearly sense the cold and deep power contained in these eyes. Why don't we talk about this later? There was actually a memory sealed in his brain. If the original owner's consciousness awakened after the release, it would be hard to say whether it would be the original owner or himself, an outsider, who would dominate the body. Don't worry, my Kota Amatsukami's main attack is painless, and there will be absolutely no sequelae. Thinking that Uchiha Jintoki was worried that the process of removing the seal would be painful, Uchiha Tajima patted his chest to guarantee it. Oto Amatsukami, professional painless brainwashing for 30 years. After saying that, ignoring Uchiha Jin's expression of refusal, the 3 megatama in his eyes instantly combined together, turning into a windmill-shaped enchanting pattern, and the majestic pupil power poured out. Uchiha Jin, who had no time to react, only felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and then fell into deep darkness. It's over. I developed a conditioned reflex when I was attacked by 7 people. I subconsciously gave up defense when I saw the Mangekyo staring at me. Uchiha-jin turned over and sat up in the darkness, complaining to himself in annoyance. Where is this? After self-examination, Uchiha-jin raised his head to observe the surroundings. There was a big door not far from him. Feeling a summoning force, he walked forward to observe and found that the door was locked. The shabby big lock hanging in front of the door was faintly glowing. Standing at the door, he could clearly sense that something was calling him behind the door. He tried to pull the lock, but it didn't move at all. You don't even give me a key to unlock the seal. After a long time of not being able to open the door, he looked at the shabby big lock in his hand speechlessly, thinking to himself. Has my cousin forgotten the procedure because he hasn't used his eyes for a long time? As his thoughts arose, a blood-red full moon rose in the dark space, decorated with windmill-shaped patterns, and then he heard a familiar voice. Sorry, I forgot to unlock the door for you. Uchiha Tajima urged his eyes with a little apology. As the windmill on the red moon in the space rotated, the cracks on the big lock in Uchiha-yin's hand broke open. Crack! With a crisp crack, the whole lock turned into pieces, and the dusty door slowly opened. It is a blessing, not a disaster. If it is a disaster, it cannot be avoided. Uchiha-yin took a deep breath and strode into the world behind the door. A burst of strong light hit, and Uchiha-yin, who stepped into the door, raised his hand to protect his eyes. He waited until the light faded before putting down his hand and squinting his eyes to check the situation inside. Hey? Where did the TV come from? This space is very simple, with a single sofa facing away from him, and a TV in front of the sofa, which was playing the picture at this time. After hesitating for a while, Uchiha-yin still chose to go over to find out. Yanuma epokshu? The sudden voice startled Uchiha-jin, who was already holding his head high, and he looked around to find the source of the sound. After searching, he found that the whole space was empty. I'm here. When Uchiha-jin heard the voice again, he realized that the person who spoke was actually a character on TV. At this time, a familiar face on the screen made Uchiha-jin's heart completely die. Who are you? After calming down, Uchiha-jin looked at the person on TV and asked. I am the former Uchiha-jin, but don't worry, I can't go back. The slightly immature Uchiha-jin on TV smiled and explained to him. I don't have much time, this may be our last communication. The sadness on the immature Uchiha-jin's face flashed, and he continued with a warm smile on his face. There is no point in explaining too much. I hope you can live well with my share. After listening to the original owner's neat explanation on TV, Uchiha-jin pursed his lips and asked. Do you have any other wishes? Well, then please take care of my good brothers, and Xiao Guang. For some reason, the picture on TV became intermittent, and the original owner's voice was unclear, but the name Xiao Guang was engraved in his heart. Beep. The TV made a light sound, and the original owner completely disappeared from the TV screen. Then, as if the TV channel had been switched, the screen turned to a distant view of a house, and a familiar family of 3 appeared. The life of the master began to appear in front of Uchiha-jin in this form. Do you remember it? Seeing a glimmer in the eyes of the dull Uchiha-jin, Uchiha Tajima, who was sitting opposite and waiting, asked. Well, thank you, uncle. He watched TV series in the dark for several days and nights, but only a few minutes had passed in reality. At this time, Uchiha-jin, who had digested the original owner's real memory, looked at the slightly tired Uchiha Tajima in front of him with a very complicated mood. Uchiha Tajima, the real behind-the-scenes hand. Now Uchiha-jin has only full respect for him, and this uncle is really not in vain. You have worked hard over the years, and you have suffered a lot of cold eyes and suspicion from the clan members. Facing the nephew who has recovered his memory, Uchiha Tajima stood up and bowed deeply, full of apologies accumulated over the years. Uncle, don't say that anymore. It's my own choice. Uchiha-jin sighed, supported Uchiha Tajima, and said, "Look, I'm living a good life now. I'm in good health and I enjoy everything I eat. People should look forward and can't always live in the past, right? Every bit of hardship I endured is for activate skills." Poisonous chicken soup. After a series of operations, the somewhat jaded Uchiha Tajima was refreshed. For a moment, he was full of heroic spirit. He patted Uchiha Jin's shoulder with his eyes full of excitement. "Jin, don't waste your talent to sort out materials in the dungeon. When you go back, you will be responsible for teaching Madara and Izuna's ideological qualities, so that they can be a progressive Uchiha youth like you." Uchiha Jin quickly refused and immediately said that he could also shine at the grassroots level. It was his job to teach his younger brother, so there was no need to go to great lengths to promote him. Salary increase is possible. Midnight. Uchiha Jin tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. As soon as he closed his eyes, all he could think of was the girl named Xiao Guang. The girl's bright glance and smile were deeply imprinted in his memory, making him upset and unable to sleep. The damn original owner actually let down this lovely child. What a scumbag! He spat and kept criticizing the original owner for being irresponsible in his feelings. Now this difficult problem is in front of Uchiha Jin. How should he face Xiao Guang, who is about to be unsealed? Should he continue his relationship with her as the original owner, or continue to pretend to have amnesia and deal with it coldly? Many thoughts came to his mind, making him a little confused for a while. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, Uchiha Jin, who was still struggling, heard hurried footsteps outside. He curiously poked his head out of the tent and saw Uchiha Tajima's flustered back going away under the moonlight. What is uncle in a hurry to do? Before Uchiha Jin stood up to check, his keen hearing made him hear a crackling sound in the distance. Uchiha Jin, who guessed what happened, lay back with a look of disgust, whispering, "This is the consequence of underestimating my secret base." A moment later, Uchiha Tajima stood up from a hidden corner, feeling the burning pain in his back, gritted his teeth and stepped forward, his legs numb from squatting, and walked towards the camp with difficulty. Just below the place where he had just squatted, a black shadow who dared not move had his fists hardened. "Uchiha Tajima, I want you to die." End of this chapter. Chapter 90. Digging and Digging. The next day. Let's go. Uchiha Tajima, with a pale face, waved weakly. His body was so thin that it seemed that a gust of wind could blow him down. "How about we take another day off?" Looking at Uchiha Tajima, who was close to collapse, Uchiha Jin kindly suggested. "This level of difficulty is not enough to defeat me." Uchiha Tajima held up his spirit with a firm face and spoke confidently. Gurgle gurgle. There was another sound from his stomach, and Uchiha Tajima, whose face turned green, gritted his teeth. "Then take a rest first and leave later." Then he covered his stomach and walked away quickly. Tisk tisk tisk, I hope I can still use it in the future. Uchiha Jin gave a sincere blessing with a look of regret. Hey, Uchiha Jin. A familiar voice came from behind. He turned around but didn't see anyone. Just when he suspected that he was hallucinating, "I'm here." He lowered his head and was surprised to find a black mushroom-headed man on the ground. "How did you follow me here?" The person was Wang Liang, who was beside Uchiha Tajima. He didn't expect that he had been hiding beside him. Now he was taking advantage of the gap when Uchiha Tajima was away to pass information to him. Looking at the dark Wang Liang, Uchiha Jin frowned. It was not that he had an opinion on him, but... "What's the smell on you?" He pinched his nose and took a few steps back subconsciously. Uchiha Jin's eyes were full of fear. "Did you poop?" "No." Wang Liang was so angry that he almost jumped up from the ground and gave this guy a big fight. "Did you collapse?" He couldn't pull up his trouser pockets, but his whole body could still emit such a strong smell. People had to wonder if he had any quirks. "Stop talking nonsense." Uchiha-jin could actually see the expression of anger and shame on a ball of black mud. You did a good job, you thought of poisoning. Uchiha Tajima is in such a state that we can easily control him. Wang Liang suppressed his anger and changed the subject, praising Uchiha-jin's poisonous plan. Hey? Hee hee. Uchiha-jin could only smile awkwardly about this matter. According to the division of responsibilities, Uchiha Tajima, who did not listen to the advice, must bear 99% of the responsibility. Don't worry, when Wuming is unsealed, the master will come in person, and it will be easy to surround and kill Uchiha Tajima. Wang Liang confidently encouraged Uchiha-jin. Lao Deng is coming too? Uchiha-jin was shocked when he heard the news. He had not watched the TV series for a few days and nights in vain. The turning point of the original owner's life was caused by the blackened Uchiha, and the black guy in front of him was indispensable. Have you brought the headband that the master gave you? Wang Liang suddenly asked. I always carry it with me. Thinking of the plain headband that had been gathering dust in his bag, Uchiha-yin replied, that's good. Wang Liang said, a smug look flashed in his eyes, because he had added something to that headband. After explaining almost everything, Wang Liang disappeared underground. Uchiha-yin tried to find him with perception, but found nothing. It seems that Wang Liang's hiding skills are very superb and can hide from the search of perception. Uchiha Tajima came late at this time, dragging his nearly exhausted body, walking with a shiver, and talking with a slight tremor, let's go. Let's go. Uchiha-yin scratched his head a little guilty. Although he was only 1% responsible for this, he was also responsible, wasn't he? Uncle, the weather is getting a little cold today. Wear this cloak. It will keep you warm. After rummaging in his bag for a long time, Uchiha-jin took out a white cloak with gold edges. I appreciate your kindness. Looking at the slightly exaggerated cloak that didn't match his style at all, Uchiha Tajima forced a smile and waved his hand to refuse. Oh, you and me, uncle and nephew, don't stick to those vulgar etiquette. He forced Uchiha Tajima to put it on without saying anything. Uchiha Tajima, who was about to refuse, felt his body lighten and found that the negative buff of the whole night was swept away. His whole body seemed to be filled with strength again, and his sphincter also returned to its former strength. What is this? Uchiha Tajima touched the exaggerated cloak with gold edges on his body in surprise. Is this thing so useful? Uncle, don't underestimate this cloak of mine. I bought it from a traveling merchant in the kingdom of craftsmen at a high price. Uchiha-jin pretended to be in pain. It is said that it was made by Qingming of the kingdom of craftsmen. It has the magical effect of restoring physical strength and chakra. Not bad, not bad. Uchiha Tajima's eyes changed instantly, and his gaze towards the cloak changed from disdain to appreciation. You are sensible now, and you know how to respect your uncle. I will accept this cloak. Don't use these things to test old cotters in the future. Don't do it again. Don't do it again. Ah! Looking at his uncle who took the cloak for himself with a clear conscience, Uchiha-jin had countless question marks in his head. I just lent it to you. Are all clan leaders so shameless? Wearing the magic resistance cloak produced by the system, Uchiha Tajima walked in front with the wind under his feet, and Uchiha-jin followed closely with a pout. The two of them traveled for another half a day, crossed a large canyon, and finally arrived at the destination. It's near here. There is a sign of the Senju clan at the seal. Remember to pay attention to it. The two of them acted separately and carried out a carpet search within the scope of the destination. How can we find it in such a large area? Uchiha-jin looked at the endless forest in front of him and sighed. While Uchiha Tajima was away, his eyes condensed and his pupils turned white instantly. The vision range of the Byakugan is stronger than that of the Sharingan. Using it to search is more effective. With his Byakugan emitting a faint blue light, Uchiha-jin sped through the forest at a high speed, his eyes turning dripping, and everything around him was in full view at 360 degrees. But after a whole circle, the Byakugan did not find any suspicious traces, which made him have to doubt whether the information was wrong. Just when he was about to give up, his left hand suddenly flashed a red light, and a scarlet sign appeared on the back of his hand. Looking at the flickering pattern on the back of his hand, Uchiha-jin almost forgot the existence of this thing. In the original owner's real memory, this mark was the pattern of Xiaoguang's kaleidoscope, and it was also the embodiment of her pupil technique. 8,000 spears, a magical skill of control and blood-sucking. Do you want to take me to find Xiaoguang? Feeling something in his heart, feeling the heat on the back of his hand, Uchiha-jin tried to communicate with this mark. As a result, as soon as he thought about it, the mark on the back of his hand began to flash wildly, as if responding to his words. Then let's go, you lead the way. Uchiha-jin nodded, stretched out his left hand and turned it in a circle. The dim mark flashed wildly when it pointed to a certain direction. It seems to be over there. With the route guidance, Uchiha-jin followed the mark on the back of his hand and ran for several miles in one direction, and finally came to a flat plain area, where a large stone stood alone from a distance. The final destination of the mark was there. Uchiha-jin had no doubts and flew over to feel around on the big rock. Finally, he found an eroded and blurred mark at the bottom of the rock. It seems to be the emblem of the Senju clan. Uchiha-jin immediately transformed into a digger, took out a huge golden shovel from the system bag, and started digging at the big rock. As he dug, he couldn't help but hum. Dig in the small garden. End of this chapter. Chapter 91. Pretend not to be home when a stranger knocks on the door. A few meters below the boulder, a stone coffin was suspended in the darkness, with dense tadpole characters written on it. A faint light appeared on the mysterious lines, making it seem to be out of the control of time, quietly waiting for the day to see the light of day again. Dig, 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 plant small seeds, and bloom small flowers. The figure who had been lonely in the stone coffin for many years slowly raised her head from the narrow space. She had not heard any sound for a long time, but now she could vaguely hear the singing from above. It's so ugly. The space in the stone coffin was limited, and she couldn't even raise her hands to cover her ears. She had no choice but to close her scarlet eyes, silently blocking the devilish singing, and muttered viciously in her heart. If I know who is singing, I will pull his tongue out. Dig, dig, dig in a very large garden, dig very large seeds, and open. What's so hard? Uchiha-jin, who was singing, dug very hard. Suddenly, his hand stopped while digging, and the golden shovel was blocked by a hard object under the ground. Did he find it? Surprised, Uchiha-jin opened his Byakugan and scanned the hard objects on the ground, but found that his vision was blocked. There was a force that distorted the space, making it difficult for him to see the objects below. Ah! I don't believe it. The unbelieving Uchiha-jin turned on the power of his Byakugan to the maximum. With the infusion of chakra, his Byakugan slowly penetrated the shield of the space power and vaguely saw a stone coffin. It was still not clear. It was said to be the strongest perspective eye, but why didn't it work? Uchiha-jin aroused a strange desire to win and once again used all the chakra in his body to pour into his Byakugan. With the addition of chakra, a pair of eyes seemed to be bursting, and felt sour, but the vision became clearer and clearer. Suddenly, with the blessing of many powers in his body, Uchiha-jin's Byakugan seemed to break through the shackles, a burst of blue light flashed, and the sour feeling just now was swept away. If Uchiha-jin could see his eyes now, he would find that his Byakugan had changed a lot. The pure white eyes were now stained with other colors, the conjunctiva was firmly occupied by black, and the pupils turned into a refreshing light blue. How can I see colors? Blinking his eyes, which felt very comfortable, Uchiha-jin found that the colors in his 360 degrees vision were restored, and it was no longer a simple X-ray perspective before. I have heard that the Byakugan can evolve, but this doesn't seem to be the reincarnation eye, right? Take out a mirror to observe his mutated eyes. Uchiha Jin touched his chin, felt the power contained in his eyes, and did not have the powerful ability of Otsutsuki Tonari's reincarnation eye in the original work. Forget it, business is more important, I will study this thing slowly when I go back. Put back the mirror, use the current eyes to look at the hard object on the ground again. Uchiha Jin actually penetrated the barrier of space directly, and clearly saw a stone coffin full of sealing spells, and then tried harder. There was a girl lying inside, with her head down, and her face could not be seen clearly. Tisk, nothing special, but it's really white. Hey hey hey! Uchiha Jin, who was not used to his B ultrasound turning into color ultrasound, had a clear view of the girl in the stone coffin. He quickly closed his eyes and silently said that ignorance is not a crime. Since it has been confirmed that the hard object underground is the sealed Xiaoguang, Uchiha Jin spitted twice into his palm, raised the golden shovel again and dug hard, hoping to rescue the girl as soon as possible. Dong dong! Dong! Are you annoying? Who is knocking on it? The devilish singing finally stopped, and the girl who had just breathed a sigh of relief heard the sound of dong 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 again. She was so angry that she clenched her fists and gritted her teeth, wishing she could rush out and give the guy above it Tsukuyomi set. Dong dong dong! Is anyone home? The community is sending warmth. Uchiha Jin, who finally dug out the entire stone coffin, wiped off the non-existent sweat, walked forward and knocked on the door of the stone coffin a few times, while politely greeting. Isn't this a fool? The girl trapped in the stone coffin couldn't help rolling her eyes when she heard the incomprehensible speech. She thought that she had been sealed for many years. Have the people outside degenerated to this point? But why does the voice sound familiar? The girl listened to the chattering voice outside. For some reason, the more she listened, the more familiar it sounded. It felt like someone she knew, but his voice in her memory was not as weak as this one. I know you are at home. You have the ability to open the door. Don't hide inside and keep silent. No, 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 absolutely not. The girl shook her head desperately, trying her best to deny knowing the owner of the voice. Jin, have you found it? Uchiha Jin, who had been digging for 3 feet, raised his head and saw a familiar figure on the deep pit he had dug. He put away the shovel in his hand, turned over and jumped back to the ground, patted the dust on his body and said, Uncle, I dug out the seal. The person who came was Uchiha Tajima, who had been paddling. He looked solemn at this time, looked down at the stone coffin covered with spells, frowned, and said, It's actually the seal of the Sarutobi clan. That's a bit difficult to deal with. The well-informed Uchiha Tajima recognized the Sarutobi clan's emblem on the stone coffin at a glance, and also identified that the spells were unique to the Sarutobi clan. It's difficult to deal with. Seeing Uchiha Tajima's difficulty, Uchiha Jin raised his eyebrows. It turned out that the Sarutobi clan was not an ordinary family, as they could make his uncle feel difficult. Humph, a trifle. The conceited Uchiha Tajima would naturally not be intimidated by such a small difficulty. He immediately opened his Sharingan to scan the entire stone coffin, trying to find the flaw in the seal. Haha, I found it. Uchiha Tajima scanned for a long time, suddenly laughed, jumped down, and waved to Uchiha Jin to follow. Right here, the flaw in the seal of the Sarutobi clan. Based on the flow of chakra on the seal, Uchiha Tajima finally locked onto a pattern that looked like a little man, pointed at it and said to Uchiha Jin. This emblem of the Sarutobi clan is the crack of the entire seal. As he said that, he covered it with his hand and manipulated the chakra to immerse it in the seal. After a while, Uchiha Tajima withdrew his hand and looked at the stone coffin with a complicated expression. It turned out to be a space seal, no wonder it can stagnate and seal the space of the stone coffin. Space seal. Uchiha Jin, who heard this term for the first time, raised his head curiously, looking at his uncle with a face full of curiosity, waiting for an explanation. The Sarutobi clan actually used the sealing technique to separate a time anchor point, locked the stone coffin that held Wuming in it, and exiled it to a space outside the time flow. It's the first time I've seen it, too. After saying that, he didn't forget to add a sentence to pass the buck. Uchiha-jin was confused. It sounded like the function of a storage scroll, except that a scroll could not hold living things, while this seal could hold living people. So what is she like now? Exiled outside of time, what is the girl in the stone coffin going through? She is still in the state she was sealed in, and her mind should be. Uchiha Tajima was halfway through his words when he suddenly remembered that Uchiha-jin's memory had been restored, and he immediately took back the second half of his sentence. That means Xiao Guang has been lying awake in a dark coffin for more than 10 years. Uchiha-jin was silent. Although he was not the original owner, he had watched the TV series for several days and nights. As a viewer, he was deeply touched by the girl named Xiao Guang. Even if it was not to fulfill the original owner's promise, he would rescue this poor girl. "You old man, please step aside for a while, let me show you my treasure." End of this chapter. Chapter 92. I'm not asking you to break that armor. Uchiha Tajima turned sideways in confusion to make room for his nephew. He wanted to see what his nephew was up to. You must know that the space seal must have a very high talent and attainments in the power of time and space to penetrate it. Ordinary ninjas may not even be able to touch the threshold in their entire lives. Uchiha-jin fumbled from behind for a while, and then slowly pulled out a big axe from behind. Uchiha Tajima, with eyes wide open, had no time to think about where this guy pulled out such a big thing from. And the other party was already touching the axe he pulled out and nodded with satisfaction. Obsidian cutter can produce armor-breaking effect when attacking the target. Uchiha-jin wielded the black double-edged axe, which was wider than his own, and chopped it directly on the flaw in the seal. The airflow generated by the collision was surging wildly in an instant, and the flying sand made Uchiha Tajima close his eyes subconsciously. When the dust settled, the double-edged axe in Uchiha-jin's hand had been deeply embedded in the stone coffin, but the spell on the stone coffin was still flowing slowly, and was repairing the damage caused by the giant axe. The wriggling spell seemed to laugh at Uchiha-jin's actions as a waste of effort. Is armor breaking useless? He frowned and pulled the black cutter out of the stone coffin. The seal spell was not broken by his attack. Uchiha-jin thought that he could easily break the seal with the auxiliary artifact produced by the system, but this thing taught him a lesson. It turned out that the artifact of the system was not omnipotent. Ahem, the power of your weapon is indeed amazing, but the seal involves the power of time and space, and ordinary weapons can't hurt it at all. Uchiha Tajima, who was choked by the dust, stood up to explain. He saw that the giant axe in Uchiha-jin's hand was definitely not an ordinary thing, but unfortunately there was no space power blessing, and it could not cause substantial damage to the seal. I don't believe it. Look at me using force to break the trick. Thinking of this, Uchiha-jin put away the black cutter, frowned and continued to grope in the bag behind him. After a while, he took out another large piece of equipment. The next scene really made Uchiha Tajima a little suffocated. He thought that his nephew who failed would retreat. Unexpectedly, the other party fumbled behind his back for a long time and then took out an inconspicuous silver-grey short sword. When he swung it, it was accompanied by crackling lightning and filled with a strong breath of lightning chakra. Static electric blade? Attacks the target 3 times to cause additional lightning damage and break the defense. Ha 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 ha. Give me electricity. Uchiha-jin, who was laughing strangely, turned into Professor Yang. He quickly swung the electric knife in his hand and chopped it on the seal like raindrops. In an instant, there was a sound of lightning and thunder, and the electric light illuminated the entire pit. Uchiha-jin wore sunglasses that he didn't know where he came from, and worked diligently, and carried out his arc-cutting work. The spell on the stone coffin was trembling with electricity, but it still stubbornly guarded the seal and did not dissipate. Stop! Stop! Uchiha Tajima, who was blinded by the lightning at the beginning, covered his face and stopped loudly. "What's the matter?" Uchiha Jin, who was stopped his work and raised his head curiously to ask. "I said that it must be cracked with the power of space, but you have to mess around here. What do you smell?" Warm reminder, pay attention to the harmful gases produced when welding in a limited space. The power of space. Shaking his numb hands, Uchiha Jin put away the electric knife embarrassedly. "This is indeed a violation of safe operation. It will not happen again." He touched his chin and thought about the power of time and space, while continuing to fumble in his bag. He had exploded so many system-native artifacts, but there was no one with the power of time and space. The dog system is really flashy. After complaining about the system's products, he suddenly touched a long-forgotten thing in the corner of his bag. Thinking of the introduction of this thing, Uchiha Jin's eyes lit up. This time, he didn't take out any exaggerated things. Seeing Uchiha Jin take out a weird-shaped kunao from his back, Uchiha Tajima breathed a sigh of relief and finally took out a normal thing. Flying Thunder God Kunao *1. The weapon used by Namikaze Minato contains a trace amount of time and space power. Note: wearing it can accelerate the comprehension of time and space ninjutsu. I actually forgot about this thing completely. It was all because the system later issued some fancy equipment that confused his eyes, so that this weapon has been gathering dust. Touching the sword of ninja love in his hand, Uchiha Jin could clearly feel the time and space power contained in it. What surprised him was that the power of time and space on the weapon actually had some connection with his newly acquired mutant Byakugan. There was a voice reminding him that using the power of space would have a miraculous effect when combined with his mutant Byakugan. Adjusting the sunglasses on his face, Uchiha Jin had already considered it in his mind. While holding the sword of ninja love, he operated his chakra and urged his eyes to open the new eye technique that had just awakened. He was still wearing sunglasses in the dark, which perfectly concealed the abnormality of his eyes. "Have you opened your Sharingan? It seems that this kid has the confidence to break it this time." As a master of eye technique, Uchiha Tajima keenly sensed the flow of chakra in Uchiha Jin's eyes, but he did not doubt it. After all, Uchiha Jin did not hide the fact that he had opened his eyes from him. Now Uchiha Jin has entered a mysterious state. His new eyes can actually see the slowly flowing space ripples in the space. The feeling tells him that he can cut it off at any time if he uses the sword of ninja love in his hand. Locking his eyes on the stone coffin, all the nodes of the seal were clearly visible to these eyes. The flaw that Uchiha Tajima mentioned was shining with a light that was completely different from other nodes. It seemed that it was there. Suppressing the restlessness in his heart, Uchiha Yin took a deep breath, held the sword of love with both hands, aimed at the flaw, and stabbed it fiercely. With the sound of eggshell breaking on the stone coffin, the seal spell began to wriggle wildly. As Uchiha Yin's chakra with space power penetrated into it, the black spell was gradually eroded and finally dissipated between heaven and earth. Seeing that there was no accident, Uchiha Yin, who put away the sword of love, breathed a sigh of relief, closed his eyes and closed the pupil technique, took off his glasses and said to Uchiha Tajima with a smile, "Uncle, you dare to be alone. A small seal is easy to catch." After speaking, he lowered his head and prepared to lift the stone coffin with his hands to let Xiao Guang, who had been trapped for many years, see the light of day again. Uchiha Jin was a little puzzled. Is this coffin nailed so firmly? It didn't move even with his strange power. Could it be that the Sarutobi clan and the Senju clan have a backup plan? In the stone coffin at this moment, the girl's face was puffed up like a bun, and her small hands tightly grasped the coffin, trying her best to prevent the people outside from opening it. "I surrender to the old man outside." "What are you doing?" Although she longed for freedom, the girl swore that it would be better to be locked in this stone coffin for the rest of her life than to let herself go out like this. Time went back to when Uchiha Jin took out the black cutter. As his axe flew down, the girl in the stone coffin, who was expecting the person who spoke outside to save her, began to pray silently. Unexpectedly, a violent impact came from outside, which shocked her. After dizziness, the girl was surprised to find that her clothes were somehow torn apart and turned into strands of cloth barely hanging on her body. Before the surprised girl could react, another arc of electricity came in. The girl, who was already dizzy, was directly electrocuted. Her hair was changed into an afro, and her whole body was electrocuted with green smoke. The cloth hanging on her body turned into charcoal. After recovering from the shock, the girl with bloodshot eyes had nothing but Megatama in her eyes. She gritted her teeth and swore to the Uchiha ancestors that if she could get out, she would definitely make the guys outside look bad. The girl who was tortured twice was relieved when she found that there was no movement outside. In addition to being lucky, she also felt a little desperate. It seemed that the other party chose to give up, so she didn't know how long she had to stay. I really miss Jin. It would be great if Jin was by her side. End of this chapter. Chapter 93, Time has passed and you are no longer the boy you used to be. The girl who was caught in EMO was stimulated and began to have wild thoughts. At this moment, she heard the noise outside again. Having learned from the previous lesson, the girl did not take it lightly this time and listened carefully with her ears erect. Dare to dare alone. The seal is easy to capture. The girl, who probably heard the meaning, was instantly alert. At this moment, she could feel the stagnant time around her begin to flow, and she returned to the normal timeline. She would be free soon. The ecstatic girl was about to push open the coffin lid that had sealed her for a long time, but when the charcoal-like fingers pressed against it, she hesitated again. Looking down at herself who was naked, and smelling the smell of burnt hair, the hand that was originally pushing the door changed its position instantly, holding the coffin lid tightly to prevent it from being opened. At this time, Uchiha Jin outside raised his head in confusion, looked at Uchiha Tajima not far away and said, "Uncle, I know, you haven't seen each other for so many years, you must have a lot to say, uncle, I won't bother you." Uchiha Tajima, who had misunderstood, smiled awkwardly, turned around and jumped out of the deep pit and walked away, thinking of giving the two young people some private space. "I am really a good uncle in the ninja world." "Ah? No, I mean why can't this thing be turned on?" Looking at Uchiha Tajima's back without any hesitation, Uchiha Jin complained speechlessly. But it happened that the uncle avoided it, so he could use the Byakugan to see what was going on. Thinking of this, Uchiha Jin opened the mutated Byakugan again, glanced at the stone coffin and turned his head away instantly, muttering in his mouth, "Why is it still like that? I remember I turned down the power." Just now, he saw an ordinary girl again when he glanced over, but he had originally lowered the penetrating power of his Byakugan to avoid suspicion. It should be said that it can only see through the coffin board. It seems that this pair of eyes needs to be studied carefully. Alas! Uchiha Jin would rather question whether there is something wrong with his eyes than suspect that there is something wrong with the girl. "I am trying to save people, I am trying to save people." Uchiha Jin used self-hypnosis, then opened his eyes with a clear gaze like a saint, and calmly scanned the stone coffin to check if there was any backup plan for the sealer. The girl in the stone coffin felt something in her heart. For some reason, she had an illusion of being spied on, and subconsciously let go of her hands to protect her vital parts. There is no trace of chakra. Uchiha Jin rubbed his eyes doubtfully, making sure there was no backup plan. He forced himself not to see through the scene in the stone coffin, and stretched out his big hand again to hold the coffin lid tightly. This kind of thing requires the unity of waist and horse, and a good horse stance to stabilize the lower body, and a steady stream of chakra is poured into the arms. Uchiha Jin held his breath, and the veins in his arms bulged and his muscles knotted. "Get up!" Something that he never expected happened. The coffin lid that was as heavy as 1,000 pounds just now actually became lighter. Uchiha Jin, who used too much force, flew backwards holding the coffin lid and fell heavily to the ground. My waist. My brand new, zero-wear electric motor strengthens my male dog waist. Now he couldn't care about the stone coffin anymore. Uchiha Jin, who was holding his waist and swaying on the ground, wailed miserably. This sound. In the darkness, she heard the voice she had been thinking about day and night, but the tone and way of speaking were completely different from the person in her memory. The girl who was carefully huddled in the stone coffin quietly stretched her head out and looked towards the source of the sound. Uchiha Jin, who was still lying on the ground with his hands covering his kidneys, felt a burning gaze and subconsciously looked over. As a result, he only saw a black sea urchin head trembling in the stone coffin. Discovered. The girl saw that the figure lying there was not the figure of the boy in her impression. She was startled in her heart. When the other party raised his head, she was so scared that she quickly shrank back. But unfortunately, the sequelae of the electrotherapy just now were not relieved. The girl's long black hair was electrocuted into a sea urchin, and the narrow stone coffin could no longer accommodate her. I have seen you. Uchiha Jin turned over, patted the dust off his body, and showed a self-proclaimed warm smile, thinking about giving the memory of Xiaoguang a wonderful reunion. Come here. Before Uchiha Jin approached, the girl's terrified voice came from the stone coffin. If you dare to come over, I will be rude to you. Tisk, shy. Uchiha Jin chuckled. It seemed that the other party did not recognize him, so he decided to give the girl who had not seen him for many years a big surprise. Tiptoeing to the stone coffin, Uchiha Jin put his head in with a smile and said softly. Welcome back, Xiao. Hey, hey. Hey. Who are you? What he saw was not the quiet and intellectual girl in his memory, but an unknown creature with no clothes and a black body and a sea urchin head. As he questioned 3 times, the girl who was squatting with her head in her hands raised her head in shock and saw a face lying in front of her. Before she could see clearly in the dark, the girl's long accumulated shame and anger suddenly burst out. Go to hell! Uchiha Yin was still in the expression of shock, and the girl in the stone coffin had already attacked with hatred. The eyes of the unknown creature turned scarlet, and a familiar pattern appeared in her eyes. A pair of cherry-red hands quietly stretched out from behind the girl, grabbed Uchiha Yin who had not yet recovered, and lifted him up in the air. If I kill you, Yin won't know about this, hee. The black creature actually had a naked eye. The visible black air frightened Uchiha Jin who was attacked by surprise. Wivu, I am a good citizen. Uchiha Jin, who was suddenly pinched, almost couldn't breathe. He looked at the cherry-red skeleton emerging from the back of the dark creature in surprise. Uchiha Jin hurriedly explained that since this trick had been used, the identity of the strange creature in front of him was about to be revealed. Xiaoguang. Xiaoguang. I am a yin. I didn't expect that this seal could actually change the skin, and directly changed the girl into a set of limited skins of the Thunder Country Laude. A yin. The girl who fell into the dark originally wanted to kill and silence the witness, but she didn't expect that the person who was caught actually called out her name and claimed to be a yin. After calming down her confused mood, the girl let go of Susanoo's big hand and revealed the face of the person caught inside. Humph, you old thing actually dared to pretend to be Jin, I will let you taste what the punishment of Tsukuyomi is. This guy in my hand actually licked his old face and said that he was Jin, and he didn't even look in the mirror to see his shameful face. My Jin is a sunny, cheerful, gentle, and warm dancing elephant boy. Looking back at the peerless elegance of the boy in her heart, the girl shrank in the stone coffin and looked at the old deng and Susanoo with disdain. After I deal with this guy, I will clean up and go to find my Jin. Don't, I'm really Jin. Feeling the pressure on his body getting heavier and heavier, Uchiha Jin was a little panicked. He didn't know if the 3-piece suit on his body could withstand Susanoo, but the most urgent thing was to make the girl believe that she was Jin. Xiaoguang, you came to my house to play when you were 5 and wet your pants. When you were 6, you went to the river to play and fell into the river. I saved you. 7. In order to prove his identity, Uchiha Yin began to expose the girl's black material crazily, trying to evoke her memories. The girl paused while controlling Susanoo. When she showed her head, her scarlet eyes were full of doubts. Only she and Yin knew these things. The person in front of her was so clear. Could it be? Tell me, what did you do to my Yin? Susanoo's big hand tightened suddenly, and Uchiha Yin, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, was pinched again. I have been walking on thin ice all my life. End of this chapter. Chapter 94. It was obviously me first. Finally, Brother Bo Bing succeeded in saving himself. So, are you really Yin? After Uchiha Yin showed his iconic curly hair, the doubtful girl frowned and asked uncertainly. It's the real deal. Uchiha Jin, who escaped from the dead, sat on the ground, looking at the girl in the stone coffin with lingering fear, fearing that if he said something wrong, he would be hung up and hammered by Susanoo again. Humiliated, he secretly made up his mind. When I put Susanoo on the big Buddha, I will definitely teach you a lesson. Then why are you so old? The girl frowned and looked at Uchiha Jin. When they first met, they were still young and tender. When they met again, they were old and old. No one could accept it at first. You can vaguely see from her face that the girl is young and beautiful, still the same as when she was sealed. Time has not left any traces on her face. Uchiha Jin organized his words and said. It has been more than 10 years since the tomb of the emperor. It's been so long. Although trapped in the dark stone coffin, the girl, who is not affected by time, does not know how much time has passed. She had guessed that it might be a few days or months, but she never expected that more than a decade had passed outside. How old are you this year? Shocked, the girl poked her head out to ask Uchiha Jin's age. Just turned 30. Uchiha Jin hummed proudly. Tisk. The girl cried out in her heart that it was not good. After so many years, there must be many girls who are willing to pay for such an excellent boy like a Yin. Maybe even children can be fireballs now. It was obviously her first. Thinking of this, the girl felt a sense of crisis in her heart. She looked at her dark body, poked her head out and said to Uchiha Jin outside. Bring me some water and clothes. Thinking that she couldn't leave a bad impression on a Yin, she decided to clean up first. Knowing the situation of the girl in the stone coffin, Uchiha Jin, who was afraid of provoking the other party and dared not take the initiative to offer help, immediately raised his hand to make a seal, and a lot of water escape techniques were swiped out from the NPC. Water escape technique, water swirl. Controlling the amount of chakra, a stream of water spurted out from Uchiha Jin's mouth and flew straight into the stone coffin. Showering with the water falling from the sky. The girl glanced at Uchiha Jin, who was spraying water with his cheeks puffed up, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. There was a hint of pride in her eyes, and then she began to wash the charred color on her body. After a while, a white and delicate body reappeared in the ninja world. Okay, give me clothes. The washed girl interrupted Uchiha Jin's water swirl casting bar, her wet hair draped over her shoulders, with a pitiful look. Uchiha Jin's heart was beating when he saw the girl's appearance, but when he thought of the girl's age, he immediately extinguished his fantasy and began to search for suitable clothes in his bag. After searching for a long time, Uchiha Jin looked embarrassed. He had not been on many missions and was only concerned with purchasing food. He did not consider replacement clothes. Just when he didn't know what to do, he suddenly saw a dark green hooded cloak in the corner of the system bag. If the girl puts it on, it can just cover her whole body. Next. Just wear it for now. Without much hesitation, Uchiha Yin threw the dark green cloak with gold edges to the girl in the stone coffin. At this time, the girl had just used the fire escape chakra to dry her hair. When she heard Uchiha Yin's call, she raised her hand to catch the dark green cloak. Touching the soft material of the cloak, the girl nodded with satisfaction and immediately put on the clothes given by Uchiha Yin. The moment she put it on, the girl felt a shock, her mind instantly became much clearer, and her chakra was slowly recovering. Mercury is triggered when controlled. After being triggered, it is immune to control for a period of time, and the speed of chakra refining is increased. Triggered once a day. Touching the dark green silk coat on her body, she could feel the extraordinariness of this thing. The girl smiled happily. Sure enough, Ayin still loves me the most. When she goes back, she will definitely make those coquettish bitches look good. I don't know what the girl is happy about. Uchiha Jin, who has been waiting for a long time, looks at the girl who jumps out of the stone coffin barefoot with a slightly complicated look in his eyes. What's going to happen next is a little difficult, but it shouldn't be a big problem. It's time to make a break. Xiao Guang, let's go up. Uncle is still waiting for us outside. Uchiha Jin said to the girl who was turning around to admire her coat. Uncle? The clan leader is here too. I didn't expect Uchiha Tajima to come too. He clearly wanted to be alone with Ajin. The girl, who was not in a very good mood, curled her lips and complained a little about Uchiha Tajima, the light bulb. Oh, my feet are a little weak. Uchiha Jin, who was about to jump, heard the delicate voice of the girl behind him, turned his head helplessly, and saw the girl weakly leaning on the stone coffin. I have no strength, I need to carry you. No, you didn't hold back when you hit me just now, why do you look like Lin Daiyu now? Uchiha Jin had no choice but to carry the girl who was as soft as boneless on his back. Feeling the warm touch on his back, Uchiha Jin suppressed the distracting thoughts in his heart and jumped out of the pit. Using his perception, he quickly locked onto Uchiha Tajima who was not far away. Carrying the girl on his back, he quickly rushed over to meet up with his uncle, because murderous intentions could appear at any time. Jin! You succeeded! Uchiha Tajima, who closed his eyes to rest, was still wearing the magic resistance cloak he got from Uchiha Jin. He opened his eyes when he noticed the noise and saw that the person coming was Uchiha Jin, with a petite figure on his back. It seemed that he had successfully rescued Wu Ming. Hello, clan leader! The girl shouted with a smile when she saw Uchiha Tajima. Since transplanting Jin's eyes to her, Uchiha Tajima treated her like his own daughter, and the relationship between the two was very harmonious. Let's leave here as soon as possible and return to our clan. Now is not the time to chat. The girl has been rescued. It is not appropriate to stay here for long. Besides, there is a pair of eyes staring at my uncle in the dark. Uchiha Jin was not afraid of tearing his face with Uchiha Yu, and hurriedly urged Uchiha Tajima to return. Uchiha Tajima nodded in agreement and prepared to get up and return with Uchiha Jin. He, where are you going? Just when the two were about to start, a hoarse voice sounded not far away, forcing them to stop. Hearing a familiar voice, Uchiha Jin cried out in a headache, while Uchiha Tajima on the side looked at the figure that suddenly appeared with a vigilant face, and asked with an oppressive tone. Who are you? The person who killed you, Uchiha Tajima, you are about to die. The figure that emerged from the ground was naturally Wang Liang. He was seen slowly rising from the shadow on the ground. His black face with an expression that could not be seen clearly was faintly filled with resentment that had been suppressed for a long time. At the same time, the black mud on his body began to wriggle, and then a hunched figure walked out of the black mud. Uchiha Tajima, do you still remember who I am? The hunched figure slowly raised his head, staring at Uchiha Tajima with a single grey eye. You are Uchiha Tajima. Uchiha Tajima, who recognized the old man, said in disbelief. This person couldn't be outside. You are not locked up in the dungeon, how come you are here? You are surrounded, Uchiha Tajima said coldly. He has been waiting for this moment for more than 20 years. His wish to avenge his son is about to come true. Come and count your sins. End of this chapter. Chapter 95. Do you really think I can suppress your fighting power? Since I have already lost count of them. Uchiha Tajima, who has been decisive in killing people all his life, sneered at what Uchiha Tajima said, and stared at the old man with a strange breath in front of him with his tiger eyes with lowered eyebrows. But, I, Uchiha Tajima, have never done anything to let my family down. Haha, put away your hypocritical rhetoric. Uchiha Tajima sneered, raised his dead wood-like palm, showed a jar soaked in Sharingan, wiped it gently and said, "Do you think you can keep hiding what you did to Jin?" Hearing the other party suddenly mention Uchiha Jin, who had passed away for many years, the memories of the past came to his mind. Uchiha Tajima frowned, with a slightly bitter tone, "My sister and brother-in-law sacrificed themselves to save me. I really feel guilty about them. You are still acting now, Jin, this is what you call a good uncle." Hearing Uchiha Tajima's words, Uchiha's grey eyes were full of sarcasm. He turned his head and looked at Uchiha Jin, who had been silent all the time, and said coldly, "What? Jin? You too?" Uchiha Tajima looked at the weird old man talking to Uchiha Jin in surprise. He noticed something wrong and turned his head instantly, asking with an unbelievable look, Jin, what happened?" The girl curled up comfortably on Uchiha Jin's spacious back. The girl, who was confused about the current situation, poked his back with her little finger and asked quietly in his ear, "Ah?" With no time to explain to the girl behind him, Uchiha Jin sighed. What should he do about this? He had to find a way to resolve this misunderstanding. "Grandpa, uncle, why don't we sit down and have a good chat?" Uchiha Jin, who was in a dilemma, tried to mediate, but was met with fierce looks from both sides, which made him feel overwhelmed. "Jin, take out the headband I gave you and put it on Muming." Uchiha ordered with an unpredictable look on his face. This eldest grandson had clearly made an agreement with him, but he wanted to turn against him when the time came. He must not let him ruin his revenge plan. "Sorry, I refuse. Take out the plain headband that Uchiha gave him a few years ago," and Uchiha Jin replied with a determined look. After saying that, he squeezed it hard, and the plain headband broke with a sound, and a wisp of black breath rose from the debris on the ground. The black gas circled around him and then disappeared quietly. Behind him, a flash of black flashed in the girl's eyes. "That's it." Uchiha Jin frowned and looked at the disappearing black gas. He always felt that this thing was not that simple. "Alas, Jin, I gave you a chance, but you still chose to stand on the opposite side of me. Do you deserve your parents who died unjustly?" The old man was a little distressed about his grandson's rebellious behavior. He stared at the eye that still had a trace of spirit and shouted excitedly, "Tisk, I don't know how to explain it to you. Don't you find that your current state is not right?" Uchiha Jin said tiredly, scratching his messy curly hair with a headache. "You have been brainwashed by Uchiha Tajima's eye technique, and you can't tell good from bad." Ignoring the Uchiha Jin who turned against him, the old man turned his head and looked at Uchiha Tajima, who was thinking, and said with hatred, "Wang Liang, do it. Does this old man have a backup plan?" Hearing the old man's voice, Uchiha Jin, who was carrying the girl on his back, felt nervous. He had turned against him, and this old man still wanted to fight? "I can't wait any longer." Wang Liang behind Uchiha Tajima rarely showed a human expression, grinned and laughed, and turned into a pool of black shadow and quickly rolled towards them. Is he so reckless? Was the filial son so brave before? Recalling the various secret operations of this black thing in the future, he is completely different from the reckless man now. Protecting the girl behind him, Uchiha Jin raised one hand, opened his Sharingan and looked at the rapidly moving black mud vigilantly. "Don't move, we're fighting." Feeling the girl behind him suddenly start to move strangely, Uchiha Jin, who had no intention of thinking wrongly, reminded her. "Fighting? I like it the most. Suddenly hearing the girl's tone that was completely different from before, Uchiha Jin, who was on guard against Wang Liang, broke out in a cold sweat, and then countless goosebumps crawled on his skin. Before he could think about it, the girl behind him suddenly jumped up, stretched out her white bare feet and kicked him several meters away. Xiao Guang! Uchiha Jin suffered a heavy blow on the back, and his internal organs were suddenly churning. He finally stabilized his staggering body. Looking back in surprise, he found that the girl was barefoot on the grass, and the cloak she was wearing was taken off, revealing her lovely little face. Sweeping away the gentle and quiet expression just now, the corners of the girl's mouth were raised high, with a sick smile on her face, her clear dark eyes were stained with scarlet, and the whole person exuded a crazy breath. He, finally out. Finally got rid of this abominable seal. The blackened girl covered her face and lowered her head, laughing a few times in horror, and then raised her head to look at Uchiha Jin, who showed his Sharingan. I just came out and met my dear Jin, it's really... The girl excitedly held her face with both hands, her tone was full of excitement and joy, but her pair of scarlet eyes were full of morbid madness that could not be hidden. Is this also Wang Liang's trick? Uchiha Jin looked at the girl who turned into Agate-sama with sour teeth. This kind of blackened yandere, he really can't control it at his age. I like Jin the most. The girl looked at Uchiha Jin with joy, who was on guard, and said sweet love words, but her body slowly rose into the air. The cherry-red skeleton emerged again, slowly wrapping the girl in it. As the power in the girl's eyes became stronger and stronger, a thick layer of armor gradually emerged on the skeleton, and the height gradually increased. In a short while, the girl's skeleton had transformed into a half-giant holding a hatchet. The second stage of Susanoo consumed a lot of energy. The girl stood in the giant's body, panting slightly. She smiled at Uchiha Jin in front of her. Jin, why don't you come to me? Without any sign, the girl's hatchet swung down quietly. It has been detected that the host is in battle, and the heart steel treasure box has begun to accumulate. The hatchet with the power of Susanoo chopped down on his head, and Uchiha Jin didn't care about exposing his strength. He slapped his hands on the ground, and the majestic chakra in his body poured out. Earth escape, earth flow wall. With a violent rumble from the ground, a huge earth wall several meters thick rose from the ground, and a cute Shiba Inu expression was carefully carved on the earth wall. The girl's red hatchet chopped it with a huge force, generating a strong airflow and a violent explosion, and the dust splashed covered the entire battlefield. The smoke cleared, and the grinning girl turned her eyes to search for Uchiha Jin's trace. She believed that the previous blow would not kill her beloved, and at most he would lose his arms and legs, so that he could always be with her. He. The girl with a strange smile was about to pick up the hatchet again, but found that the Susanoo she controlled could not pull out the weapon that was cut on the earth wall. Hearing the familiar voice, the girl was shocked to find that her Susanoo's hatchet was tied to the rising earth wall by a thick branch that grew from nowhere. I don't know when a curly-haired guy sitting on her Susanoo's shoulder tucked his ears, rolled his dead fish eyes, and said with a little arrogance in his tone. You are just a second-stage Susanoo, and you dare to speak loudly to me. I'm sorry that I came back late from the scene today. End of this chapter. Chapter 96. You fell down before I even used any strength. You are so naughty, you actually sneaked up to me. The surprise on her face flashed across her face. Although the girl wrapped in Susanoo was a little surprised, she was quite confident in her own strength and did not take Uchiha Jin seriously. Without any hesitation in her heart, she immediately controlled Susanoo's other hand and grabbed the person sitting on her shoulder. What can I say? Looking at the fierce cherry-red hand, Uchiha Jin, who was sitting on Susanoo, shook his head calmly, whispered something that the girl couldn't understand, then stood up and stretched out an arm to warm up. The secret of Uchiha fluid technique. Uchiha Jin's voice was transmitted to the girl's ears through Susanoo. Seeing that he was still leisurely and contented when facing a disaster, the girl was furious and no longer held back. The big hand with terrifying power pressed down directly. He, I caught you. Seeing that her palm covered Uchiha Jin's figure, the girl in Susanoo shouted excitedly. This time, Ajin couldn't fly away. Lao Da's elbow strike. Uchiha Jin's cold voice came out, and an elbow with unparalleled strange power directly hit the fierce palm. Suddenly, the girl felt a sense of resistance from the hand that she was holding down on Uchiha Jin. Before she could think about it, she was horrified to find that the hand had escaped her control. Crack! Under everyone's horrified gaze, the giant hand that the girl was controlling was actually broken by Uchiha Jin's elbow. The cherry-red broken palm flew hundreds of meters away before slowly dissipating. You? The girl looked at her broken Susanoo stupidly, her mouth wide open as if it was dislocated. No matter how hard she scratched her head, she could not imagine that Uchiha Jin could suppress her Susanoo with just physical skills. This shocking scene not only made the girl fall into deep self-doubt, but also shocked the other people present. They all stopped their actions for a while and stared at Uchiha Jin swinging his arms. A few minutes ago, seeing the giant rising in the distance, Uchiha Tajima's heart tightened immediately. He was worried that Uchiha Jin would be hurt by the blackened Wuming. When he was about to fly over to support him, he was blocked by the sudden appearance of Wang Liang. Who are you? Uchiha Tajima was full of vigilance against this strange person following Uchiha Jin. This dark guy must not be from our Uchiha clan. He is the product of my will, and the weapon of revenge given to me by God. Wang Liang, who was smiling strangely, did not say anything. Uchiha Jin stood up and explained. I originally wanted to let Jin, who was still self-conscious, be tortured to death by me, so that I could taste the despair of Jin at that time. Now it seems that I may get the upper hand. Seeing that he could not rely on the nameless old man for the time being, he turned his head to look at Wang Liang, who was eager to take revenge, and ordered. Wang Liang, you deserve it. Bang! Before the old man finished speaking, he saw a huge palm flying over their scalps and smashing on the hillside a few hundred meters away. The three people present seemed to be cast a spell of immobilization. At the same time, they turned their heads stiffly and looked at the place where Uchiha Jin was in the distance. This is impossible. It must be an illusion. The girl in Susanoo stared with scarlet eyes, trying to find traces of illusion on Uchiha Jin. Tisk, a little numb. Ignoring the girl's words, Uchiha Jin shook his numb arm. It seemed that he had hit a numb muscle. It seemed that he had to be careful with elbow strikes. If he didn't hit the elbow well, he would be injured and leave the field. Go to hell! The violent aura lurking in the girl's mind eroded her reason, leaving only the desire to kill in her heart. After working for a long time, she finally pulled out the hatchet. The girl held her swollen head, her eyes were no longer focused, and her mind was filled with she instructed and controlled Susanoo to chop at Uchiha Jin again. Alas, time is running out. I'll finish you off in one go. If he dragged his sword for a little longer, his uncle would be in danger. Knowing that he couldn't continue to waste time, Uchiha Jin rushed towards the hatchet that was coming towards him. While running, he closed his hands, poured chakra into them, and slowly recited a name. Wood release, tree world advent. The ground under Uchiha Jin's feet bulged, and sturdy trees broke out of the ground. He stepped on a newly grown giant tree and commanded countless giant branches to wrap around the girl's Susanoo. Before the girl's hatchet could chop down, the branches containing mysterious power had quickly climbed up the girl's Susanoo and tied her up tightly. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break free from these restraints. The tightened branches were still eating away at her chakra, making her weak and unable to move for a while. What kind of jutsu is this? The girl trapped in Susanoo couldn't help but ask out loud. She had never seen this kind of ninjutsu. She barely propped herself up and stared at Uchiha Jin standing on the top of the tree, wanting him to give me an answer. The two people who stopped fighting nearby also pricked up their ears, wanting to hear how Uchiha-jin explained the ninjutsu he performed. When Uchiha-jin used brute force to cut off the girl's Susanoo, Wang Liang was only slightly surprised. After all, the hardness of Susanoo of that level was not the strongest, and ordinary ninjas could break it. However, when Uchiha-jin clapped his hands and performed wood release, he was completely dumbfounded and fell into self-doubt. As a product of yin-yang release, could he be immune to illusions? For thousands of years, the filial son saw for the first time a ninja who could perform wood release besides Yuyi and Ashura, and he was also a descendant of Indra. No, this information was too explosive, and he couldn't accept it for a while. Why? How could Uchiha-jin, a descendant of Indra, perform Ashura's wood release? Why? Could it be that Yuyi was smuggling something? Little kid, don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. Satisfied with the tree world advent he performed, Uchiha-jin recalled the NPC that appeared one night. On a dark and windy night, a man with a brown hedgehog head wearing a jonin vest walked out of the light curtain in the backyard. Seeing Uchiha-jin, he clasped his hands together without saying a word, and shouted excitedly, as if he was afraid of missing a good opportunity. Wood release, see of? Tree's advent. Uchiha-jin was shocked when he heard the word wood release, but when he saw that the person coming was a master of greening and civil engineering, his heart was relieved. Without the other party's entanglement, he threw out 2 lightning spears with both hands and killed Yamato, who had just summoned a small forest in seconds. The backyard refreshes a random skill wood style, see of? Trees every day, and obtains wood style, see of? Trees *1. The memories come to an abrupt end. The see of? Trees that Yamato performed was actually the tree world of Hashirama Senju's tree world, but the Hashirama cells in Yamato's body were not enough to support him to use the original tree world of trees. But Uchiha-jin is different. He has been brushing for many years and has already obtained the blood of the Senju clan. At this time, in addition to Uzumaki and Hyuga, he also has the blood of Kagaya and Senju in his body, so when he performs the see of trees, he can increase the power to close to the original tree world of the first generation Hokage. Xiao Guang, I'm coming in. Jumping to the chest of the girl Susanoo, Uchiha-jin raised his foot and kicked over with a painful kick in the horrified eyes of the blackened Xiao Guang. With a crisp sound like an egg breaking, the indestructible Susanoo in the girl's heart was kicked out with a big hole. Uchiha-jin nodded with satisfaction and walked in swaggeringly. Looking at the oppressive curly-haired man in front of her, the blackened Xiao Guang was as depressed as death. The opponent's physical skills were too strong. Close combat was her weakness, and she couldn't use the Mangekyo pupil technique. She could only be strangled by the opponent like a little chicken. You can kill me or cut me up, it's all up to you. The girl puffed up her face, turned her head away stubbornly, closed her eyes and waited for death to come. End of this chapter. Chapter 97, the Senju brat is slightly better in terms of feel. Tell me where Xiao Guang went. Uchiha-jin picked up the angry girl and shook his sandbag-sized fist in front of her. Otherwise, I'll punish you. Hee hee. The girl rolled her eyes and laughed contemptuously, looking at Uchiha-jin sarcastically. I don't believe you. I have a lot of experience dealing with brats like you. Blowing his fist, Uchiha-jin sighed that his violent punching skills were getting more and more sophisticated, and it was time to add new physical skills to the skill column. You don't play by the rules. After being punished by the violent punishment of justice, the girl covered the big bump on her head with tears in her eyes, pouted her lips and complained in a trembling voice. I am Uchiha Guang. I'm hitting you, Uchiha Guang. Never tolerated a disobedient kid, Uchiha-jin directly put the girl horizontally on his legs, stretched out his righteous palm, and imposed family discipline on the girl's round and elastic parts. Pa! 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 Dot! You dare to hit my butt! The blackened little Guang's face was filled with shame and anger, but he couldn't struggle out of Uchiha-jin's iron-like hand. Ah! Stand still. A crisp voice resounded throughout the battlefield. Wivu, I won't dare to do it again. The girl, covering her butt, collapsed on the ground, lowering her head with tears, not daring to look up at the devil-like man in front of her. Tisk, the feel is actually comparable to that of the kid Senjuitama. Shaking his slightly red palm, Uchiha compared it with Senjuitama in his mind. The result was that the two sides were evenly matched. No, to be fair, the kid from the Senju family was slightly better. Alas, the Uchiha clan really made the children suffer. Shaking his head, he condemned the current situation that the Uchiha clan did not pay attention to the healthy growth and development of children. Okay, now can you tell me who you are? Kneeling down, patting the sniffling girl with his hand, Uchiha showed a self-proclaimed kind smile and asked softly. Don't come over. The girl tightly grasped the dark green cloak and wrapped herself up, leaving only her trembling little head. Looking at the girl who resisted so much, Uchiha touched his chin with a headache. The other party seemed to have PTSD because of him, and trembled all over when she saw him. Alas, there is no way, it seems that there is nothing to ask. The situation is urgent now. Xiaoguang's abnormality will be studied slowly after the matter is over. Thinking of this, Uchiha no longer forced the girl with her head down. The wind was too strong on Susanoo, and Uchiha was worried that the thinly dressed girl would catch a cold, so he reached out his hand and put the hood of the cloak that the girl took off on her to prevent a cold. Jin, where is this place? Just when the hood of the cloak was put on, the breath of the girl suddenly changed, from the violent and bloody just now to warm and gentle. Raising her slightly surprised little face, her expression was no longer crazy just now. The girl who had returned to her original state looked around in confusion and couldn't help but speak out. Are you Xiaoguang? Fearing that the other party would set a trap, Uchiha asked with a ferocious face. Are you stupid? Haha. The girl looked at Uchiha-jin's silly look and couldn't help laughing out loud. Uchiha-jin, who was not very reassured, used the perception skill that had been gathering dust for a long time, but the feedback from Xiaoguang was all kind, which made him put his heart back in his stomach. Do you remember what happened just now? After Uchiha-jin confirmed that Xiaoguang was normal now, he pointed at the cherry-red Susanoo under his feet and asked. You drove the Gundam and chased me for a long time. Hey! Hearing such a shocking statement, the girl covered her mouth and said in disbelief. How is it possible? My Susanoo can only condense a pair of hands, and I haven't learned anything else yet. After transplanting Uchiha-jin's Mangekyo, the girl was sealed before she completely learned to open Susanoo. In her memory, she could only condense a skeleton Susanoo of the first stage. Anyway, in normal team battles, the 8,000 Spears Amaterasu Kagutsuki is basically a sweep, and in single-on-single battles, a Tsukuyomi can solve the battle, and Susanoo is not needed at all. That is, when being attacked, she thought that if her Susanoo was stronger, she might not be sealed. Then you should remove the Susanoo first. Uncle still needs our support. Since the girl has recovered, let's put this matter aside. Uchiha Tajima is still 1v2, and Wang Liang is a well-known old coin. It will be too late to wait for uncle to be cheated. The girl obediently removed half of her Susanoo and lay back on the familiar back again. Uchiha-jin didn't care about the intimacy between men and women. He lifted the girl's light body with both hands and ran towards Uchiha Tajima. Ah! The girl who was attacked by the big hand couldn't help but moan softly. Feeling the burning pain from behind, the girl blushed with shame. In addition, Uchiha-jin's big hand was on her wound. The pain was combined with a sense of wonder, making the ignorant girl tremble slightly, and her hot body twisted involuntarily. Don't move! Feeling the restlessness of the girl behind him, Uchiha-jin patted her with his big hand and warned her. Ah! Don't scream either! The girl, stimulated by the big hand again, screamed strangely and lay limply on Uchiha-jin's strong back, panting slightly, and no longer moving. When Uchiha Jin flew to Uchiha Tajima, he found that the scene of the battle he imagined did not appear. Both sides remained motionless. Seeing him coming, 5 eyes stared at him straight, with question marks in their eyes. Why are you looking at me like this? Don't you want to fight? Do you want to accept my mediation? Both sides did not take action, and Uchiha Jin was greatly puzzled. Every time Uchiha mentioned his uncle, he gritted his teeth and wished to eat his flesh alive. Why is he so quiet now? Jin, what was that technique you just used? Why have I never seen it before? The first person to ask the question was Uchiha Jin, who was on the opposite side. He had just witnessed the ninjutsu that could suppress the legendary Susanoo, which made him, a senior scholar, want to explore. After asking this question, the remaining 4 eyes in the field were also waiting for his answer with expectation. You ask that? Uchiha Jin first put the girl behind him down. I don't know if it was because Susanoo consumed too much just now. The girl staggered when she was put down and almost lost her balance. You, look, the left hand is soil, the right hand is water, and then like this, snap, it's there. Uchiha Jin raised his hands seriously, the left hand was surging with earthy yellow chakra, and the right hand was entangled with light blue chakra. Then, in the surprised eyes of everyone, he slapped his 2 hands together. The 2 chakras with completely different attributes blended together in an instant, and his palms gradually emitted a light green light. A majestic channel of life breath overflowed from his hands, which shattered the 3 views of several big men who were well versed in ninjutsu. Uchiha Jin's operation made several people's blood rush to their heads. The elderly Uchiha almost died on the spot because of the 3 highs. Fortunately, Wang Liang's care barely saved his life. Do you think we are idiots? Uchiha raised a finger tremblingly, pointed at Uchiha Jin's nose and cursed loudly. If it weren't for the fact that the other party was his grandson, he would have used a pupil technique to teach him a lesson. I love to tell the truth. I didn't expect it to be reviewed, and a lot of changes were made. End of this chapter. Chapter 98. I was just saying it, why do you all believe it? Master, I think this kid is just playing tricks on you. Wang Liang, who had not spoken for a long time, suddenly started to stir up trouble, and his dark face made it hard to tell what expression he had. We are talking as a family, can outsiders please stop interrupting? Uchiha Yin pinched his nose and replied in a very provocative way. Wang Liang's fist hardened. Why are the descendants of Indra becoming more and more difficult to deal with now? They are not like Uchiha Yin, who is very easy to fool. You are the one who made Xiao Guang become like that. Without waiting for Wang Liang to speak again, Uchiha Yin pointed the finger at him. Xiao Guang's appearance was definitely the work of this filial son. He, guess me. Wang Liang was about to speak in a roundabout way in the face of Uchiha Yin's accusation. That's right. My teammates typed GG first. Hey, I just relaxed my mental control a little bit, and this old man started to expose himself crazily. I ordered Wang Liang to control Wu Ming, but I didn't expect her strength to be so severely weakened after being sealed, even the little girl was injured. I just released her dark side, how can I control that kid now? Your role-playing is quite professional, and your performance of Yandere is very vivid. After hearing Uchiha Jin's revelation that the girl just now was actually controlled by Wang Liang, Uchiha Jin, who admired his acting skills, immediately gave this professional behind-the-scenes mastermind a little red heart. Don't delay any more, Jin, you consumed a lot when fighting Wu Ming just now, just the ninjutsu just now should have drained all your chakra, right? Mistakenly thinking that Uchiha Jin was delaying time to recover his chakra, Uchiha Jin mercilessly exposed his little thoughts. Haha, I can't hide it from you. I only have a few billion chakras left now. Unable to guess why the other party could still look confident in a 2v3 situation, Uchiha Jin decided to show his acting skills. He immediately showed panic and nodded unwillingly to admit the fact that he was weak. "It's okay, Jin, you step back, I'll deal with them." Uchiha Tajima took a step forward, protected him behind him, and said calmly, "I'm sorry, Jin, it's all my fault." The innocent Xiaoguang also believed what Uchiha Jin said, lowered his head and tugged at the corner of Uchiha Jin's clothes, and said in a low voice with great self-blame. The reactions of the two made Uchiha Jin not know what to say. His acting skills were actually comparable to Wang Liang. He didn't know whether the enemy was fooled or not, but his teammates believed it first. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Uchiha Tajima threw out a few swift shurikens as a test. The two Uchiha Shu stood in place, sneering at the rapidly spinning shurikens. "Are you indifferent?" Seeing that the two opponents did not dodge or evade, Uchiha Tajima had a trace of doubt in his heart. Wang Liang, the chief of the Tajima clan, underestimated us. Uchiha Shu slightly straightened his hunched waist, glanced at the black clone beside him, and said clearly. Wang Liang beside him could naturally hear what Uchiha Shu meant, and immediately sank into the shadow on the ground. When the shuriken was about to hit Uchiha Shu, it suddenly stayed in the air strangely, as if the space was condensed, and then a strange black and white old man quietly appeared from the darkness. "Who is this guy?" Uchiha Tajima asked coldly at the strange stranger who appeared out of thin air. "This is the true form of Wang Liang, a ghostly assassin." Like most villains, Uchiha Jin, who thought he had won, turned on the commentary mode with a little excitement. Uchiha Jin, who was watching the show, looked at the old jailer who appeared thoughtfully. This guy seemed to be the real eye technique creation, and the form of the black mud. Those who know it, so I won't go into details. Looking at the old jailer in front of him with vigilance, who exuded a cold and strange aura, Uchiha Tajima opened his Sharingan and stared at this guy who had no breath of life. He, the old jailer laughed a few times, and the whole person merged into the shadow of the ground again. Pulling out the long sword that had not been used for a long time, Uchiha Tajima used the Sharingan to search for the old jailer. "What are you looking for?" A hoarse voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Uchiha Tajima didn't hesitate and swung his long sword to chop behind him, but found that the sword was slashing on the air. The sound came from below again. Uchiha Tajima lowered his head in surprise. The head of the weird old jailer stretched out from his shadow, and his grey eyes were full of mockery. He swung his sword again, but it was still a lonely one. Uchiha Tajima immediately retreated and landed in the distance, frowning and thinking about the old jailer's ability. "If I guess correctly, this guy relies on the shadows on the ground to appear and disappear." Uchiha Tajima, who had only fought for a few moves, guessed most of the old jailer's ability. You are worthy of being the clan leader." Hearing Uchiha Tajima's analysis, "Uchiha?" In the distance flashed a trace of relief on his face. Teacher taught well. Looking at his mentor who had turned against him, Uchiha Tajima replied with a cold face. "Even if you know Wang Liang's ability, how are you going to crack it?" Facing this once excellent disciple, Uchiha was a little curious about how the other party would crack his clone's ability. "Teacher, the first thing I learned after becoming the clan leader is..." Uchiha Tajima shook his head gently, with a hint of pride in his tone, and Uchiha, who was listening attentively, frowned. How could this kid answer the question irrelevantly? Before he could think, he saw Uchiha Tajima in the distance passing Wang Liang and attacking him directly. "Teacher, the times have changed." To capture the thief, the three Megatama in Uchiha Tajima's eyes spun rapidly, and the majestic pupil power rushed towards the old Uchiha. With illusion. The old man who was slow to react was hit directly by a Sharingan illusion, and he closed his eyes and fell silent. Seeing that he succeeded so easily, Uchiha Tajima couldn't help but feel a little unreal. Why is this Uchiha so loud but so little? Uncle, be careful. Uchiha Jin, who had been cracking melon seeds with Xiaoguang for a long time, couldn't help but remind him loudly, "You are still a little naive, my good disciple." A pale and withered hand quietly rested on the shoulder of Uchiha Tajima, who was a little distracted. The voice should have come from the old man in front of him, but it came from behind. Uchiha Tajima's heart suddenly sounded alarm bells. Uchiha was clearly hypnotized by him with illusion, so how could he appear behind him? The hand on his shoulder seemed to have a force of 10,000 kilograms, clamping him tightly and making him unable to move. The old jailer standing behind Uchiha Tajima had black in his grey pupils and a hint of human aura. He spoke slowly, and his voice had switched to that of Uchiha Tajima. "Tajima, you still haven't gotten rid of your conceitedness." As the old man's voice sounded again, Uchiha Tajima felt a strange breath coming from his shoulders into his body. A violent thought gradually arose in his mind began to blur, and his scarlet eyes were gradually stained with a thin layer of black mist. "Don't even think about controlling me." Uchiha Tajima, who felt that his will was about to be eroded, roared and urged chakra to flow into his eyes. In the eye that had not yet been stained black, 3 Megatama quickly rotated and merged to form a new pattern. "You are still a little brother when playing brainwashing." End of this chapter. Chapter 99. No wonder he was so skilled. It turned out that he had rehearsed it. After many years, Uchiha Tajima's Mangekyo Sharingan finally saw the light of day again. The windmill-shaped pattern rotated rapidly, and the cold pupil power overflowed slowly dispelled the black air in the other eye, and the control of the body was also taken back. Koda Amatsukami, what a troublesome ability! After taking back the huge force that was backlashed and made his palm numb, the old jailer who was possessed by Uchiha took a few steps back, raised his head and stared at the pattern in Uchiha Tajima's eyes, and said slowly, "Hey!" After a long sigh of relief, Uchiha Tajima moved the body he had just taken back, and looked at Uchiha with his charming eyes without giving in, and said, "All your methods are in vain in front of my eyes." Uchiha Tajima, who regained control of Koda Amatsukami, raised the knife in his hand very proudly, ready to make a break with Uchiha. "Originally, I decided to release you after this matter, so that Jin can reunite with you." Uchiha Tajima, who was waving the knife forward, said in a calm tone. He had decided on this matter before, but he didn't expect that Uchiha would be restless in prison and try to seduce Uchiha Jin to turn against him. "Haha, then should I fight against Jin?" The old jailer merged into the shadows again to avoid the attack, but Uchiha-Yu's voice came from all directions, full of sarcasm. "What a rat in the gutter!" After losing his target, Uchiha Tajima was not panicked, but commented on Uchiha-Yu's behavior. "As long as I can avenge Jin, I am willing to sacrifice myself to the devil." Uchiha-Yu stretched out half of his body from the shadow behind Uchiha Tajima, and controlled the old jailer to wave the dagger and stab him in the back. Ding! The sound of the gong sounded, and Uchiha Tajima, who did not look back, chopped the sneak attack dagger with his backhand. The collision of the iron produced a huge impact force that bounced the dagger in the old jailer's hand. Seeing that the situation was not good, he shrank into the shadow again and hid. "As long as there is a shadow, you will never be able to catch my body." Not far away in the shadow of the tree, Uchiha manipulated the old jailer to stick his head out, and said with a hint of pride in his eyes, "Shadow?" Hearing Uchiha's words, Uchiha Tajima's eyes gleamed, and then slowly put away the long sword in his hand. "Humph, it's too late to repent now, drown in Wang Liang's shadow." Diving into the shadow again, the black shadows on the ground began to stir, rise, and blend together as if they had life, like countless sticky tentacles, sweeping towards Uchiha Tajima. How can the glow of a rotten grass compare to the bright moon in the sky? Facing the tide of shadows, the feeling of suffocation came over him. Uchiha Tajima, who stood there, did not show any panic. He lowered his eyelids and said proudly, "Let me show you the glory of Koda Amatsukami. This is the ultimate illusion." As Uchiha Tajima's voice fell, Uchiha? In the shadows found that he could not move. Feeling that he was being watched, he subconsciously raised his head and looked at the sky through the shadows. In the sky that was originally covered with dark clouds and gloomy haze, a full moon with kaleidoscope patterns rose at some point, scattering endless light and piercing the clouds above Uchiha's head. What is this? For the first time, the old man who was clamped by the invisible force showed a panicked look. This scene in front of him had never appeared in the ancient books that recorded Kota Amatsukami. At this time, he found that the situation was slightly beyond his control. Otoame Kama light? A golden light flashed across Uchiha Tajima's right eye, and the golden light scattered in the air illuminated the entire battlefield. Countless golden swords fell from the sky, defeating all the shadows controlled by Uchiha. The tentacles formed by the shadows melted like spring snow, and disappeared between heaven and earth in a moment. Who? As the last shadow disappeared, the full moon in the sky slowly disappeared into the clouds, and the pressure on Uchiha also dissipated. The light dissipated, and Uchiha, who was lying on the ground, looked pale and gasped. His pupil technique product was completely destroyed by the golden light. You actually have such a trump card. I underestimated you. Uchiha, who lost the blessing of the shadow, lay flat on the ground. The one eye that still had spirit flashed with complex light. The old man struggled to stand up, and his tone could not conceal the weakness, as if he was dying. Teacher. Looking at the depressed Uchiha Tajima, as the winner, had a flash of pity in his eyes. He didn't know what misunderstandings there were between the two that made his teacher hate him so much. Thinking of the teacher-student relationship of many years, Uchiha Tajima walked over, wanting to hear if Uchiha had any last words or wishes. Tajima, you. As if he had expected the other party to come over, Uchiha, who seemed to be about to die, had a dark light in his eyes, and tremblingly said, What? Thinking that the other party was going to say some last words, Uchiha Tajima put down his guard and leaned over to listen. You haven't finished yet. The weak old man's eyes burst with black light, and the eye with spirit flashed red, and the three Megatama turned into a regular triangle, and the obscure and gloomy pupil power poured out instantly. Uchiha Tajima's heart tightened, cold sweat broke out all over his body, and it was too late to dodge. A black and white figure suddenly emerged from the shadow behind him, and put a dark hand on the back of his head at lightning speed. He, you can't dodge this time. Wang Liang's familiar voice sounded in his ears. He turned his head with difficulty and saw the old jailer with black all over his body. His originally dull eyes were now full of mockery, and even more happy with revenge. Uchiha Tajima had just used another posture of Kota Amatsukami at full power. At this moment, his chakra was not enough to support the consumption of the Mangekyo, and he was suddenly attacked by someone, so it was inevitable that there would be a flaw in his heart. Finally caught it, he. Wang Liang caught the flaw in Uchiha Tajima's heart and finally detonated the hidden thunder that he had hidden for many years. As a ball of black mud deep inside the skull was activated, countless negative emotions burst out, and violent and dark thoughts filled the entire brain. The black Wang Liang broke away from the grey old jailer and took the opportunity to turn into black mud and drill into his body. After the invasion of the clan land 12 years ago, Uchiha Tajima, whose eyes had been cooling for a long time, was in the weakest period. At that time, Wang Liang took advantage of the opportunity and injected a strand of clone into Uchiha Tajima's body, waiting for the right time to detonate. This is why Uchiha Jin once sensed malice in Uchiha Tajima. Uchiha Jin! Why don't you save them? The controlled Uchiha Tajima was like a madman at this time. After scanning around, he stared at Uchiha Jin who was eating melons in the distance, recalling the scene of the tragic death of his wife and children. After being possessed by Wang Liang, the Twisted will only have hatred for Uchiha Jin. He, that's it, go kill them. Wang Liang's face emerged from Uchiha Tajima's body, urging him to quickly deal with the remaining people present. Wang Liang, are you going to disobey my order? The Uchiha who had just pretended to be dying and took the opportunity to attack Uchiha Tajima found that the script was wrong, and shouted, stood up staggeringly, and the one-eyed he looked at Uchiha Tajima who was entangled in black mud with a strong sense of doubt. He, who is Wang Liang? Isn't your Wang Liang there? The black face that possessed Uchiha Tajima finally stopped acting and occupied the body of the strongest man in the field. He felt that he could do it again. The old man turned his head in shock and found that the grey old jailer was standing quietly on the shadow behind him. His dull face did not have a trace of vitality. Wang Liang, tell me, who is he? End of this chapter. Chapter 100. The little boy felt a chill on his back. The grey old jailer was stunned. Facing Uchiha Tajima's questioning, he still looked lifeless. The old man felt more and more uneasy. He tried to activate the only remaining eye, and the grey Wang Liang began to move. After finding that he could only control the old jailer with the Mangekyo and could not communicate with him, Uchiha had a very bad idea in his mind. Why don't you speak? Aren't you my will clone? Thinking back to the truth of his son's death that he accidentally discovered, everything he did after awakening the Mangekyo seemed to be controlled by an invisible big hand. For some reason, he felt irritated and began to question the puppet like Wang Liang. Old Deng, if you ask him again, he won't answer. He has no self-awareness. Uchiha Jin, who had been paddling for a long time, saw that Uchiha Yu was a little crazy, and couldn't help but came over while eating melon seeds, and reminded the anxious old man, can't you see it now? That dark guy is not your will clone at all. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Uchiha Yu was confused. He was usually known for his rationality, but at this time he was a little at a loss. He didn't dare to face the facts in front of him. If I guess correctly, the real ability of your Mangekyo should be to create a clone. This clone can manipulate shadows, spy on intelligence for you, and assassinate you, and you can possess this clone and use all the abilities of the clone. Uchiha Jin guessed Uchiha Yu's ability from his fighting style just now. The real ability of the clone created by Lao Deng's Mangekyo is a bit like the secret technique of the Nara clan, plus the spatial ability to shuttle through the shadows at will, and the host's possession ability. The so-called self-awareness is simply a black and filial son pretending to be. Anyway, the real Wang Liang is just a combat puppet, stupid, and will not tell tales. Then I have always been controlled by that guy. Uchiha Yu, who forced himself to accept reality, had serious problems with his mentality. Visible black air came out of him, making Uchiha Yin, who was standing next to him, retreat. The old man gritted his teeth and raised his head, looking at Uchiha Tajima who was entangled in black mud, and said hatefully, "Why are you lurking around me, you guy? What's the point of explaining so much to you, a dying person? Just accept death calmly." A black head stretched out of the black mud that controlled Uchiha Tajima, with mockery in his eyes. Facing Uchiha Yu's questions, he had no intention of answering them. Hey, you guys are just talking nonsense here, can you have a real fight? Uchiha Jin saw the once respectful master and servant turn against each other, and his desire to watch the show became stronger and stronger, and he couldn't help but start to add fuel to the fire. Fight! Anyway, I have many treatment methods, and it is also very good to let the unique prosthesis take my uncle to stretch his muscles. Noisy kid, worry about yourself first. The black head turned his head and looked at Uchiha Jin, who looked leisurely, with a cruel expression. This kid can actually use the power of Asura, and he will become a big trouble in the future. I can't sleep at night if I don't get rid of this kid. Wang Liang, the choice is you. Uchiha was like a Pokemon master, waving his hand to command the genuine Wang Liang behind him. The grey old jailer dived into the shadow expressionlessly, controlling a group of shadows to rush towards Uchiha Tajima. I wanted to give you a quick death, but I didn't expect you to die. Don't blame me for ignoring our friendship over the years. Seeing the black head coming to the shadow, he didn't show any panic, but shook his head with a sigh, his words full of contempt for the old man. Ah! The old jailer who was originally going to kill Uchiha Tajima and the black head who deceived him suddenly stopped when he was about to kill him. The reason was that his manipulator Uchiha was holding his head and screaming wildly, as if he was experiencing extreme pain. Seeing that Lao Deng was in a state of abnormality again, Uchiha Yin continued to retreat strategically, because his perception radar could clearly detect the monstrous malice in Uchiha towards him. Good guy, does this Jujutsu I have no other moves besides mind control? Is there anyone present who has not been controlled by him? Uchiha Yin sighed, looked at Lao Deng with black air in his eyes, threw away the melon seed shell in his hand and clapped his hands. It seems that this battle with Lao Deng is inevitable. Thinking of this, Uchiha Yin reached out from his waist and took out a strange kunai that had just been used. He blew away the dust on it and said indifferently, "Hurry up and finish the work. There is still soup stewing on the fire at home." The girl behind him flashed a few question marks on her face. Yin, who is stewing soup at your house?" Unable to suppress the doubts in her heart, the cloaked girl couldn't help but come over and ask. "Big sister, your focus is a bit strange. Let's drink together when we get back. Fish soup is very fresh and sweet." With no way to explain, Uchiha Yin had to promise the girl to drink soup together afterwards. Looking up at the sky, Uchiha Yin turned his head to the eager girl and said, "Go and help me hold my uncle, but don't hurt him. I'll come after I deal with this old man." Hearing the command of her lover, the girl readily agreed. She was about to get up to fight the possessed Uchiha Tajima, but was stopped by Uchiha Yin. "Put this on. I'm afraid you'll run out of blue if you use too much pupil skills." As he said that, he took out a blue vortex-shaped pendant from his bag and stuffed it into the girl's hand. Blue Tyrant increases the chakra limit, speeds up chakra recovery, and has a chance to release it again after hitting the target, only once. The blue pendant feels cool when you touch it, and you can feel the surging chakra like the sea from it, which makes people feel very at ease. The girl couldn't help but have a lot of thoughts when she put on this pendant for the first time. Jin actually gave me a token of love. Sure enough, I am the most important person in his heart. Shu. In the barbecue restaurant of the Uchiha clan, Senju Itama, who was crazy about barbecue, had just swallowed a big mouthful, and felt an itch in his throat, and sneezed hard. "Sisters Hilly, I don't have a cold either? Why do I feel a chill on my back?" Washing his nose, the confused kid turned his head and asked the purple-haired girl who was chewing slowly like a lady beside him. "Maybe someone missed you." The purple-haired girl squinted her eyes to enjoy the delicious food and turned her eyes slightly, answering nonchalantly. "Forget it, let's improve the food while that guy is on a mission. I don't know if the curly-haired gorilla has brought me any souvenirs from his long journey." The girl wearing the blue talisman felt that she was floating when she walked. She squinted her eyes and smiled foolishly. After a few breaths, she flashed in front of the controlled Uchiha Tajima. "Jin asked me to hold you back, so can you please stop running around?" The girl's face changed. Staring at Uchiha Tajima, who was entangled in black mud with her big watery eyes, and warned him seriously. He, you are a weak chicken who can't even subdue Uchiha Jin, and you dare to speak nonsense here." The black head mocked the weak-looking girl with a wild look on his face. The Uchiha Tajima he possessed now was the strongest among the few people, and it was easy for him to control a little girl. "Although I am not good at speaking, I know a little about boxing and kicking." End of this chapter.